Yeah, I was like, man, I gotta fucking come up with some podcast intro music, and I was like, wait a minute, I have a bunch of music. Oh, fuck me! Oh shit! Oh shit! I got it. That was my bad, dude. That was my bad.
I saw it disappear.
Dude, I've always said this. Since day one, it's like playing live music. That lighter, it basically sucks, dude. This one, like, I don't know. You gotta be like gentle with this one. I don't know what the fuck's wrong with this lighter. I think it's finally shot. I was riding. I got a scooter I can putz around the city with. Putt around the city with, and this fell out of my pocket. And I think that's what put the fucking nail in the coffin, dude. But
put it this way, I had a V-cut, Calibra V-cutter that a bus drove over. And it still worked.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my God, I'm going to be a buyer of this brand.
Well, here's the thing. Those V-cutters, anybody who buys a V-cutter is buying something nice. Like, like it's not like a regular cutter. You know, where you can get like the $3 plastic shitty one. Because it's a V-cut, right? So it's going to have some structure to it, you know?
Oh, man, this is layered in steel.
Well, you know you're hardcore when you're buying a V-cutter.
Oh, yeah, it was $50.
You like the V-cut?
I do. I love the V-cut. I do like the...
Do you do it twice? Do you go 1 and 2 so you get a X?
Sometimes if it's a torpedo, then I do. But if it's just a cigar like this, just once.
I like the little hole maker.
I'm a punch guy. Yeah,
Punch
I like
punch is good though too.
And I've said this a lot. The reason I like the punch is because, like on this, you can really see that cap up there.
Yeah,
it's good triple cap. But when you cut, it's really easy to go too far down the shoulder, and then it just unwinds
and
right
winds
away.
off. Yep, yep. I have that problem too.
Just helps keep that shoulder together a little bit longer, so to where I'm probably not going to have to bite that cap, and I don't bite it off. It just gets milky and fucking. I end up pulling it off, and I probably won't have to do that till around the band.
Yep.
But with a cut, I'm always pulling about here. I'm already pulling that first.
Well,
cap
and
off.
you know, and with as cigars go. For like a mid-range price cigar, I mean, the start, it's a little. You could tell it's probably an $8 cigar, but once you get about a third in, it's good. It'll match
that depends
any
on the stick.
Yeah, but it'll match any $15 cigar. I mean, definitely. And I hate it because I'm kind of a cigar snob.
Me too.
Yeah, and a coffee snob, but more of a cigar snob. So like Aging Room is one of my new favorites. I love Aging Room.
Brandy snob.
You're a brandy snob?
No, him.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I'm a whiskey snob.
I used to
and
be a beer
brandy
snob. I used to be
guitar snob.
Guitar snob. But when it comes to cigars, like Aging Room is one of my new favorites. I really do like the blend that they put in there. I do like King Louis Ray. Those are good, and they have the right price, but their Maduros are outstanding. They are one of the most underrated cigars, I think, out there.
You're a Maduro guy.
And I love Maduros. Yeah, I got to have a little, I need a cigar that's going to punch me in the face. But even the Undercrown is another one of my favorites. I love the Undercrown. It's got that Maduro is fantastic, and their sun-grown Maduro is even better.
What I always say about these guys is the difference between this and a $20 Cohiba is quality control and advertising. The reason a Cohiba is $20, minimum $20, is not because it's actually a better cigar. What it means is they're advertising so you know the name and you recognize the brand, but mostly the waste. I guarantee you they're throwing out 5 cigars for every one that goes out the door, because the reason you're comfortable paying $20 as the proverbial consumer for a Cohiba is you are guaranteed 100% certainty that when you pay $20 in the cigar shop, it's going to be a very well constructed cigar. The puff, the draw, the burn, everything's going to, it's the quality control.
But that's
it's the waste. That's the difference
that's
with
quality
these guys.
Control. That's exactly what
because
you're saying.
What you said in that first third, sometimes it's a little wonky. And you can tell, this is a cheaper cigar.
These all hand rolled?
Yep. What I'm saying is that's just that stick, because I'm telling you, there's times I fire up a Marco V Palladium and I'm like, this is as good, if not better, than a $15 to a $20 cigar, and it's from the moment I light it.
Right.
And everything is perfect about it. My point is if I wanted 25 cigars to be guaranteed like that every time, this is no longer an $8 cigar. It's now a $20 cigar. Well, maybe 15 to 18 because, like I said, marketing too. Like Cohiba spends a lot of money on
absolutely. But that's part of what you pay for. And there's people that, I mean, a lot of cigar smokers, I mean, the seconds, the one that has a little white mark in it, and it's the same cigar, but now it's a third of the cost.
Well, seconds is actually, that's not actually what a seconds is. That's what I thought a seconds was too. A seconds is actually the second harvest of a plant.
Right.
So they take, when the plant blooms the first time, they harvest it, and then they let it regrow, and then they harvest it again. That's what a second
That's the second is. But when they have kind of it's got like the different, it doesn't have the same look to it, and that's it. But you have the same flavor, and they're literally, sometimes
There's
I have
word
to a
for
third.
what you're talking about. It's not seconds. I know what you're talking about, and there is a word for it. You're right, but it's not seconds. What is it called? It's I don't even think he can Google this.
What?
It's kind of like what we would call like a generic, right? So like
right.
So like what we know of is like Busch. Busch is just Budweiser that didn't meet the quality standards to have the word Budweiser put on the label. So they put it in a different can and they call it Busch. Cigars has the exact same
thing, yeah.
Exact same thing. And most people call it seconds, but it's not. It's called something else and I can't recall what it is. But regardless. Jason, if you can Google that in the background, see if you can figure out what that's called.
Stacy, you're going to have to get on your mic a little bit.
Yeah. When you want to talk, you have to
got to get on the mic where your lips are almost touching.
Yes, there.
There you go.
It's there.
Oh, is
Can you hear me?
It doesn't.
I can hear you now.
But let's introduce you guys to everybody. So Brett, both of you guys are former military, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You were military riot police.
Military police. Yeah.
No, my father was a naval officer, but I never went in the military.
Pussy.
Yeah. I went a different direction, and I went into public safety and into law enforcement. So
originally you were a bartender, and then
I was a musician, bartender, actor. I did that stuff, and
actor.
Yes,
get the fuck out.
I do love that too.
Actors are so weird.
I actually was.
You guys agree?
I was in theater.
They're the weirdest of the actors.
They are.
There's a reason,
I actually was in Tony and Tina's wedding. If you remember that, play with Hay City Theater, and that was down on Hennepin Avenue and 9th. Dudley Riggs kind of stuff there. I did that, and I worked at the Renaissance Festival in the King Stocks. So I got paid a lot of money.
Second. It's called a factory second.
Factory sec. That's it.
Or a cigar reject.
Yep, it was rejects.
You'll either hear it called a reject or a factory second. Because when you hear seconds, seconds is a different.
Right.
I knew it wasn't right, but I knew you were on the right track when you said that. Right. I was like, oh, okay. Thank you, Jason. Good job.
Yeah. But I did the King Stocks, so people paid me a lot of money to grab their friends, lock up in the stocks, and do shows on them. So it was great because you could just it was a lot of fun. And back in the day, it was a lot of money. I mean, I worked 5 hours and when
you're 21 years old, $100.
Oh well, no, it was like $500. I was making like $100 an hour. So it was great, but that kind of dried up when things went a little bit different, and I got out of the acting kind of business, and music kind of bailed me out there. So
you might have been were you at the Ren Fest?
Yeah, I was at the Ren Fest for a lot of years.
Do you remember
Nerds.
Atticus Todd?
Sounds familiar, but
he's a big Native American guy. That now he's on Yellowstone and does.
Yeah. You were telling me. Yep.
Jason, he does seem really quiet in my headphone mix. Can you go into the controller? I'm sure it's fine in the podcast for everybody else. If not, Murph will text us. But can you go into the Focusrite controller and turn his microphone up in our headphones? Thank you.
So after that, I decided it was, and I bartended for years, and that was a perfect gig to be a musician, to be an actor. Those things were great. But then
the shifts line up really well.
Shifts lined up.
Sort of.
Well, sort of. But, you can get ahead of time, and you can, kind of work things out, and people were there to help you out.
Don't know, because not everybody's musician that listens. For everybody that doesn't understand what we just skimmed past, being a bartender is great because typically you're already up pretty late, so it's not a big deal for you to try to do these other gigs. But the problem is, why I said is because when you have a gig, you have to take a night off of work because they directly conflict. The nice thing about the day job is I'm available every night. Mm-hmm. Problem is I also have to be up at 5 in the morning. So it's
like
a double-edged sword. You're damned if you do, you're
absolutely.
damned if you don't. Like either way, it's going to be a tough battle. But what made you bail out of being a musician?
Well, I'm still doing music. I still do that stuff. But I started as soon as I started getting a little bit older. Then you got to start thinking about what you're going to do in the future. The house. The
wife,
the family, the stuff like that you got going on. Life in general. You got to start looking towards retirement.
Adulting, you mean?
Adulting.
Yeah.
Adulting is probably it. So
I hate that word. I fucking hate that word, dude.
And the
That
weird
word makes
thing
me
is,
angry. I need a break.
I need a break. I need a safe space. I need a puppy closet.
but the thing is, when you're looking at those aspects, for me it was when I worked at TGI Fridays in downtown Minneapolis when that was open, we had a lot of off-duty police officers that worked there, so I got to know these guys pretty good. And my brother was a police officer as well, so I got to kind of get to know these guys, and you see how much
They're
you're
just
making.
normal dudes.
Dudes, but the money that they were making and the pension that they were getting, and I was looking at, I'm putting money into a 401k. Mm-hmm. They're putting money into a pension, and their pension is outperforming my 401k like 3 to 1. Mm-hmm. So I started looking at that, and I went on a ride along with a guy that was with Minneapolis SWAT, and he brought me on a ride along, and I'm like, yeah, this is kind of cool. I could do this. Mm-hmm. And so I went back to school while I'm bartending and started that process.
I remember that.
I think I could have been a cop in the 70s, but by the 80s, no, man.
But it was different. I mean, for me, I went in for it for different reasons. The pension was a big thing. I wanted something that I could
You don't
retire
give a fuck
on.
about people. You were in it for the money.
But once you get into it, the thing
I'm
is,
just kidding. I'm kidding. For
when
anybody that doesn't realize, I'm completely joking. I'm busting balls here. There's a group of men.
but you're not
Wrong.
You're not wrong
The money
because
is enticing, and
it was
should be.
enticing.
Well,
But when I got into it, I saw that there was
You
a
can
lot
make
of.
let me put it this way: for regular people, you can make fucking $35,000 a year, literally busting your ass for somebody else to get rich and take Wednesdays off so they can go play golf, working in an office, or as a bartender, or as a bill collector, or working as a machinist back then, or you're looking at $65,000, and you're like, dude, that's almost double what I'm making, and I might get my ass kicked, literally. Right?
Oh yeah.
I might pay some sort of physical price, but it's double. Like I'm doing all those same things now, but I'm not doing this so I can go get some other guy rich and he can go play golf on Wednesdays.
Sure.
I'm doing this so I can retire at a reasonable age and I can go play golf if I fucking want to.
Yeah.
Like that's the metaphor, right? It's I play golf.
Right.
I don't literally play golf, but I use golf as the metaphor for
You play
whatever
music.
the fuck you want to do. Like some guys just want to travel. If I retire young enough and I have enough money, dude, me and my wife are traveling fucking everywhere that I can carry a gun and everywhere else that I feel moderately safe because there's an American military presence. Like, there's certain places I ain't fucking going. Especially after I started this podcast, I'm definitely not going to China or Russia. Like there's a 0% chance. I have talked so much shit about China and Russia on this podcast. Trust me. And they have the AI. They're watching.
Oh, they are. Oh, for sure.
I'm on a list. I'm on a lot of lists.
Well,
North Korea out.
Well, but that's the whole thing. I mean, when I first started looking at it, it was, I'm getting older. I can't be this guy that musician, and it's a free for all the time, and it's flying by the seat of my pants. I'm a lot older now.
You gotta be.
But when I started getting there, when I hit my late 30s, then it was time to kind of look at something that was a little more concrete in what I was doing.
Well, that's that point in our life. We all have to make a choice.
Right.
Whatever it is, you're doing it. I'm going to make a choice, and that's going to be it.
Because your path is similar to mine, but yours seems kind of the opposite, just based on the bios you guys sent me. Like you went into the military
right after,
and then you got injured, and so you had to. That your career shift was, I don't want to say in the opposite direction, but.
No, it was the same. It was same because it was teaching. It was teaching.
I just mean let me set this up the right way, right? So him and I have a similar origin story, meaning like we're musicians, we're in the bar scene, it's chaos, it's women, it's alcohol, it's drugs, it's fucking loud music. You go into the military, right? You have like this exact opposite intro to life, right? Like chaos versus order. And I literally mean opposite. You both suffer dramatic career shifts, but for completely different motivations and reasons.
Right.
You got injured. You decided you needed a lifestyle change. But you both ended up in a situation where you met each other. So when did you guys actually meet and become buddies?
Well, we met probably 25 years ago. And the one thing that we did share together was the love of martial arts. I started out in Chung-Ma-Kwan.
Yep.
And that one kind of went defunct.
This is karate, right? This is a derivative of karate.
Karate just means open hand. It's formal martial arts.
It's a Japanese system.
Right. And Stacy was in Kali. And that was really cool because he was working with Danny Inosanto and Rick Fay, which are this famous martial artists that are just, pardon my French, the shit. I mean, these guys were amazing martial artists. And I kind of like that stuff. And when I started getting into Chung-Ma-Kwan, which is a lot of different kind of martial arts as one, and Stacy was doing more of this, a different style of stuff, we really hit it off because we kind of bounced things off of each other. And then I turned to Subak Do through the Mudokwan, and I'm a second-degree black belt in Subak Do. And Stacy was training, and he does a lot of more of that Filipino knife fighting and Jeet Kune Do, the Bruce Lee styles. And so we connected there. We had differences in how we did martial arts, but we had a central idea of kind of like a brotherhood almost of doing that stuff. So when we met, we really hit it off. I think
it's about it was almost, but also we're warriors.
Yeah.
Just to build our warrior mindset. I think there's certain.
Stay on that mic.
I think there's certain men that really want to go. I need to be a warrior. I need to be able to fight. I need to be able to protect. And do that type of thing. So.
And what happened?
Make sure when you talk, especially because you're a soft speaker, make sure you ride that mic. The phrase in podcasting is "eat the foam."
Eat the foam.
Yeah. If it's not tickling your lips, you're not close enough.
Well,
especially because you're a soft speaker, you're not loud and boisterous like I am.
Okay.
I
can be like that, by the way. So if you want me to talk a little bit louder, I can.
I mean, I want you to be comfortable.
Yep.
So if you're more comfortable being chilled and laid back, that's fine. Pull that mic back to you and fucking get comfortable.
No, I can.
And this is going to be something you guys have to be responsible for, and this is a great segue for when you start your podcast, which is one of the reasons I wanted to have you guys
what's really funny is the thing is that we're just here having conversation.
Yeah.
So if we're just here having conversation, without all of this stuff, I wouldn't talk at that mode, right?
Right.
If we're in a.
And you also wouldn't forcefully project.
Yeah.
Like you think, you know what I mean? That's why I say, and this is
like bar talk, though. It is like bar talk.
But it is good podcast advice as well.
Sure.
It's like,
absolutely.
My goal is I want my podcast guests to be as comfortable as possible. So I don't want to ever tell them to talk louder. I don't want to ever tell them, hey, sit up, get closer. No, bring the mic closer to you. I want them to be comfortable,
Sure.
right? And you guys are going to be a little bit more. You guys are going to have more. What's the word I'm looking for? It's going to be a little easier for you guys because you're sitting at a bar, so people are naturally going to be leaning forward into those microphones. Whereas this table situation, like, it gets real laid back sometimes, unless we're fucking really into it. We're fucking yelling about fucking sports or politics or whatever. But no, I wanted to have you guys on because when we were hanging out for 15 minutes.
Well, like, you and I were hanging out for quite some time.
A couple hours, yeah.
A couple hours, and drinking the Jamaican rum and cokes.
Well, how did you guys meet?
Well, we met through Patrick Olson, who was a DJ with 93X, and then went to Sacramento and was on Cooper FM. Was that correct?
I don't remember.
I think it's Cooper FM.
Once he went out there, he was dead to me.
He was on 93X with Kane? Was he on with Kane?
Yeah, he was like the mid-show guy, and I met Patrick when
Come forward just a little bit.
When I was
no, not like the whole chair.
Yeah. All right.
There you go. And then you can lean back. There you go.
I met him at TGI Fridays because he was a friend of one of the bartenders, and he came in, and Patrick and I just hit it off. We hit it off, and we hung out, and we were brothers from the day we met. And he is one of my closest friends, and he'll be one of my best friends, closest friends for forever. We just have a connection that way, even though he's all the way in Sacramento and has been there for a while. When he got married, my gift to him, my christening to his marriage, was I'd bartend for him at his wedding.
Sure. Oh, nice.
So that's what I did.
I feel like hold on, I gotta press pause though. Because I feel like we skipped past how you two actually met. Did we actually cover that? I don't think we did. I think we somehow got distracted.
Well, it was at the Mermaid.
It had to be
with Mark
Mysek. So
you were both into martial arts. Is the point?
Well, when I was in the military and I got out of active duty, I was a big dancer. I mean, I was a break dancer before in roller skating at Great Skate.
Breakdancing, the least gay version of dance. Breakdancing, coolest version, like zero gayness. Like, here's my point: like any other version of dance, kind of gay, right? It's like arguing about the degree ballet, super gay. Male ballet dancer, super fucking gay, right? Like you go down the scale, and then you get into like country dancing, like square dancing, waltzing, like, okay, not very gay. Hip hop dancing, not very gay at all. The break dancing, the least gay of all dancing. So like, good on you, dude. Like, if you're gonna be doing the dancing, dude.
Well, that's like, that kind of went into that. But I was at the Mermaid dancing.
Not that there's anything wrong with being gay, but let's just be honest. Let's just be honest. Like,
this guy comes up to me, dude, you're the greatest dancer ever, and can I buy you a drink? And I met him. And then through I met all of his friends, Roger and Steve and Brett and Mike, and come to.
And he was, let me tell you, man, he was a phenomenal dancer. We were like, who is this dude? What the hell? And
who's this gorgeous man? And why is he like shaking his hips this way?
He must be Asian.
Well, but the rest of us.
Are you Asian?
Yeah. With the rest of us,
I just got the breakdancing joke. That took me a second.
But the rest of us would do.
Why are Asians the best breakdancers, by the way?
Because we're low to the ground.
Do you really? Come on, dude. That's a great joke. But come on, dude. Come on.
I don't know.
That's a great joke. But seriously, Asians, it's not close. It's like American black men invented breakdancing, and then is it Koreans? Which Asian culture grabbed it first?
I don't know. I've seen,
but I thought it was Koreans. It might be Japanese, but one of the Asian cultures grabbed it first and pioneered it,
I'm not sure
and then it took off in all of Asia, and now. I don't even know who's the best at it, but it's not Americans. It's not black dudes.
Did you see in the Olympics?
It's one of those.
Come
on, dude.
No, is that Australian?
You saw that.
It's definitely not white women from Australia.
But it's part of the Olympics now.
It won't be again.
It is part of the Olympics.
It's not anymore.
Wow. But it was.
I
watched it. I was.
So that went so poorly that when they picked the games for LA, they were like, yeah, breakdancing is not going to be one of them.
Oh, man, I loved
it. Might be, what is it, 2032?
Yep, every 4 years.
Yeah, but was it 24?
I'll tell you, I watched that, and I thought it was awesome.
Or was it 2022? Doesn't matter. Whenever it was, it
Right.
won't be here for LA, but it might be back for the next one because it's not guaranteed. Each city selects the games
Yep.
that they want to host, and for whatever reason, LA, one of the breakdancing capitals of the world, was like, "Yeah, we're gonna pass on that one." That's how bad that white woman fucked up for everybody. She made white people look bad, just so you know, guys.
she made breakdancing look bad. I mean, but but I'll tell
two
you,
things. No, she did not. She made two things look bad: Australia and white people.
no, but she did one
The
thing.
other people that did breakdancing did perfectly fine, bro.
She did one thing amazingly, and it was genius. She made the meme world explode.
Oh,
This is
yeah,
true.
she did.
She
She
inspired
did.
Cam Bynum to have one of the best touchdown celebrations of all
I,
time.
I guarantee
Yeah.
you that nobody knows any of the other breakdancers. They know
But
her.
everybody knows her.
You know, I said this before. You remind me of my buddy Chuck. You remind me of my buddy Chuck a
Is it
lot.
the guy with the knife and the freckles and the knife? And
No, not Chucky.
oh, okay.
Not
just making
Chucky.
sure.
No. No, you have a very, very similar personality, like,
Okay.
and your like your cadence and your tone of voice. It's not identical, but it's definitely like from the same. And he's not Asian, by the way.
Well, and
I
the
think he's
weird
German,
Well, and the weird thing is when we met,
which
you
just
know-
proves to me that like racism is hilarious because I will find you the same fucking guy. Like there's 12
We have
archetypes.
double
16,
gang- I have a double
there's like
gang, too.
16 archetypes, right? You know, do you guys know what I'm talking about?
No.
Do you believe this?
Yep.
There's only
Oh, yo.
so many people.
right?
And then we're just like variations on that. So I can find a black dude, which I've met on this block, who is the exact same person as a white guy I met in Blaine, Minnesota, working on his car in a garage in 1997. You know what I mean? Like, it's the fucking same guy. They even look the same. Their mannerisms are the same. Their personalities are identical. The way they talk about things. The only thing is, this dude sounds black, that dude sounds like he's fucking white. That's the only difference. Like, their hairline's even identical. That's like, that's how crazy similar people can be.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I just think, because, you know, not to get too far off topic, but like, it's kind of bizarre because, like I said,
Sure.
you said you're Asian, which I guess I can see it now that you say it. But like, I would have never guessed it. I would have guessed
Glasses
honestly.
don't give it away.
Honestly, what I would have no, your John Lennon glasses. Are you fucking kidding me? No, what I really would have guessed was like Eastern European, possibly like Arab, because I'm Jewish / Arab / Eastern European / Native American.
Well,
Well,
German English.
you have everything in you, and
yeah.
and me,
Quite
I'm like
literally.
I'm all Eastern Bloc and Norwegian. I'm a Swedish Norwegian. I'm Finnish. I'm Russian.
Yeah.
I'm German. I mean, I'm a mutt.
Yeah, you're
when it comes to-
Northern Western European,
Right.
Like someone in your family lived in Luxembourg at one point.
Well,
I'm
probably,
Luxembourgian. I'm
and
actually
it's
Luxembourgian,
funny,
yeah.
but the biggest chunk of me is from Sweden and Norway, but they emigrated to Austria and Germany.
Sure.
And my grandfather, Anton Schuck, when his grandfather, there was a lot of strife during that time in those Eastern Bloc countries. So they went from Germany to Austria into Romania, and he grew up as a gypsy. Literally a gypsy, and his grandfather sent him to America. So when he was 12 years old, he's coming to America. He's coming through Ellis Island, and he's 12
Sure.
on his own, doesn't know what to do or how to do anything, and he finds a job in the coal mines in Virginia. And what he did when he was 12, 13 years old, he was bringing water down to the miners and bringing canaries down there so the carbon monoxide wouldn't kill him.
Right.
And that's what he did. And the stories that he would tell were just amazing. But when in Minnesota they were giving out free land, free farmland,
It just comes
up
settle
in
it.
northern Minnesota to settle, he jumped on it and he went up to came to Minnesota.
Yep.
And there we have it. And then the Schucks were there,
It's crazy, man.
Yeah.
So you guys met through martial arts down at, like you said, the
No,
Mermaid. So
partying.
did you say the Mermaid?
We were at the Mermaid.
met
So
through-
this is mid to late 90s.
Oh God, this is
No,
like
early 90s.
early 90s, late 80s, early 90s. Probably.
So we met
Fuck
through
you guys
we
are
met
old.
through partying. We met through partying, and then we got to know each other through martial arts.
right.
That's
but,
where you
but
guys
we
had the
met
vibe.
at the
That's where you
Mermaid,
guys
and he was a dancer, and we said, hey, come on over, have some drinks, and
And that's
after that it
actually
was
88 is when I started martial arts, and I had been into it probably about 5 years at that point.
right.
Okay.
And his martial arts was a little different than mine, and and then I went into a different aspect. I went in more Korean style, and he's
Traditional.
traditional, more Chinese and.
Well, Bruce Lee's Jeet Kune Do.
Jeet Kune Do,
And then Filipino Kali. I did the Filipino Kali because I was in the military at that point, and I just got off active duty, and I was supposed to go to the first Gulf War. And I'm like, okay, crap. I'm going to war. I need to increase my hand-to-hand combat. So I started doing some research in the different martial arts systems and found that the Navy SEALs do Kali. So I'm like, I want Kali because it's weaponry, it's knife work.
So crazy.
And then...
Because they do so much jujitsu now.
Well, I'm telling you, right?
That's part of it. So we do jujitsu.
But they didn't back then.
No.
They didn't, and they brought in, what's his name? One of the Gracies. I can't remember which one. But they brought in one of the Gracies, and I think... the late 2000s, like 2006, 2008, and completely revamped what all the special forces do now. And they focus so heavily on jiu-jitsu, it's fucking crazy, which I don't think is the best.
Well,
in that,
no,
because I don't want to get in a wrestling match. You know what I mean? Like I'm thinking, and I'm just spitball. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, but I'm thinking, like, I want to be more stabby. You know what I mean? I want to push and pull, and I want to get away from my confrontation and get back to my weapon, so I can kill and get out of there in a speedy and timely fashion.
Yep.
But that's the norm, though.
Getting into a wrestling match and getting into a brawling match and trying to submit this guy and murder him on the ground is time-consuming, energy-consuming, and it leaves me vulnerable for anyone else to enter the room.
Well, that's Bruce Lee. But there's add the knife work to jiu-jitsu.
None of us are special forces, so none of us know what we're talking about. But we all have different combat knowledge.
But there's a difference, though.
And I think you guys have a lot more in martial arts experience.
But there's a difference, though. When you're talking about like that. The Filipino, the stabbing style. There's a different
I just mean stabby is in like it's more of that push pull, like keep distance. When you come up, I'm making a couple strikes and then gaining more. But distance.
Here's the difference.
Do you understand what I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just making this argument.
Oh, right. But the difference between you and someone who's in special forces, you have to be very, very logistic. You're one-on-one. You're taking one person out very quietly, very quickly. And when you have those skills, it's dynamic in terms of you're shutting someone down, you're taking them out. And you're moving on to the next thing. It's very tactical. When you're talking about the things that you're talking about, like you and me, we want to be able to create distance so we can do the things we need to do to protect ourselves. That's where, like, jiu-jitsu does not work for guys like you and I.
And jiu-jitsu only works in a one-on-one
because you don't know that this guy's friend is friends with him and him and him, or the bottom line is he may not know these people, but they're like, guy's on the ground. I'm just going to go stomp on his head.
Okay, so let's back up a little bit. Martial arts is a kind of a fickle subject because a lot of people don't.
It's an art, not a science. First of all, let's establish.
Well, no, it can be a science.
It can be a science.
It can be a science.
I'll tell you why. I think martial arts is the exact perfect word for it. It's a martial art, meaning it's art. There's not a perfect, definitive anything.
Well, so the art complex, the art component comes into, the art component is the fluidity of it. Now, different martial arts systems can be very precise and scientific. That I know exactly what that feeling is. Now, some systems might have an arm wrap and an arm bar or whatever.
I see what you're saying. I see where you're going.
But when you add in, so this is what Bruce Lee did. This is why he was such a champion in what we see as martial arts. Is he took, even Danny Lasano. You take a system that does this and add it to a system that does this, and that makes a better system. Yep. So if I have jiu-jitsu, right, and I have an understanding of arm wraps and drags, but I add a knife onto that. See, jiu-jitsu is always stopped at the gameplay. That arm bar should have been broke already. I'm moving on. I'm already up. They go for the tap.
You're not talking about jiu-jitsu. You're talking about MMA.
Jiu-jitsu, so jiu-jitsu is a portion.
What I mean by that, in case anybody's ready to jump down my throat and go, Jared, you don't know what you're talking about. What I mean by that is you're talking about rules in a contest. So what you mean by that arm bar should have already been broken by now, and I'm moving on. What you're talking about is a real fight. What you're also talking about is those guys who they're going for, like, here's my point. In a real world fight, I'm not waiting for you to tap. I'm breaking your arm.
Well, exactly. And
That's
and
the point you're making.
Well, the martial
and
arts.
I don't think anybody right now, unless you're deep into martial arts or fighting or survival, I don't think anybody got that. I think we breezed by that way too fast. And maybe I'm wrong, correct me if I am, but what I understood, what you just said, is what I grew up in, which the metaphor is, I don't pull my gun because I'm willing to shoot. I pull my gun because I'm going to shoot you, okay?
Right.
So when we get in a jiu-jitsu match in real life and I go for the arm bar, I'm not going to pull it and wait for you to submit and tap and then go, are you sure? And I'm not going to pull it and go, if I let you go, are we good? Because if we're at that point, we're past the point of that.
Well, you have to look at the evolution.
I'm breaking the arm, and then I'm making sure everything's good, and then I'm doing, because we can do this in rapid fire, like a
right?
science.
And that's kind of.
Am I correct?
Well, you're very correct. I think
you have to go through the evolution of.
Am I correct though, or am I wrong?
Your end game is correct. The end game is correct, but you have to use muscle memory. You have to do thousands of these repetitions in order to get the muscle memory, and you have to have the insight, the knowledge, how these systems works, and it's very scientific on how to do certain things.
Right.
But there's always that application where it kind of opens up. How I fight someone who's my size is going to be different than how I fight somebody who's 6'6" and 300 pounds,
or my size,
or your size. If a guy's 6'6", 300 pounds, I'm going to take his knee out. I don't want him on me. I want him to the ground. I want to level the playing field so he's now at a disadvantage.
Right.
You know,
and your situation is so different,
but
because you're armed. So you can never let somebody take top, because as soon as you're on the bottom, it's a different. If I'm on the bottom, I'm actually better at fighting from the bottom.
Jiu-jitsu doesn't work for someone like me if I'm on the job, because I have a tool belt and I can't.
That's what I
can't shrimp out. I can't move. Stand-up fighting is my goal. I do not want to go to the ground.
Yeah, but usually,
and if you do go to the ground, you have to take top, and you have to take.
Let's back up a little bit. Let's back up a little bit for when it comes to martial arts.
I love how we're stepping into his
martial
world.
arts.
We're getting him fired up, and getting him to talk.
The thing is, he's far more professional than anybody I know, because he's been doing this for so many years, since 1988.
150 years.
About 35 years.
So
since you're so old.
So, but
I'm gonna bust your balls about being old. I'm 40 now. I can make old jokes,
and I've gone through like different kind of emotions.
It's disrespectful.
You know, the processes that I go through and the process that he goes through. His processes are like this, where mine's like this.
So basically,
if he wants,
for the layman, he's a black belt. You're still like blue purple. You're still doing a little bit of thinking. He's reacting.
Black belt.
That's just
in our system means you're a beginner.
You're a beginner.
And you don't become a beginner until you're 55. So the thing is with the system. The thing is martial arts has been skewed so much because of the sports world, and it was all developed from different combat systems that we fought for many thousands of years.
Oh shit!
Right. So many thousands of years of combat. But what capitalism did is, when the soldiers went to Japan and Korea during the wars, they brought the system back and monetized it. We're turning this into a sport.
And
just
that's
so I can
good
make
for
money.
them, though. But good for them, though,
good for
because
them,
honestly, because here's the thing, dude. Too many vets come back from combat and they have no idea what to do with their life. And if you could come back from combat and take, whether you're John Grisham and you start writing novels and you just make shit up, doesn't matter. Well, this is if you come back and you teach little kids how to fucking defend themselves from bullies in fucking literally elementary school in the 1960s, 1970s, literally taking milk money, like that's what it used to be. Good for fucking you, man. Like, if you learn how to do import exports because you smuggled a fucking Volkswagen. I remember this back in the day. You could pay $1 to have something shipped. If you were military, you could pay $1, $1 American, to have anything shipped. So guys would buy a car in Germany, pay $1 to have it shipped to America, and then resell it, because it's an imported vehicle. Like, but they didn't pay an import tax. Like, good for fucking you, man, because you guys sacrifice your civil liberties. You fucking put your lives on the line. Even if you're a paper pusher, you still sacrifice your civil liberties. You don't have free speech while you're in the military. You don't have the right to endorse a political candidate while you're in uniform. Like, there's a lot of literal rights you give up when you join the military. And I don't care if you're a fucking paper pusher. That is still something.
You have to live by certain rules.
Yeah, the UCMJ. Like, I'm just saying, like, even the paper pushers give up a lot. They sacrifice a lot. They are under constant surveillance, whether they know it or not.
Oh,
Like,
absolutely.
good for you. If you figure out a way to take something from that experience and turn it into a way for you to monetize something back home, good for you. Now, if you do it in a bastardized way where you start, like, dishonoring the origins of something, that's a different story. But other than, like, I don't know.
Well, that's happening
really
a lot, right? So a
fraudulent
lot of
martial
people
arts
do that.
teachers.
People will do that right now, and it's kind of
Right.
funny because when you look at the martial arts of what it was and what it came from. Okay, so in Japan, a lot of people served in Japan after World War II, and then they started training in the martial arts because that's what is heavy in the samurai systems like kenjutsu and
Right.
and so forth. Jiu-jitsu was the groundwork for that, and judo didn't come until later because that was like more of the throwing in aikido. However, when you're looking at the history,
Aikido? Is that
Aikido?
what,
Yep,
okay.
Aikido.
So is it, how did you just say it?
Aikido,
You said it differently a second ago.
Aikido is
You said Aikido. Is that-
Jiu-jitsu,
and then you said Aikido. Is that the correct way to say it? Instead of
Aikido,
Aikido.
Aikido, yeah.
Aikido,
Yep.
Aikido,
AI. So it's
It's
Aikido.
IE.
Aikido.
But
But
Kinjutsu, there's different systems for that. But what happened was, okay, when the samurai couldn't be a samurai anymore after the 1800s, and they took those swords away.
Fun
they
fact,
had to
by
go.
the way-
They had to go into
by the way-
a different. They had to go into something else.
The samurais were so badass, they're the only ones that the Mongols couldn't beat. Genghis Khan and the Mongols, the only army they couldn't defeat were the samurai. That's how badass they were. Just keep going.
Yep.
But I just wanted to throw that out there. People don't
Well,
know how
got a
badass the samurai
They
were.
got a little lucky with the typhoon there.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
You know,
but
We weren't going to bring that up.
but these systems actually work.
enough.
Like the martial arts I'm in is heavy Korean. It comes from Tung Sudo. In the school that I practice Subakdo, that comes from Tung Sudo, is the Mudokwan. Now the Mudokwan and Grandmaster Huang Qi, it started out back before the 50s, but during the 50s, the Korean army had to come up with a system they could teach. So they came up with Taekwondo, and that was a system they could teach, and it wasn't as classically oriented as Subakdo or Tung Sudo. And Tung Sudo is very, very classical, bowing. You do not speak before you're spoken to by someone who's higher in seniority. And then the belt classing became something. My black belt number is 41,856. So there's 41,856 people before me, and I got my
55.
black belt in, 55.
If you're 56, then there's 55.
But the ones before me came before 2002. So, it's
in
been
Japan-
around for a while.
in Japan it was funny
Which
because
that's
they didn't
still
have
not a lot of people, by the way.
No, and now
42,000 people is still not a lot
But
of people. When
it's-
you think about all the people that
it's
have
only
existed,
3% that do
But
more
the thing is, that's black belts or higher. That doesn't mean all of what
So
we
you
call
said-
gups the students.
You said black belt in your guys' discipline is
well, no,
still
no,
beginner.
No,
You
okay,
said that-
so
you
the
said
Filipino,
that, though.
yeah, the
Did I
Filipino,
misunderstand
so
you?
we don't go by belts.
No.
We go by there's a lot of the belt thing is funny to me because in Japan the reason why the belt got black is because they never washed it, right? And it changed colors as the person trained
No
more.
fucking way. I did
It
not
was
know
started
this,
out
dude.
as white, and
Yeah.
they get dirty and dirtier. They washed the gi, but they didn't wash the belt, so it got different hues, right? And then it finally was they're so
that's
old
why.
doing
So
it.
that's why in
it's
karate
a
it
belt
went
system.
from white to yellow
Yep.
to
right
red
to
to
red,
brown.
and
because
so on and so forth.
it got bloody probably is why
Now,
it went to red
like-
to brown because the
Yeah.
blood got
But in
stained
the
and turned
Filipino
brown.
martial
Right?
arts, the Filipino martial arts is completely different. The Philippines,
And
they
same
were,
thing with jujitsu. Jujitsu
yeah, well,
does not
jujitsu.
have
Okay, so
a yellow
jujitsu is
or a red
from
belt.
the jujitsu is from Japan, right? So jujitsu, Eiki-jujit, Aikido, those Japanese systems. So there's Japanese systems, there's Chinese systems, there's Korean systems, there's systems from all over.
Pull that mic a little closer
And then
to you.
Filipino systems. The Filipino martial arts is completely different. They said the largest. I think Rick told me this. The largest cache of samurai swords was in the Philippines because the Philippines just crushed them.
Yeah.
Okay, so because they are, They're bladed. They're bladed.
So this is before the Philippine men were emasculated and feminized.
Oh yeah, this is 15. You go back to the 13, 14, 1500s back in the Philippines. Battle.
So
Battle of
at one
Mactan.
point in time, the Philippine men were badass, is what you're saying. If they beat back the fucking samurai, they had to be.
Yeah,
super
they beat.
badass.
Yes, yeah, because they
Holy
were.
shit! I didn't know this.
They
dude.
were
I'm
used to.
learning
They were
something for the
used
first
to.
time.
They were used
I didn't know
to
this.
fighting 15 to 20 on one. That was their system.
So were the
Right, but-
Philippine men originally like Samoans? Were they huge and badass, or
No,
were
they
they
were-
just
they're
skilled?
Warriors.
Skilled.
Yeah, they
Because
were.
right
they
now,
were,
when
yep.
we imagine a
it this
Filipino
way,
man,
do you know
the
why-
most badass Filipino man we can think of right now is Manny Pacquiao, and he's half my size.
But the
no,
thing
he's a
is,
tiny
do you
man.
know why the 45 caliber was made?
hold on, hold on.
This is
I
the
know.
story.
Okay, hold
It's
on.
a very
I know-
interesting story, and
Hold
it's
on.
all
I'm
about
trying-
the Philippines.
I'm trying to rack my memory as fast as possible. So I know why it's good now. It wasn't
Back-
for shooting animals.
no, back
I don't remember. No. Now that I'm thinking, I don't know why the 45 was invented.
the 45 was invented because the Filipinos were so good at martial arts that they would tie off pressure points. And then they would go into encampments and they would, like with machete, samurai swords, they would actually mess up the Americans. I mean, they would destroy. One person could kill 20, 25 people before he was put down. The guns didn't do anything to him. So they had to come up with a caliber weapon that could put him down quickly because they knew how to handle people one-on-one, one-on-many with samurai swords, machetes,
This is fucking
Filipino knives, even the small knives
Keep
are
going. I
like
gotta
this.
piss. Keep going. I'll be able to hear you. I'm pissing in that sink right there. I'll be able to hear you.
Okay, so here's the story that Dan put out in his book. Okay, so the Filipino martial arts by Danny Nasano. There was a army captain, I believe he was army captain. I can't remember his rank. Moral fighter came at him, and he had a 38, and he emptied all 6 rounds into the moral fighter, but still lost his head. So they needed to change from the 38 revolver to the
Right.
45 for stopping power.
For stopping power.
Yeah.
And because they were tying off the pressure points, they couldn't bleed out as quickly. And they were able to, they were dead. They're already dead, but they're not dead for another 3 minutes, 3 to 5 minutes.
They're
And
still
in 3 to
taking
5
people out, yeah.
minutes, they've done enough. And that's why in law enforcement, someone with a knife, a 25-foot radius still isn't enough. You can pump people.
Dan had the 26 feet. The video, the police officers watched the video. You need 26 feet to pull a weapon
to pull the weapon
and
that's
shoot
not-
it and get a round off if somebody has a knife coming at you. But I was talking to my students the other day when I was teaching class. I think there's a flaw in that. Because
There's a
that was
huge
Danny
flaw in
Nasano.
that. That's a huge flaw in that.
Yeah.
Huge flaw in that. Because 25 feet isn't enough. It's not even
Exactly.
close to enough.
I mean, I've trained it. I've trained this many, many times with my training partners and friends, and I needed a lot. Because, well, first of all, my training at that point wasn't, I had to train for many years just drawing a sidearm and getting it locked and loaded
Right.
before I was already pounced upon. So 26 feet for a trained person to pull a weapon, to shoot, that's one thing. Average Joe, and this is one of my other pet peeves, is that people that want to shoot don't train the draw or don't train. They
Well,
train.
I need to
they
work on my
train-
drop.
but the
You know what
thing
I
is-
do though? You know what I do though is I do push-ups every once in a while. I'll do as many push-ups as I can until my arms are jelly,
Yep.
and then I'll try to fire because I
Yep.
feel like that's the closest thing I can do to simulate adrenaline.
Yep.
But the
You
thing
know what
is,
I mean? That jitter, because my arms are so fucking heavy that I like literally lifting that fucking
a good way to train.
just a fucking 9
but
millimeter, dude.
the problem
I
is
think it's the closest thing I can do to simulating that
the
adrenaline.
stress,
But you're
the
right, people
adrenaline
need to work
stress.
on their
But here's
draw,
the
and I
problem:
don't work on my draw.
the people that have. Here's the biggest stress: is that you are not trained. You're training yourself to shoot at a target that doesn't move,
Mm-hmm.
and targets move. And you
Fair
have
enough.
to know how to shoot as you're walking. You're going to have to know how to cant the gun. You're going to have to bring it around. You're going to have to make sure that you're
which you
putting it
can't
in
really
a
do at a
supine
lot
position.
of indoor.
And you can't do that.
Ranges. You just can't train that way at most indoor
Oh,
ranges.
you can train that way a lot. You just use a splat ball or just an airsoft gun.
Airsoft. But
And
you
that's
don't
fine.
have the kick. You don't have
Thank you. That's what I was.
you
You're
don't
not
have
getting the
the-
bang. You're
You
not
don't
getting
have the
the
fear.
kick.
You don't have all that. But they simulate it as close as they can,
Right.
especially in the military and in different scenarios. They do that the best they can. But that's for people that are in that training.
But I'll
The
tell you
average
though.
person
But
doesn't.
let me tell you, the training that I've gone through on the range when you're shooting at moving targets, and this is training, by the way. It's one of the most
Brett, tell me about
stressful.
the cigar. What is
That
this?
is a Ave Maria Reconista. It's probably one of the cigars that rivals, say, the Arturo Fuente Opus 10 or
Okay.
Opus X, and it's an incredible cigar.
You gave me this 2 weeks ago, almost
2
a month
weeks ago. Yep. Probably a month ago.
I've let it sit in my
You have a humidor over
humidor. Yeah, right behind you.
But when you're talking about stress levels, the most stress I've ever gone through as a human being has been twice. The first time was when I was on the range and we were shooting at moving targets.
I swear to God, I thought you were going to say the first time was when you were about to propose to your wife for the first time. No, I'm serious though.
No,
like
that-
that's because that's a wild amount of self doubt and stress.
but the thing is, though, my wife and I talked about it, about
Okay.
getting married, and we came up. It was a decision by both of us.
Tangent.
So it was a good decision. But the most stressful was on the range doing that, and you have somebody behind you with their hand on their shoulder, making sure that
Stacked.
Yep. And it was really, I was sweating because it was so stressful. But the most stressful experience I had was when I trained for active shooter. And you're using splat ball guns, and you don't know what people are. You got to clear rooms, and people are shooting back at you. That was incredibly stressful. And
so do you do
and you
anything
minimize
preparing
everything.
for it?
You
Any
can't.
meditation?
There's
any,
nothing that you can do
breathing
because
exercises?
because the stress level makes you minimize things. So your field of view goes like this.
So
you miss the
The
guy.
only way to
having the
train it
gun
is
down
they say exposure training.
There has to be
Training, you're
exposure,
doing
yeah.
it- Yep.
So
doing it
the
over and
reason
over and
I
over
asked
again.
this, though, the reason I asked, is there anything you do, is because I remember when I played football, and you're like mid play. The only way I could put myself in a Zen state to lose that stress and not think and just straight
flow
react.
state. Yep, flow state.
Sure.
Yep.
Mhm.
I think flow state is more in a creative process, where I'm talking about being more in a reaction. I guess it would still be flow state, but regardless, is I would have to sing a song.
Well, but
So I would literally be humming a song in my
Right.
head. So like I'd be like dun 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 dun, boom, snap, boom, dun, dun, and I'm falling and pop pop, and then I see the ball go pop pop, fuck you, pop, boom, and like I'm grabbing that fucking, like, I'll even up the tempo, so when I snatch that ball out of the air, it's on beat. Bop, boom, boom, bop, and now I'm running. Fuck you, bitch, bum, bum, boom, bum, bum, boom. And if I wasn't singing, if there wasn't music going in my head, I played horribly. And this was true in baseball. This was true in basketball. This was true in I learned that in order for me to go into these high-stress situations where you have to make real-time decisions, I had to find a soundtrack. So I would find a song that had a rhythm. And
that's the whole thing. It's
Very
rhythm.
strange.
It's rhythm. Because the first time I went through that scenario, I failed miserably. I mean, it was awful. But I learned, and the second time I didn't have as much stress because I knew what I had
that's
to
what
do
you were talking about.
and
You just
how to
have
do it.
exposure. Just reps.
So the second time went better. By the third time I went through it, man, I was clearing rooms. I was taking out the targets. It was way different.
Okay,
and
I
when
have
you
to do
look
this,
at
though.
when you look at like SEAL Team 6, these guys train for this. That's all they do. So then when they get in the scenario to do it, the stress might be a little bit higher than their training, but they've done it so many times it becomes that repetition becomes innate in what they do and how they do it.
Going
That's
back to what we were talking about earlier about theater. When I said I was in theater, that's why I did that, because when I was in college, I had to do public speaking,
There
and
you
I
go.
hated
Yep.
I hated getting up in front of people. So I said, you know what?
You got to
I
do
was-
it
I was
more.
really into fear,
Yep.
fight
Yep.
versus flight. I was researching that quite a bit. I said, you know what? I'm going to put myself in I'm going to dive
Yep.
right in.
Yep.
Go right on stage in front of a bunch of people and get over it. And I did.
No, I think this is true in literally anything. This
Yep.
is some David Goggins shit. So last night I had a questionable rehearsal The reason I had a questionable rehearsal is because I had a rehearsal before that with another band. So the first band yesterday, so I had 2 rehearsals yesterday. First rehearsal, I play guitar. Second rehearsal, I'm playing drums. Well, after 2 hours of fucking playing drums and doing a lot of this, and I play a lot of wide chords. You can appreciate this. I play a lot of wide chords, right? And when you're doing that shit, it does a lot to your wrist. It really tenses you up, right? And I do a lot of bar chords and I do a lot of shit. Well, then I turn around and I have to play drums. Different muscle set, different skill set. The muscles that are mutual are used in a different way. I had what I would call a questionable set on drums. My answer to this at the end of the night was, no, we're not going to stop doing 2 rehearsals. I need to do more 2 rehearsal nights. I need to get better at using all of these muscles in the same night, even though they're completely...
You're going from fine motor movers to more larger gross motor movers. Right?
No, it's both. It's both.
These right here, the fine motor movers of your fingers that you're on a guitar or a piano, you're sending your signals all the way down to your fingertips. Where in a drum, you're sending your signals more to here.
No. That's the common misconception. So in drums, it's actually both.
Yep.
So in drums, you actually use way more of your fingers than you would ever possibly conceive until you're deep into drumming. Right, so even at the beginning of drumming, it's all arms.
Yep.
And then when the second level you hit of drumming is you start learning to use your hands. The third level mastery is it's a lot of fingers.
Okay.
So I bounce the sticks with my fingers on like a pivot point like this. Right. The stick's here, and I go like that, and that's what makes my stick go down.
Yep.
And then it bounces and goes back up. So when I'm sitting here doing this, and I've already fatigued my fingers and hands and wrists and in my forearms and in one way, and then I'm sitting here trying to use those same muscles in a different way, it was very difficult for me last night. But my mind says, most people would go, oh, I think I can't do guitar and drums on the same night. My brain says, I need to do that way more often.
Did you ever try to change it up? Did you ever try to change it up?
And
go from drums to guitar?
Same exact problem. In reverse, right? Okay. So my attitude, my mantra is like some David Goggins shit. I need to be comfortable in the uncomfortable. So when I couldn't swim more.
Right.
When I had a hard time running a mile, run a mile more often. Right. These are things that, as a child, these were my instincts.
But I'm wondering about signal sending, right? So when you're signal sending to being precise here, and you're sending those signals there, precision signals. Then you have to change up. You've been doing this for a long time, but then you have to change up and send your signals someplace else.
Correct.
Right? It's like driving home on a road every single day, but then you have to go to the store the next day and you forget your turn because you know how that's developed, right? Kind of the same thing. It's like you're just used to doing this.
It's neuroplasticity is what you're describing. 100% correct. And the only thing that changes there, what needs to be worked on, is the physical conditioning and the mental reps of being able to switch the mental mainframe.
Right.
Going, hey, we're not doing that anymore. Even though your muscles are fatigued, you've already learned how to compensate and do it this way correctly. That kind of shit, right?
Yep.
And it sounds like that's kind of what you're saying about these high-stress situations.
Well, yeah.
And it sounds like anything else, like even OBS before we started the podcast. The first time, you were just like, what the fuck? The second time, you were like,
I was absolutely dumbfounded. But, probably an hour and a half into it, I'm like, all right, I'm starting to see.
Now I'm telling you, and I've said this 1,000 times, the best thing you could do for your podcast is build your entire production set, do a podcast, delete it. Delete everything. Delete the podcast episode. Delete your entire OBS setup. And the next time you guys do one, start over. And you build that fucker 2 or 3 or 4 times, and you will know OBS inside and out. Just like you do every other scenario, every other analogy we talked about tonight, you'll have that fucking thing nailed. By the time you do your first real podcast, because you've already done 3 and deleted them, by the time you do that first one, people are going to be like, you guys, I know. That's the temptation. That's the temptation. So don't invite your best guest for your first one, right? Invite your cousin who can barely fucking hold a sentence together. Perfect. Let you guys do all the talking. You know what I mean? Like literally,
absolutely,
do this. I'm serious. It's the same thing as martial arts. It's the same thing as gun training. Put yourselves through bad situations on purpose. Figure out all the fucking flaws you have. Delete them. and then do it so by the time you're doing your third or fourth or fifth episode and you launch that one, everyone goes, oh my God, you guys are naturals. You're so professional. It's like you guys have been doing this for a while. Yeah, bitch, we have. That's the secret. Like that's the whole point. When bands go out, that's not even if it's our first show, that's not really our first show.
Right.
We've done 2 or 3 shows before you've ever seen us.
Right.
We've done 100 rehearsals. We've had 8 different times where we've had our friends and family members over to watch us in our rehearsal space and give us advice. And most of it we ignore because everybody thinks they're a producer.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
But every once in a while, one of your friends is going to have a nugget that strikes a chord, and you're going to be like, that motherfucker is right. Which is why you end up with this from day one, talk less. I did one podcast episode, listened to it, sent it to my friends, and they go, yeah, you talk too much.
Right.
So literally, that was from the first podcast episode I ever did.
Talk less.
This was my switcher. So I didn't have a producer. So every time I had to switch the camera, because we didn't have auto scene switching, every time I had to look at this. And so talk less was subconsciously. And I was terrible at listening to my own advice. It took me 100 episodes before I was able to slow down. Mm-hmm. Took me another 50 episodes where I was able to let you guys talk more. It's not as easy as it looks. And this is the end of my rant, which is the easier something looks, the better somebody is at doing it. The true for me, one of the true definitions of professionalism, and the NFL, NBA, MLB are the perfect examples of this. They make it look so fucking easy that some fucking fat guy on his couch will actually have the balls to sit there Monday morning and be like, what he should have done was this. It's like, you don't know what you're talking about, dude. But that guy makes it look so easy that you think you know what you're talking about.
And that's a perfect example of Eddie Van Halen. Eddie Van Halen, one of the, I would say that he was probably the greatest guitar player of all time. But he made it look so simple, so easy, and it was far from that. Oh my God, trying to figure out what that guy did is impossible.
Stacy, will you beer me? Oh, sure.
Impossible. But, and that's like how Stacy and I connected so much, because the style that he did, he is so exceptional at what he does. That he makes it look easy. So then me going, oh, okay, I could probably do this and that. I could defend, and I can't defend against him.
Really?
My defense would be to turn around and run, and hopefully my legs are longer and faster than his. It's
so
just
is
that
your
simple.
game more stand up or grappling?
Well, we do all the ranges. So we break ours up in ranges of combat. So you should have a weaponry range. You should have a punching, a kicking. Well, it's kicking, punching, standing, grappling range. So what happens is we pull in and we throw out systems as we go.
Okay.
So kicking, we use Muay Thai, Savate, French Savate. We get a little bit closer, we'll use Western boxing, Filipino boxing. Trapping is Wing Chun, and Kali has trapping in it. We'll use Vale Tudo. We'll use, for grappling, Jiu-Jitsu. So there's different systems that you pull from, and you find that's what the genius of Bruce Lee was, is that it's music. You find out what works for you, and you use that. Absorb what is useful, just reject what is useless, and add what is entirely your own. That's the tenet of Jeet Kune Do philosophy.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And I totally live by that, because in the things that I've done professionally, I shouldn't be here today. I should not. Okay. There's probably a half a dozen times where people have legitimately wanted to end me. And it didn't happen because the training that I've done over and over and over just clicked in, just like that. And I'm here today.
Which
my
can
body
only happen through reps.
Reps and reps
Real
and reps.
time reps.
And feeling the stress. And knowing how to handle those kind of deals,
so
and to be able to look.
That's a blue belt versus a purple belt. So what they say in jiu-jitsu is like when you're, well, at least Brazilian jiu-jitsu, is they say when you're a blue belt, you're still thinking a little bit. You still, so like you got me, and then I got to think about it. Okay, he's here, I'm there, I'm gonna move here. Purple belt is you're really not thinking. Like blue belt, you have some moves, Like, I just heard Rogan talk about this again, just on a podcast, 1 or 2 podcasts ago. He goes, blue belt, you even probably got like 1 or 2 badass moves where you can submit guys way bigger than you, but you still have to like set them up, think about it. When you get to purple belt leading into brown belt is you're not thinking as much, or if at all. And it's what you're kind of talking about because you've been pressure tested. You've been through all those things, and it becomes more reactionary. Whereas once you get to black belt, you're really fucking like,
well,
you're,
you know,
you're moving, you're moving
You're
the needle at that
beginning to do that.
Yeah.
At black belt, it's like graduating high school.
No, I would say black belt. It would be like getting your MD, right? You're a doctor
Well-
now. You just got your MD, and now you have the rest of your life to really understand it and realize.
You
it.
still wouldn't go into teaching yet.
Yeah.
Now,
But you can, yeah.
the greatest teacher I've
So
ever
you
had.
think, you think as soon as you get your black belt, you're qualified to teach?
No, as soon as you get your
I'm only talking about jiu-jitsu. I'm not talking
no,
about anything
well,
else.
no. as
Well-
soon as you get your blue belt, you're ready to teach.
Really?
Yes, absolutely. Well, if you know the basic moves, you can teach a white belt those basic moves.
Oh,
So-
yeah. That's not what I meant. I'm sorry.
yeah.
I'm sorry.
So-
Let me back up. That's
yeah.
not what I meant. What
you
I
want
meant
to be a
was
black
like
belt to have your own
open up
school.
your own fucking school.
Yeah,
Right.
school. Yeah. Because
No,
that's a little bit different. Yeah.
Well, and it's
That's what
I mean,
thank
it's,
you for helping me clarify that because I don't, dude. This shit is a religion to people, and I do not want to fucking speak out of school or mislead people. Like, we may know what we're talking about, but there's some people who think they know what they're talking about, misunderstand a lot, and they will eat me alive in the fucking. You didn't double clarify this.
Yeah.
Fucking. So I just got because I'm not a martial arts expert. I have enough martial arts training to where I'm perfectly fine in the vast majority of situations. I'm not trying to fight a bunch of cops. You know what I mean? Because I know you motherfuckers are crazy, but
we're not crazy. We just
you're all psychopaths.
you're
all psychopaths and fascists.
we're wired.
I'm just kidding.
We're
I'm just
wired
kidding.
not to lose. You know, and
Which
if
is
I
exactly how you should be.
and the thing is, if I
I
was
don't want
wired,
cops
Soldier
wired
mindset,
to
yeah.
right,
Soldier
you're
mindset.
wired not to lose, and that was my first instructor in Subakdo was a guy named Bob Parker. He was the greatest teacher I've ever had. A great friend. He was a bartender with me when I worked at TGI Fridays. An amazing human being. Amazing. Smile, happy, everything was great. I've never seen the guy lose his temper. I mean, literally not. But this guy, you would never think, I mean, that he would hurt a fly, but this guy could just do so much damage. He would put his hand into a fist and it was the size of a sledgehammer.
Right, yeah,
And
I know a
I
couple
kept
guys like
thinking
that.
that if I ever got hit by that, I would have brain damage if he were to hit me in the head.
I work
It's that
with a guy
simple.
like that. I work with
But-
a guy who's like the dopiest, coolest, chillest dude. A little pessimistic, talks a lot of shit about the wild, but like, dude, I'm telling you, this is the guy. Like, this is this.
Yeah, he was-
I'm telling no one in the world, if you talked to this guy, would ever think he would hurt a fly. But me being me, and you being you, if I introduced you to this guy, you'd be like, yeah. You don't want to fight that guy. This is the guy. Let me put it this way: this guy could have zero fucking training and murder a UFC fighter.
Oh yeah, Bob was.
You know exactly
right.
who
I
I'm
know
talking
exactly who you're talking about.
Zero training, never been in a fight, and would beat a heavyweight champion to death and make it look easy. There's the very small segment of the population I'm talking about.
Right,
I
it's
work
just
with
that
one of
insight,
these guys,
and you know,
and you look in their eyes and you go, I want to be this guy's best friend because this guy will murder everybody in the room.
exactly. Now with
He'll
Bob,
take 6 shots
Right.
and still kill somebody. Like,
oh, absolutely.
This is not a guy who's going down
and he would
with a 9
survive the
millimeter.
6 shots.
Yeah,
you know.
and if it's a 9 millimeter, he's winning the fight.
You
and
missed
living,
the most important part of trying to
Yeah.
kill me.
Yeah, 9 times.
But Bob was
Exactly.
really good at pushing me to my limit. He could find my limit, push it, and bring me over that limit.
Really?
And he was really good at that, and it was kind of frustrating. But man, he really brought me into how to open my mind and see things before they happen. To
So
see
what
it.
did give me one example without giving too much away, right? Give me one example of something he did where you're like, "Oh, if this happens, I should do this." Something that the average person could take into their everyday life to be a safer human being without giving too much away.
Well, he taught me how to look ahead. He was always 3 steps ahead. If he did something like this, he's already looking at this move and this move. Where I'm looking at this move, okay, where do I go from here? He's already going, here's the trap.
Sure.
The hand is coming over here, and that's coming down, and I'm doing a palm fist to the face. But he taught me how to look ahead, and I remember when it clicked. I was working at TGI Fridays downtown, and I was walking through City Center when TGI Fridays was in City Center. I'm late for work. I'm trying to get to work, and there was like 4 guys that were like walking not behind each other, side by side, making people walk out of their way, and they're laughing about it. So I kind of skittered around one of the guys, and all of a sudden he said something to me. I turned around, said something back, and then he made a comment, and I turned around, looked, and they all kind of went kind of to the side behind each other, and it clicked because I went, all right, I'm going to kick this guy right here.
Yep.
This guy's going to come here. This is going to be a roundhouse.
And then
as this guy coming, I'm going to come over here, and I'm going to do. So I knew 3 steps ahead what I was going to do, and I was going to destroy him. And I knew that I was going to make it happen. It was going to happen exactly the way I wanted because how they were lined up and what I was going to do, and that was the whole point. And it dawned on me, and at that moment, I was able to go, have a good day, guys.
So what's
and turn
super
around and walked
interesting
away.
about this conversation that we're having here tonight is none of us have a martial arts podcast, but it's something we're all legitimately into. Now, me less than you guys. Me, I have an uncle who is two different uncles who were into 2 different versions of martial arts. One was a very, very successful kickboxing champion. Literal basement of trophies. Like I remember going, and I'm like, Jesus Christ! And he started teaching me some shit. Man, I remember being 11 years old, and I remember him piecing me up in a regular boxing match. Like he didn't even kick me once. I was just like, fuck, dude. I was 11 years old. Don't get me wrong; he was a grown ass man, but it changed my perception. Like it was that 11 years old. It was that first moment where I was like, it's not a movie. I'm not a Ninja Turtle. Like, you know what I mean? This isn't how any of this works. Like, all it takes is just one dude just to like,
well,
boop,
right,
and you're done.
And that's the thing. So what Bob taught me what I needed to what he needed to teach me, what I needed to learn, and then I went on to the next person, and he was probably the best fighter I've ever seen. Remember Carl Bradford? Carl Bradford was one of the best, greatest kickboxers, best fighters I've ever seen. And so he would have, we had fight night, Sunday nights, and I lived for Sunday nights. And you could come from any other place. You can come in at $5, you can kickbox with everybody. So then USA Karate folks would come in, but they wanted to learn from Carl because he was so good at what he did. And he was like the Bruce Lee of Suak Do. I mean, this guy was just a specimen. And nobody could beat him. Nobody. And he did fight Jean-Claude Van Damme, Billy Blanks, those guys, and wrecked him. I mean, he was just, but that's all he did was train.
Yep.
But he was one of the best, and one of the best fighters I've ever seen was a guy named Steve Luptak from USA Karate, and he is built like a brick shit house. And the best fights that we've ever seen. First thing that Steve would walk in the door, and he was Taekwondo, and Carl would go, Luptak, you're first up, and nobody would fight. We'd watch because you learned when you watch these guys, and it was 2 warriors going toe to toe. And Carl would always get the better of him, but Steve was one of the best fighters, and Steve just kept going up, and he would fight. It was just incredible to see that kind of stuff. And I learned and learned. So when I went to these national tournaments, I'd win the tournaments. And I was always first place.
Interesting.
And I always, for my belt class, and you know.
So
and
how come? Let me ask you this: how come you guys didn't start a martial arts podcast?
I have a lot of friends that do them.
Do you think it's just oversaturated, or do you think they're doing good content?
Well,
and
but
you can't
we're
do it
older
better?
now. We're older now. But when I was in my 20s and 30s, martial arts, fighting, that was all that I lived and breathed it. You ask my wife, that's all I did. That was the most important thing.
So let me ask you
things
this then.
morphed and went in a different direction. Now teaching is a little bit more for me. Teaching is way more for him. We've done those things. We've kind of plateaued, and now we're teaching, the up and coming folks how to do things. And that's kind of where I'm at now, where it's like, when it comes to podcasting, I want to get more in the meat and potatoes of people themselves.
And that's what I was getting at. So it's like you guys are obviously super knowledgeable and super passionate about martial arts. So the reason I didn't start a music podcast per se, right? Like obviously when people ask me what type of podcast I do, the short version or the long version, I guess, is it's Rogan, but instead of my foundation being comedy like his, it's music, and instead of my secondary thing being MMA, mine is football or organized sports, right?
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as I describe it that way, people go, oh, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So they know the forum, it's open format, long form discussion, 3-hour podcasts, and I'm music and football, he's comedy and MMA. But it's obviously open to anything, including politics, science, culture, whatever. The reason I didn't do a music podcast per se is because I feel like I'm not a good enough musician in any version. Maybe songwriting, maybe writing songs and making dope music. I could maybe sit down with the best in the world and like have a Rogan level MMA conversation. But I'm not a good enough drummer. I'm not a good enough guitar player. I was never a good enough
stop.
singer. I was never
Stop.
Thank you for your compliment.
Stop.
But this is my genuine belief, right? So what I'm asking you in the analogy is do you think the reason you guys subconsciously didn't decide to do a martial arts podcast, do you think there's, because again, I don't think I'm good enough, and I think there's other people doing great content out there. So Mike G's doing the art of guitar, Rick Beato's doing a podcast. There's so many people out there doing such high level music podcasts that I don't know that I could carve out
You want
a
to contribute
space,
to
right?
because what they're doing, and same thing, somebody was like, you should do a Minnesota Vikings podcast. I was like, dude, there's guys out there doing that at a way better level than what I'm capable of doing, that I just kind of want to leave it to them be the best at what they're doing, and I kind of want to carve out my own unique thing, which is kind of my personality, right? Like I remodel my own house. I play multiple instruments. I can work on my own vehicle. I could rebuild an engine. I'm a very much an everyman, blue collar, fucking jack of all trades dude. I kind of wanted to do that in the podcast space.
Jared,
I didn't want to
that's
be
the
limited
point. That's the whole point.
But did you guys kind of?
But that's the whole point. You see, you have life experience that has changed your vision and how you see things into a different thing. You started looking at home building. You started looking at different aspects of things. Where we've started our base in martial arts and the vision that we had in martial arts that brought us that being able to be okay in our body,
So that's what my actual question is, and I have to sometimes use these long rants and use myself. I'm not trying to make it about me. I know it sounds like that's to some of the listeners, and I hope they have patience and hear me out, because I only use myself as an example because that's my experience. Mm-hmm. I set it up as, here's your metaphor to use that to bounce off of it and describe your actual thing. So I described why I didn't do a music podcast and how I ended up with this version of a podcast.
Right.
So that's my question. You guys are so passionate about martial arts. Why didn't you go that direction?
Because,
and how did you end up doing what you decided to do?
Well,
is that a good enough question?
It's a great question, because
good enough
the
version
thing
of
is
the
that martial arts gave us the way to a different way of thinking. Okay, and Stacy's gone into special education. And he's very cerebral, where he looks at things in a different manner than anyone I've ever met. And he looks at things in a calculated way. And, for me, I did kind of the same thing. After 2 bachelor's degree and a master's degree later, I started putting that educational piece to work, where I've worked with homeless people. I've done trauma-informed interviewing, certified in community service and community outreach, being certified in housing assessing, getting people off the street, helping with addiction, helping with those things. And that became kind of a more important thing to me, where I've got dozens of people in my job. I'm not just a ball buster cop that goes out and busts somebody because they're smoking fentanyl. My thing is, if I'm going to bust you and I'm going to put you in jail for smoking fentanyl, I want to use the system to get you treatment. I want to help you, because when you get out, fentanyl is 50 times more potent than the heroin that we knew about. 50 times more potent, more addictive. So that means this person, I'm going to meet them over and over and over. Here's an example. As a cop, I wanted to make sure that the people on the street that I meet became my people. I knew them first and last name. They knew me. They could talk to me about things that they could never talk to their own family about. But they could talk to me about it because they knew that I had their back, even though I was, I'd take them to jail. You mess up, I'm going to take you to jail. But they knew that I was compassionate, and I had a lot of people die on me. People that, I would look at as family. We're not going to go and have a barbecue together. I'm not going to invite them over to have drinks at my bar at home. But on the street, they knew they could trust me. And I had a lot of people die. And I remember once an individual, 3 weeks before he died, I told him, if you don't get your shit together here, I'm going to find you on that bench and you're going to be dead. And 3 weeks later, guess what? I was the one that found him dead on the bench. And it hurts, because these people, excuse me, they have merit. Their life is worth something. Their life is worth more than they even think their life is worth. And one of the hardest things that hit me, as a police officer, is this gal that I met. She was from Anoka. Her kid was, a football player, and he went on to play D1 sports, and he was great, but she was so addicted. Got addicted to meth, started stealing from the family and friends. Everyone just had to push her away. We couldn't do that. We couldn't deal with her, is what they would say. So then she came to Minneapolis because drugs were easy to come by, and then she became a prostitute. She was addicted to so many times. She was the one person that overdosed.
She came to Minneapolis?
Came to Minneapolis from Anoka, Anoka County. She overdosed 3 times in one day. We Narcaned her 3 times in one 24-hour period to get her back. And I'm like, did everything that we could in order to get her help, and it just did. She ended up dying.
At some point in time, you guys just fucking put a Bible on these people's chests.
Well, and she did. She died, and we knew she would.
They need Jesus, man. I mean, some of these people.
So
that's both a metaphor and literal.
Going back to that question, though, about martial arts and podcasts.
Well, and specifically, the question was, why did you decide not to do something specific and go with something more broad? Because what you guys have done is very brave and ballsy in the modern podcast world. Because nowadays, we're so late in the podcast game, the only thing that seems to succeed are niche podcasts. That's why I thought, and that's why I was so enthusiastic and so willing to help and dedicate my time and my knowledge and help you guys out so much, is because I thought what you guys have done is created something niche enough to succeed, but broad enough to have legs.
Right.
It's not a murder mystery podcast. It's not a martial arts podcast.
No.
It's not a music podcast. This is something that's niche enough to succeed because your format, but it's got legs. And I think what you guys are doing really, based on my knowledge and my creative vision and my experience, I think what you guys can do is potentially extremely successful. Not just cool, not just like legit, maybe you'll get 10,000 subs. Like, if you guys play your fucking cards right, you guys will have 1 million subscribers, and you should be able to do it within like 2 to 3 years.
Right.
Which means like you're quitting your jobs or retiring early, or you've got a really fucking lucrative side gig. And I'm curious why or how you landed on this instead of going super specific and super niche.
Because I think people want to know what makes other people tick. You know, they want to know what they think. Like for me and you, I mean, I was drawn to you because I want to know how you tick, because you've got so many great ideas on how you do things, and you're helpful in those terms. And I think that a lot of people out there, like the teacher that would come on a podcast, and the political side, and we're not talking about politics like U.S. or world politics, the politics of what they do, like maybe a teacher that does, like Stacy does, special education. What drives that person? What makes them passionate? And I think people want to know that. People want to know that the musician that really excels, someone like you, what drives you? What makes you you? Because people don't necessarily see that every day. Every day is mundane. You get up, you go to work, you come home, take care of the kids, you do dinner, and you do the best you can, and you kind of you're pulled back from everyday people and what they think and what they do and how they do it. What makes them successful in what they do and how they do it. And that's a learning thing that I think everybody needs. You know, when it comes to martial arts, that's our base. And from there, we learned. It's a learning thing. I learned to become, I went into criminal justice studies, and I went into psychology, and I did all these things, and I prepared myself.
Well, so what Brent's talking about is and the question is, why didn't we do this? Well,
or why didn't we?
There's
it's really how. How did you get here?
The question is, why did I get into martial arts? Why did he become a police officer? Why did I become a special education teacher? And
okay, I see what you're saying.
And the why is, and my martial arts was a personal journey of not only self-discovery, but self preservation, mostly, right? I was supposed to go to war. I want to survive. I want to train. I'm a small guy, right? And when it comes to podcasts, everybody out there's an expert. Well, you said this wrong, or you did this, or what is it that oh, you don't know what you're talking about. And even people like Danny Nasanto get this same thing. And he is probably the foremost martial artist out there.
And for the people that don't know who Danny Inosanto is, he was one of Bruce Lee's students.
He was Bruce Lee's best friend.
He's the guy who brought
best friend. Yeah.
He's the guy. He didn't bring it. Bruce brought it, but he's the guy who helped him commercialize it, right?
Exactly.
Well, so Bruce Lee had his system of 26.
Not Murph. Jesus Christ, Jason, pull this up.
Bruce Lee had Dan Inosanto. So Danny Inosanto was the one that you'll see in his last movie.
Will you spell that last name?
Inosanto, Inosanto. Inosanto.
Santo.
I probably spelled that wrong.
And he's been in a bunch of movies. I mean,
pull it up and throw it on screen while they talk about it.
But the thing is that the thing is that martial arts is such a personal journey of
full screen
discovery, and he doesn't have a podcast, but he's one of the most knowledgeable people that I've ever listened to speak on martial arts, because he's a historian.
Did you go to like a seminar? Did you know him personally?
I've been going to his seminars since 1988. Okay. I'm an instructor under him, and Rick Fay.
Thank you, Jason.
His knowledge on the history of the Filipino martial arts, and even martial arts in general, and how things evolved is unmatched, I think. He knows a lot of people. He trains with some amazing people, and he's 86 years old. The last time I saw him, he was here. He comes here to Minnesota. He used to come here twice a year that I go to his seminars, and I've been going to his seminars for 30 years.
Wow.
And he's unbelievable in martial arts. However, he spawned a lot of very, very good martial artists. And
a good one.
And the main thing is that fighting is such a individual thing. I like how Bruce Lee put it. All martial arts lies outside of all fixed boxes and patterns, right? So fighting is actually a live thing that you can't quantify. And
that's what I meant earlier.
Yeah.
That it's an art,
yeah,
not
and,
a science.
And, so,
and I do agree with you
yeah.
guys that it is
So-
a science,
so-
but it's an art because you can't quantify
the science
it.
is a study of it. So if you look at science, so the
And you
science,
can be
science
creative,
is,
which
yeah,
is what
science
makes
is
it an art.
variables.
When you bring it down
But
to
you can
its
be
most-
creative. You
but when
can-
you bring it
that's what
down
makes
to the
it an art,
most
though.
basic part, it's
mean
knowledge.
to cut
Yeah,
you off.
scientific.
I'm so
yeah,
sorry, dude.
scientific methodology. Scientific methodology using different variables to bring about a certain conclusion, right?
Right, and you
Now-
use the scientific
now-
method.
yeah,
you
the
test it,
scientific method, right?
I have a hypothesis.
Yep.
Let's test it.
Exactly.
Oh, that's a bad idea.
Okay.
Get rid of it.
Now, if,
right?
if
But,
I were to get into
this
a,
is a
if,
good
if
idea.
I were to
Let's
say,
test it
if I would
further.
have got into a fight and say I
But
was in
it's
the
still
UFC,
an art, though.
yeah, see, oh yeah, it is an art because you turn it into an art.
Right, that's
Wait.
what I'm saying. Like the word
The
martial
training-
art is perfectly named
Yeah.
and described.
Right.
It's one of the few things in this world that it was named. What,
Well,
400 years
Martial,
ago?
martial means warlike.
Exactly,
The term
right.
martial means
To kill.
warlike. The
To
art,
kill,
and
yep.
it's the art of war. So the art of war.
Thank you.
The art of war is such that you're studying and training
You guys definitely have to come on way
combat.
more.
Right? you're studying combat.
You guys are coming on every
Right,
6
so
months.
we have Sun Tzu, and we have the great philosophers of studying combat and warfare, and we look at the great soldiers that have fought. Now, regardless of how good you think you are at martial arts, you probably only know a very small fraction.
Sure,
Right?
yep.
Right.
So when you talk about the martial arts world, and everybody wants to go, well, who's the best martial artist? They always want to know who the best fighter is. And that's
That's
such
never-
it's such a
that-
ludicrous question because
Thank you.
because
Thank you.
You know, fighting. If Fred and I play darts,
He's about
he'll
to.
win-
He's
he'll
about.
win
I
3
already know.
games.
He's about to make my entire argument. So I'm just gonna let him rant. We're gonna just let him go because he's about to say. I already know exactly word for word what he's about to say, and he's about to sum up everything I have ever said on every podcast, and I mean every podcast about fighting. Go ahead,
so
sir.
it's just like pool. It's just like darts. It's just like any game that you play any given Sunday, right?
I want to make sure
I'll
they
be-
really hear this.
I'll beat Brett 5 times out of 10. He'll beat me 5 times out of 10. I'll beat him the next day. I'll beat him all 10 times.
He's lying. He'll beat me 10 out of 10 times.
So you know, martial arts is a and it depends on all sorts of variables. Are you intoxicated? Are
Yep,
you at the
I was
bar?
just- yep.
Is it some guy in your living room at
Yep.
3:00 in the morning? What is the variable that's involved, and what do you know how to use?
Yep.
Okay, can I use
There's
my?
been
Can I use
so
this
many
glass?
times I've been in real fights where
Well, but-
I'm like,
Right.
in the fight,
Yeah.
I realize I'm hungover,
Yep.
I'm dehydrated. I already know if I press too hard, if I go too fast, I'm going to cramp up.
Yeah.
If I cramp up, I'm losing all literal physical leverage. So then the entire time I'm going, the only way I survive this, let alone win this, is I have to get into a literal grappling match. I have to get him close. I can't sit here and take blows. Okay. Not only when I get him close, I have to tire him out. I got to tucker him out. I literally got to get this guy tired. So I'm just going to hold him. I'm going to wrap him.
Again,
I'm going to
That's your sport. That's your sport.
It's not
Right.
intentional. It's just
Okay,
in this moment. It's the art. It's the art of realizing here's where I'm at. Here's what I'm incapable of. How can I turn all of this to my advantage? The only way I can do this in this situation where I'm super hungover, because I've been in this spot, I have to wrap this guy up, because if I press too hard, I'm going to cramp up. And it's gonna turn against me.
Well,
so I'm gonna wrap him
Do you
up.
remember
let
your
him-
football? Do you remember your football analogy? You got to go by that. You always got to go by the sports analogies. When you're at that level where there's no thought in your head, you're flowing into your body
all
will
this
just
is
do
happening
it.
in a split second.
Right.
All this
But
is happening in a millisecond.
what
but
happens-
it's a knowledge and
there's no-
experience
But,
based
but
decision.
the thing is, it's
guys follow me,
knowledge
though?
with reps. It's
But
knowledge
it's-
with reps.
it's-
It has to be.
Yes,
And the
yes,
reason for that
yes,
is because
yes.
you need to know the dynamics of the body. And Stacy
Movement.
knows movement probably better than anybody that I know.
It's the same thing when I'm in the middle of a set on stage.
Yep.
And I go, oh, fuck. I just felt something happen in my right calf. I don't think I drank enough water yesterday. Shit. Okay. If you're going to play double bass, You got to do the relaxed
Yep.
version this time. Because if you really try to like go all out because you're trying to play a show, you're trying to entertain people, you're going to fucking cramp up and you're going to not be able to play those last two songs. So you better dial it back in this spot. My point is that entire thought process, because of the reps, because of all of these things, it happens like that.
Well, but the thing is,
That's
it's
the
awareness.
difference.
But it's awareness because
I did
you're
it again, though. I
you're
cut you off
doing
again.
this.
I'm sorry.
You're doing this. You're opening the field, and you have awareness.
What
and
it is for me,
and
the
for
sports
me,
analogy,
things,
to go back to what you said,
things slow
it's
down.
slowing the game down. Thank you. You
Things
just
slow
took it out.
down.
It's the game slow. You hear football players talk, the game slowed down. No, it didn't. You're thinking
You're
faster.
thinking.
Well,
faster.
Everything's happening at the same
Like
speed.
when I talked to you about what
You're
happened.
not thinking as much. You're reacting.
Right, when I was going to work, and these guys wanted to fight me. Everything slowed down. I was 3 steps ahead. I knew exactly what I was going to do, and I was going to win. And I knew I was going to win.
Yep.
There was no question. There's times where I'm like going, I'm not going to win this one. I got to find a different avenue to go down. And that's happened a lot within law enforcement. Then you got to step back and de-escalate.
So
and do those things. But-
going back to the science portion of it, right?
Yep.
The science portion is understanding the different variables that you're going into and understanding how to control those variables. Now, if he's at a bar and it's a ballroom brawl, right?
Right.
So that's a different variation than being in your living room at 3:00 in the morning. There's some guy standing there between you and your kid to a school fight, that I might see a bunch of kids fighting, or whatever the scenario is. What are the variables that you've trained under that you understand? You understand the basics of it. I understand the concept. I know when I touch somebody, I know how to move in a specific way because I've trained that so many times. The sensitivity portion to it, it just automatically comes out. However, if the variables are all controlled, put 3, 4, 5 cocktails in me, whatever. That game changes.
yeah.
It changes the whole scenario about it.
100%. That's
Yeah,
what
so
I was saying
now
earlier.
we have to look at. Okay, I trained martial arts because I was a soldier and I was going to go to combat. I wanted to make sure that I knew as much as I possibly could to do that. You'll not see anywhere on my Facebook page me doing martial arts or anything like that. You'll never see. I don't talk about it much. It's just my own personal journey.
Oh, we've been talking about, bro.
I don't talk about it much in a general sense.
I'm fucking with you.
Because what was funny is when I was
with you.
young, when I first started training, and I always wanted to talk about it because it was so interesting to me. Just like when you pick up a guitar for the first time,
right, yeah.
you go,
Right.
"Oh, I'm learning this. I'm learning." I see people's eyes glaze over. I have no interest in that whatsoever. I don't care about it, and that's the way it is. So
You got one more full screen, Jason.
that's that martial arts journey.
Well, and the thing is,
one more full screen.
martial arts taught, and I think I could speak for both of us. It taught us, consistency.
Hit that.
It taught us a composure.
Mm-hmm.
It taught us how to look ahead. It taught us awareness,
It taught me how to control my emotions.
and it taught us control. And that's
Yep.
exactly where I
control
was
my
going.
emotions and control my body.
Right. So when Jared was talking about why are we doing this podcast and we're not doing martial arts, that's 20 years ago, that's all we would be doing a martial arts podcast.
Yeah.
20 years ago.
Yeah.
100%.
So how
absolutely.
Did you, so you talked about earlier. You talked about the why. I say the how. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the great keys of the beginning of a podcast, at least, to get a conversation started, is who, what, why, and how. Right. Some classic sales shit. Who are you? Who is this person? What do they do?
Right.
Why did they do it? And how did they do it? Right. If you start every conversation there, you will get to know somebody real fucking fast. Especially if they're comfortable talking about themselves.
And you'll get to know that when I have a couple of beers that I have a small bladder.
Yeah. No, you're good, man.
But
what's going on over here with this fucking fat fuck? What's going on over here?
yeah, you're right. I am number one. Don't forget it.
Oh, Patrick accidentally muted himself because he doesn't know how to work his fucking microphone.
I figured it out.
There it is.
I thought
stupid
I'd be
bitch.
polite and not cough into your ears.
We had you muted before you came in, so you didn't
Yeah.
have to worry about that. But if you would have shown up on time to do pre-production, we would have gone through that. You
We
sound
never
great.
had a set time, bro.
Dude,
you called me when I was getting my kids from school.
I just want to tell you, Patrick, by the way, as my first remote podcast guest, you fucking sound great, and your camera and your lighting is phenomenal. I don't know who gave you this advice, but whoever helped you set this up, top-notch advice. You look great. You sound great. You don't look two-dimensional.
Oh.
It's clear that you're separated from the background. Honestly, great production. Great production. Whoever gave you
Thank
this
you.
advice, suck their dick. Suck their dick when you come to Minneapolis, because he's a genius.
Can you tell producer Jason? I can't in Discord. I can't see the podcast, so it's just you guys. It just turns green. I've got nothing to see.
So Jason,
not that I need to see you guys, but whatever.
Jason, what you need to do is take that podcast mic that is facing you right now. You see that little webcam? Grab that.
Oh, I see
I
myself
forgot.
in
I
that
forgot to cover you.
background too.
I forgot to cover you. So do this. You see right there, like in Discord. Yep. Turn that camera on and pick that C920.
Oh, okay. Wait.
Okay. See how
Now I see
he
Jason.
can see. Yep. Now,
there he
now
is.
pick that camera up. Jason, physically grab the camera with your hand, with your hands. Yep.
And stick it up your
And
butt.
set it on top of the fucking TV so he can see us. And I think you might have to give it to me.
Yeah, because then I can see you guys in real time. Like I've got you in a different monitor, my phone, but there's a delay because I'm watching the YouTube with the volume down, of course. I'm not. Yeah, that's great. Okay. Fuck yeah, dude, this will work.
Yeah, sorry, buddy. We forgot to do this earlier. Yeah, it doesn't matter, Jason. No one can see that except for him. So as long as he can see all of us, you can even turn it towards me a little bit more. Don't worry
I've got
about
a
where
lot of
you
room
put,
over Brett's right shoulder, but it's all good.
don't
man.
worry about where you put the thing that he can see. Just move the camera a little bit.
Hey, by the way,
towards me.
thank you,
There
Jared.
you go,
You're the one
perfect.
that actually helped hook all this up with the lighting.
Oh,
and
you
yes,
didn't have to say
all
anything
praise
out loud.
Jared.
You didn't have to say anything out loud, buddy. I was just trying to get a blowjob. But whatever.
I only do handies.
No, you really do. You sound like radio quality, dude. You sound like you're in
Well,
studio with us.
I
And there's
should.
zero delay.
Gee, I wonder
25
why he should sound like radio.
No, but here's the thing. Here's the best part, dude, is because you have the headphones on and that microphone on, there's zero cutoff or delay. So you can talk over us. And
Nice.
and it's like you're literally right here in the room with us, dude. This is what I've been bitching about the whole time. I'm like, your cam sucks, your fucking mic sucks. Put headphones on, and everyone's like, I'm on my webcam. It's fine. I'm having a great time. And I'm like, it's annoying.
The
But
funny
this
thing
is great. This is like you're literally in the room with us,
The
dude.
funny thing is that Patrick, I bought a 43-inch TV behind the bar dedicated to
For this.
Patrick, to that guy. Not
This is
just
awesome,
this,
though.
it's dedicated to Patrick, so he could be in the room and everybody can
I'm a big
smile.
deal.
and-
What can I say?
a
And,
big deal.
and there's no lag. There's zero lag. That's the best part. When you do it
this
through
is
the
awesome.
Discord,
So, Brett, I was going to tell you this too. This is kind of a
throw your
it
headphones
might
on.
have been a fatal flaw, but apparently it's working fine. Is I bought a laptop thinking it had an Ethernet plug-in, and it does
Right.
not. So I've got this
Oh, so-
Wi-Fi connection,
right.
but I've got AT&T Fiber 500 plug. Where's the check? And my kids are in the other room, both using Wi-Fi. So I think this is going to work out great.
Oh, this is going to be fine. You're perfect.
You're sounding really
And
good.
by the way, Jared, at the beginning, since we were talking stories, you guys have been telling a lot of stories, and I think we're all tired of the fighting
Great job.
and the MMA
Great job, dude.
bullshit. Can we move on?
Yes.
Can we move
But-
on? Dude, I've been trying. I've been trying for like an hour and a half to switch subjects.
Jared, but you said something at the beginning about Busch beer. Do you know actually like what you said might be true? It's like just piss water Budweiser that they can't do anything with, but you know why it was started? It's actually really brilliant.
Okay, I'm listening.
So in 1955, August Busch Jr. wanted to name the baseball stadium for the the St. Louis Cardinals Budweiser Stadium, and the MLB said no, we're not doing that. So he said, okay, can I name it after my family?
No
Busch
fucking
Stadium.
way.
Signed, sealed, and delivered. MLB said, yeah, that's fine. And then he told his brewers, all right, make some beer called Busch.
Get the fuck out of here.
That's a fucking, you can Google it. It's a true fucking story.
Okay,
Love
okay.
it.
I'm
That's
not
a fucking-
gonna Google it because honestly, I believe you. Like, and we
I
can
Googled
Google
because
it.
when you said that shit, I was like, no, I thought I saw something on the internet about it. And so I Googled it, and sure enough, yeah, August Bush Jr. in 1955 said, fuck you, I'm making a Bush
But he
Stadium,
said-
and then we're going to make a beer called Bush.
But he said
And the
that like
fucking
he
thing
never
was
believes you.
inked for like a 50-year deal of naming rights. So, fuck, yeah, total fucking...
Well, I was going to say, normally I'd say
Balls,
pull
man.
that up. Pull that up just to show the listeners. But I was
Right.
like, no, I believe you so much at this point. I was like, fuck it.
Did you not believe him at
all I
one
ever
point
said,
before?
all I actually said was that Bush currently is just Budweiser that doesn't make the cut.
My AI just went off like, yeah, start telling
there
the
it
fucking
is.
story here.
Thank you,
For
Stacy.
specific brands of alcohol. Bush
Turn
Jr.
that
found a
off.
loophole. He got
God
approval to
damn
name
it.
the stadium
Turn it
after his
off.
family name, Bush.
Okay, it's true, though. Isn't that a great story, though? Fuck.
You son
That's
of a
awesome.
bitch. Turn it off.
Absolutely.
No, dude, this
So-
is great. It's like he's really here in the room with us, dude.
It's fantastic.
And I couldn't have figured out how to do this if it wasn't for
I
you
just need a
fucks.
cigar.
I knew how to do it.
Yeah.
I actually did know how to do it from the beginning. That's why when you go, how do we bring Patrick in? I go, you're just going to do it through Discord. I just didn't know literally how to do it. I knew you could do it. And that's why when you were like, oh, man, thank you. You've helped us out. So I was like, dude, this shit's mutually beneficial, bro. Because I forced myself to go down certain rabbit holes that I've needed to conquer for a while.
Right.
But I had no motivation or incentive to do it.
Yeah, because
until I was like, you guys are going to do
Can
something.
I come on the podcast? He's like, oh, I don't want to fucking deal with all that fucking Zoom and bullshit.
Yeah, because I hadn't figured out a good way to do it.
Enter
Now
Brett
you can.
and like 7 or 8 rum and cokes later.
Well, also add a year or two of technology catching up. Like, let's be honest, dude. Like, they've made it easier for us to do all this.
It's
The
getting easier
pandemic-
and easier.
The shittiest thing about the pandemic is all the obvious things that happened.
Right.
The best part about the pandemic is technology caught up in certain aspects of the world that had zero incentive to do it until the pandemic, which was remote conferences for business to be done, and then podcasts.
A lot of brick and mortar went away.
Dude, but I'm
They
telling you,
did.
podcast technology took off because in the last 4 to 5 years specifically,
Online learning, everything went off.
that
you know?
microphone
Yeah.
was invented because of the fucking.
Well,
the
you have to
microphone
realize that we
Patrick's
don't
using
need to be
right
in
now.
person anywhere. You know, you can do meetings in a building, in a school, and everybody doesn't have to go to one place. We'll just get online and be like this.
So who's going to be your first real guest? Not your first. I'll be your first fake guest.
Well,
who's going to be your
that's
first real
well,
guest?
it's on Patrick because
And
Patrick
how
is in
did you guys
charge
get
of the.
Patrick involved? By the way, that was the other thing.
Well-
we covered how you guys met. We
Yeah,
finally
Brett
covered
started talking
why
about how
you
we
decided.
met, and then we got on the fucking jujitsu and bullshit.
So we covered how you two met. We covered how you guys ended up deciding to do a version of a podcast like this.
Mm-hmm.
So how does Patrick get dragged into this? Because he's not in California and hasn't been for what, 10, 15 years?
I'm not. No, I'm not in Minnesota.
Not Minnesota.
Not in
Minnesota, sorry.
California.
My
You
bad.
misspoke.
Well,
It's okay.
again,
I do that a
because
lot.
because
I
of the
misspeak
left
a
Minnesota
lot.
in 2011.
I misspeak a lot.
Well, the thing is because of the technology and with Patrick, Patrick has been my guy since the day we met. And we met at TGI Fridays and we hit it off. And he's been like my closest pal, one of my closest friends since then.
Sorry to hear that.
I know, but he has been, and it was one of those like Patrick hasn't been one of those people where, he's an acquaintance, you talk to him and stuff like that. No, I mean it's just like we have had a really solid friendship where we talk, and we've talked quite a bit, and even when time goes by, and we hook up, it's like no time's gone by. So for me, it was a no-brainer when I thought about, you know what.
You said,
I wanted-
Patrick worked for 93X. Patrick, did
Yeah.
you work for 93X?
You did.
Did you work with Kane, Hurricane Wayne?
I did not, but I know Kane. We're Facebook friends. We talk all the time.
We graduated high
on
school
there.
together.
But he, did you? Okay, yeah. So he was Hurricane Wayne at the original 93X.
Like he's really here.
Then
dude.
it flipped to
This is
94.7
crazy.
The Edge, and he was Kane there.
Yeah.
When he was there, I was at KQ interning for Mae Young and Wally Walker.
Mm-hmm.
But there would be bar close situations where Kane and May and I would go downtown. It was like the coolest fucking thing because I was just an intern at the time going to school for radio. So that's how I met Kane, and then we've just kind of kept in touch over the last few years. But yeah, no,
Oh,
he's
that's cool.
He's a super cool guy. Never worked directly with him, but he knows of me. I know of him, and he's a big Vikings fan too. So he
Yes,
would
of course,
always find me in the parking lots and things before games back.
I
in the
remember
day.
when he was a shy kid in high school.
Yeah.
This experience right now makes me so excited for your guys' podcast. The fact that we figured this out and we're pulling this off right now.
It's
Keep going.
awesome.
Keep going.
But-
I'm sorry.
but-
Stacey.
I gotta let
I
Kane
keep
know that
cutting
you
you
are
off
Yeah,
part of
tell
my
him-
specifically, and
podcast.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
tell him I
Right.
said hi. Tell him I
But
said
but
hi.
for me, when I first started thinking about this, the first person I talked to was Patrick. I'm like, hey, I want to do a podcast. What do you think? And Patrick didn't even think. It was just yes. Let's do it.
I've been trying to get you to
mean-
start a podcast for 4.5 years.
And then I told him, I'm like, I got a guy that's very cerebral, martial artist, Minnesota Collie Group guy, just would be perfect. Because we need to have this kind of guy in there to bring stability to the podcast. So I told him about it, and Patrick was all in immediately. It said, let's do it. And Patrick. He was there. So we started talking about how we're going to do this, what we're going to do it. And Patrick is doing all the social media, and he's going to be doing the booking for people.
Yeah.
And,
So first guest, we talked a little bit last night.
we
Your
did.
first
Yeah.
real guest, not your first.
Do we
want
want to reveal that, or I have a short list in my head? Let's just say that.
Yeah, let's tell him the short list, because we talked about it, and I think it's
Yes.
brilliant.
So I think we got to be impactful. We got to have someone on that's got a lot of followers already. Someone that would be like, oh, I want to hear this. So I came up in my head with
Jake
Tom
Crooks
Bernard.
from Blue Fleet. Oh, son of a bitch.
That's awesome.
Tom Bernard. So I don't know Tom super well, but we worked in the same building for many years, and I think if we cross promoted, we'd promote
If
his
you could
podcast,
get him-
he'd promote
if-
ours.
dude,
But
Can you
if-
get him
if
in the
we
room,
got-
though?
Yeah, you got to get him in the bar.
Right.
If you can get him in the room, obviously, here's the only problem I have with this, being your first guest. Do you set yourself up for your second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth guests to be anticlimactic? Do you set the bar too high out of the gate?
No, I
That's
think
my.
I think-
That's as a friend. As a friend, I'm not.
Yeah.
Like, pretend we're not even on a podcast right now. I would, if it were my podcast, I would be afraid to do that. I would go, let's save him for number 10. Let's build up to a Tom Bernard.
Well, but the thing is,
that's my only.
But
That's my only.
if we
input.
get 3,000 subs off of Tom Bernard, then we've got equity to get bigger people.
You
from
might,
jump.
dude. You might, but my homie Ezra.
But here's the thing,
my
Jared. Like,
homie
I've
Ezra,
got
dude. My
plan
homie
2,
Ezra.
3, 4
Okay,
that
I
are
trust
just
you.
as big as Tom Bernard.
Okay, I trust
that's what
you.
I'm saying.
Okay, I trust you.
Well,
I
but
trust
also the subject matter that we speak about is going to be drawing to that main base of 3,000 or whomever that we want to make sure that the content is
No,
there,
I
right?
trust you. I
and
trust
that's
your
and
judgment.
that's part of the
I
thing
trust
that
your judgment,
Patrick and I
Patrick.
talked about last night. We talked about with each guest we have on, we have to kind of cater to the content that's going to drive those people to us. And I think with Patrick, his experience within the radio field and the people that he knows, with me being in public service, and with Stacy with the martial arts and being and in the teaching field, there's a lot of knowledge and a lot of experience and a lot of things that we bring to the table when it comes to talking to people about the podcast. Talking to people about where they're coming from and what they're doing. So, we have people that have intelligence that can talk about things that we can bring those viewers to the table and switch it up. Like Patrick and I talked about, there's always politics in everything that you talk about. And I'm not talking about politics, world politics or U.S. politics about
red tape that we have to go through every day.
Right,
But-
the routine.
Yeah.
So
Well, and that was what he's talking about with the martial arts. Martial artists are really boring people. To be honest
No, they're
with you.
not. No, they're not.
I don't know, man. They fight, whatever.
Honestly, every
Philosophers?
person that I know that does martial arts at an even remotely high level is arguably one of the deepest thinkers I know.
if they go into
about
that
any
philosophy,
subject.
if they
Well,
go into
right.
philosophy mindset,
About any subject.
But
even
you-
if it's just martial arts, they still think about that thing at a deeper level than almost anyone I know about anything. If I know somebody who's a fucking purple belt in jiu-jitsu and they're a musician, they're probably
They're going to
one of
talk
the
about martial arts.
No.
They're going to talk about martial arts.
No,
It always goes to martial arts.
No, this is what I'm saying. What I'm getting at is they're one of the best bass players I know.
True, but they're going to talk about martial arts.
Who's a black belt in jiu-jitsu or even kickboxing, and they're into movies, they're going to be able to go Quentin Tarantino on the bit and tell me everything I need to know about
It takes
the
a certain
director.
personality. It does take a certain
does.
personality.
That's what I'm
Yep.
saying. Like that. I'm not saying if you're into it. I'm saying if you do it at a high level. But
Yeah.
I also think that's kind of true about any craft.
True.
Like the best pitchers in baseball who are into movies can go Quentin Tarantino on the bit.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? So like,
Yep.
I don't think that the trade I'm even describing is super unique to MMA fighters or jiu-jitsu or any other martial arts. I think it's
Fuck, here we go again.
I think it's anybody who's passionate about any specific thing and gets it at a high level because they've practiced it for years, they can take that and apply. Like Patrick, for example, who did radio at a very high level for a long time. He can take that understanding of what he did in his craft and then talk about hockey as if he played fucking
that's
hockey.
the whole thing. I mean, when I talked to Patrick, when I thought about that, I doing a podcast.
When he talks about
it was
hockey,
just,
it's like listening to me talk about football.
You know, I look at it this way.
Neither one of us played professional hockey or football, but we know what the fuck we're talking about.
Right, but I mean, I'm looking at it in the fact that I'm at a place in my life where, you know what, I want to do something, and I want to do something impactful. And the first person I thought about with podcasting, the first person, it wasn't even a thought. It was just like, I got to talk to Patrick. And I wanted to talk to
Is
Patrick.
it just because he was radio?
No, it's because I've known him for so long.
And he's got a great radio voice, by the way.
But that's all secondary. The main thing is that I've been friends with him so long. He knows me probably better than I know me. And, you know, it's just that we're able, you know what, if I'm full of shit, he's going to be the first one that's going to say you're full of shit. And Stacy's going to be the first one to go, yep, I second that. You know, so...
Okay.
So it comes down to people.
Thing.
Yeah, it's a respect,
thing.
But we feed off of each other.
Well, that's what true friends do, though.
Right. I feed off of Patrick. Patrick feeds off of me and Stacy. So with these two guys, these were the first two people I thought about. These are the only two people that I would ever do a podcast with. If Patrick wasn't all in and Stacy wasn't all in, there wouldn't be a podcast because I wouldn't want to do it with anybody else because
I think
it
you
wouldn't
guys
be
have built
successful.
a great team. I think you guys have built a great team. A coalition of the willing.
Okay, well let's
you will.
let's back up really quick. Let's back
There's
up really
a
quick
deep
here.
Early 2000s
Because
political
Patrick just
joke
came
right
on
there.
here. Both
Right.
you guys know him very well. We just met right now.
Oh, you've never met Patrick.
Never.
No, I-
Other
he's
than a
never
Facebook
met.
friend request.
So Patrick,
yeah,
okay,
just
so
wait, yeah.
let me hold on. Let me set this up because I got to piss. So let me set this up. So not only was Patrick the host of 93X various time slots,
Okay.
Patrick founded Loud and Local,
Okay.
which created a version of the Minneapolis music industry. So
Absolutely.
the reason this matters is because you have a culture, and then you have a scene, and then above that you have an industry, which is where people make money. Patrick was directly, and I mean directly, responsible for not only helping foster and create part of the Minneapolis music industry in the late 90s, early 2000s by creating Loud and Local. He's directly responsible for launching bands. Whether he agrees with this or not, he can fuck all the way off. The reality is this. American Head Charge doesn't sign with Rick Rubin if Patrick Olson doesn't exist. I don't care if he agrees. Shut up. Mute him. Mute him. Mute him. I don't want to fucking hear a word out of him right now.
And Patrick even warned me not to form a band with a certain member of that.
Now let me set this further.
I got to say, okay,
hold on.
you were right.
Brett, let me set this further because I got to leave the room and piss here for a second. So let me set the stage further. Patrick Olson also was the voice on several Grand Theft Auto video games. It was several. They ported They ported your audio into more than one. I found out, but he recorded it.
Are
for
you
one.
getting the residuals from that? No.
No.
Ooh.
So
I got a story about that, though.
So
but
Patrick, let me ask you this though.
You didn't
You
really
did
need
all
it,
this
did you,
stuff in
Jason?
Minnesota, and you left
Jason,
us
you didn't
to
really
California.
Mm-hmm.
I can't
Is
hear
there
you. Talk into
is
the
there
mic.
is there a reason that
Okay,
did
good.
Minnesota not give you an opportunity that you wanted, or
Well, go outside and tell me how fucking cold it is, and then come back in. And
All right, I'll be right back.
no, that's part of the decision. So actually, I was happy as hell in Minnesota. I loved the Vikings. I loved the Wild. The Twins. I was a Minnesotan all the way. I've always had a back, in the back of my head. Oh, it would be nice to live in a warm climate someday. But I met a girl. And she was in television, and she got headhunted. Someone out of the blue called her and said, "Hey, we really like what you're doing in the Twin Cities. We have 2 opportunities for a promotions job." And she was at the CW, which is like a lower rung station in Minneapolis or any market. Probably make, I think, $30,000 a year or something like that. But she was like promoted to, or she was being fished out for a promotion director job in either Kansas City or California. And it just turns out Sacramento worked, and the starting salary was like 6 figures. It was like $100,000 or something. So she went out, and
which is $20,000 in California.
yeah, exactly.
Which
Well,
is
this is
poverty.
20
Which is
it's 2011,
poverty level.
so
It's
it
poverty
was still good
level.
money
in-
back
Maybe
then.
$50,000 in Minnesota. Yeah.
nowadays it would be
money-
poverty level.
Yeah.
But money aside, we had been together for a year. We were living together. She said, "Should I go interview?" I said, "Yeah." And then she came back, and then she got the job offer, and she was like, "Oh shit, what should we do?" And I was like, "Just fucking go for it. I'll quit my job. I'll find a radio gig in California."
I'll marry
I was
you.
like,
That's what you said. I'll marry you.
Yeah. So like a year later, I was like, "Okay, I got to date a girl 2 years was my rule, and then marriage." So I proposed in 2012. But I just quit. I just up and left. My boss's jaw hit the literal fucking desk when I said I'm leaving. I gave him 6 weeks notice, and that's why I left. And I miss it. I miss the shit
Have
out
you
of it. I
ever
don't-
do you have any inkling to ever come back here?
Yes.
Yes.
Don't
you're-
lie, bitch.
mean,
Don't lie.
no.
Every time I get him drunk
I've
on
got-
the fucking phone, he's like, "I'm coming home, baby."
Aren't you coming
I'm
back in
coming
March?
home.
No, yeah, I'm coming back in April maybe for a week.
Or
but,
April, yeah.
I've got 2 kids here, and me and my ex-wife get along great now. I mean, we're good co-parents. So, unless my kids,
How old are you kids?
or my ex-wife have to move to Minnesota, I'll go. But barring
How old
that,
are your kids?
I'm here, and I love the weather and stuff.
Here's
here,
what we got to do. We got to monetize all the podcasts to the point where the amount of money coming in is undeniable, and he can pay for his wife and children to come back with him. And then we got
Ex-wife.
it. And then we got it.
Ex-wife.
Ex-wife.
So how old are you kids?
Till death to us part, bitch.
They're 9 and 10. soon to
Whether
be
you
11
like it or
and
not,
9.
you're still paying for that wife. We're always stuck with them, dude. We married him. We're stuck with him, buddy.
My wife
No, it's
my,
all good.
my wife loves
along fine.
Patrick. She loved Patrick. So
Everybody loves Patrick.
Yeah, when in fact it was like, when he left, I was
Everybody
like,
loves
I
Patrick.
was pretty
The
bummed
only,
out.
The only
but
people I've ever heard anybody say anything, the only people I've ever heard say anything negative about Patrick are two groups of people. The first
Okay.
group of people are bands that Patrick didn't play on his radio station.
Yeah,
And it's
yep.
probably because they weren't good enough, because Patrick's fucking awesome about that stuff. And the second group of people are women.
What?
I'm just kidding.
What?
I thought that was going to get a big laugh. I thought,
Well, there's probably a
I
few
thought I
that
was
would
gonna
have
get
some
a big
choice
laugh,
words
dude.
about me and my dating style, but whatever.
No,
It was
but the
fun.
joke was supposed to be all women, but it didn't land, dude. Come on, man. Come on, dude.
I
You
know.
you guys fucking bust my balls so hard, dude. Don't pretend that I'm just suddenly giving it back for no reason. You fucking douchebags.
So I'm sorry. Where in California do you live?
I live in Sacramento.
Sacramento is.
Not very political at all here. Yeah.
So the wildfires that went through there.
nowhere close.
Nowhere close. But I'm sure
Yeah.
you've had your share of fires there, because there are fires everywhere in
well,
California.
We're in the valley, so our main catastrophe would be flooding.
Flooding.
Um,
Okay.
Up in the hills, which I'm an hour away from, would be the mountains. That's where they have fires. But
Yep.
in the valley, we are actually the most flood-prone city above New Orleans. Actually,
Wow.
our whole city was built by farmers piling up a bunch of dirt for dikes and levees, and some of them haven't been touched in a long time, like 120 years.
Well,
So
now
they're
it's
just dirt, and sometimes the water can just go under that, and then boom, this whole town would be under 20 feet of water if one of those broke.
kind of what
Like,
happened
the
at
whole
New
time,
Orleans back in
Dude, that
Katrina.
like
yeah.
that literally made me like uncomfortable. Like, dude, I was like, I gotta get the fuck out of here, and I'm not even there, dude. I'm not even there, and I was like, I gotta get the fuck out of here.
So the flooding is the biggest risk here, and flood insurance is ridiculous. So I'm never buying a house here because I tried to once, and it was just it's so bad. And then
Which is the same
the other
reason
thing is the
rent
earthquake
is so
thing
high.
is we're not on a fault line, but if there's a San Francisco earthquake, we get a rumble. Our shit will shake a little bit, but that's the other thing. It's not a big deal.
But you're closer to farm country than you are to like shitty LA.
When you fly into Sacramento, you're flying over fucking rural Minnesota.
So
And
you're
then you land.
basically
For the
you're
roofs-
basically moved to Minnesota
It's like a St. Paul
in the
it's
summer.
like St. Paul. Yeah,
It's-
it's
yeah,
like
you're-
St. Paul
you're-
without mosquitoes.
You're in Minnesota, but it's summer all year round. That's basically
no,
what you're
it's
doing.
not as
you
humid.
move from
It's not
Minnesota
as
to
humid.
Minnesota.
It's not as humid,
Yeah,
but yeah.
Politically,
Yeah.
we're not as crazy as Minnesota. It used to be the other
No,
way
you're
around.
not.
Remember?
I know, right? It's just
Not as
it's just insane.
You know that perfect part of September where there's very little humidity,
Oh, it's great.
but
Sweater
it's nice
weather.
and warm. No,
It-
no,
or
it's
right
still warm.
before the sweater weather. Yeah, it's perfect. Yep.
After the state fair, so it's still like 70, 80 degrees, but
Yep.
there's very low humidity because it's
At
still
night
September.
it drops down to
That's
about
Sacramento.
60 and
That's Sacramento
yeah.
year round.
Yep.
Yeah, no, Sacramento in the summer is awesome because it's 100 degrees every day, but then the nighttime low is 60,
What?
so it's 160. And when it's 100, you're at work working in air conditioning, so who gives a fuck? But no, it's so yeah. And the thing is here, like it's raining. It'll rain in the winter, but once May 1 hits, you probably get rain once in May, and then you won't see rain again until November. Like it's just sunny every fucking day. I don't even check the weather forecast.
But I know
It's
you miss
just, I
spring
just
and
know it's gonna
fall.
be sunny and 100.
I know you miss spring and fall.
And winter? Oh, because it's
You mean-
awesome here right now.
You mean mud
Awesome.
and fucking mud? The
No,
mud
I
season?
heard the missing of seasons things. I heard that's only in
Fuck
like
that.
basically LA.
Oh, God. Yeah, you know what I did this morning? I looked
Yeah.
before I
We have
went to
seasons
work at 5 o'clock in the morning. I'm going to work, and it's 7 below. That's just the normal temperature in Minnesota in February.
It's not that bad.
7 below.
It's not that
Yeah,
bad.
I was cold last week when it was 42 in the morning. I was like, God damn it.
I have a coworker that went
Global
to.
warming's a bitch.
I have a coworker that went to Louisiana after during the Martin Luther King holiday to go and just be in the warm weather, and she got
Oh,
snowed
yeah.
in. 10 inches of snow. And
Oh,
she
that was like me. So in 1999 or 2000, I won a trip to the Super Bowl. And I was doing the Spiking Viking thing. I had my purple. So Cuervo Nation, the Cuervo Tequila Company, was doing a promotion where they were trying to find crazy fans, and they found a bunch of us, and then they voted 2 of us, and it was me and another guy, and then they put both our names in a hat, and they drew, and the winner was going to get a trip to the Super Bowl in Atlanta, Georgia. And this is January. It was fucking freezing that night. It was a Packer game at the Metrodome, 1999, November of 1999. I think it was like 10 below. They draw the name. It's me. I'm like, yes. So that year was the year where it was the Rams and the Titans. And remember the last,
Yep.
the last play, and he was like reaching, and he was a foot short, and they lost. And I was
Yeah.
there. But Atlanta, I was like, fuck, I'm going to Atlanta. I went out to Target. I bought shorts and T-shirts and shit. And Atlanta was fucking iced over the whole weekend. It was raining and icy, and you couldn't travel because they didn't know how to travel. And it was awful. I was like, oh my God. I always thought Georgia, of all places, in January, late January, early February would be warm, but no.
Oh, God, no. I worked the Super Bowl in 2019,
I got a
and
fun
I
fact real
was
quick.
kind of bundled up. It was not super warm.
Oh, by the way, I
This
saw a
year-
picture of
this
you
year-
in Washington fucking D.C., man. You
Yeah,
posted that the other day. It was
Hold
like,
on,
I
let
didn't
me
know
just-
that. You
oh,
went
that
to
was
like a Trump inauguration
Never
in
mind.
2016. You were like one of the
2017. 2017, I was the U.S. Marshal for the Trump inauguration. Yes,
So you got like deputized as a marshal
I did
for the
yes.
weekend or whatever? Holy
for the
shit.
week. For the week. Yep,
That's cool.
it was awesome. It was kind of one of those once in a lifetime. I would have liked to go on this one, but it's just other things going on. Putting together a podcast and doing this stuff.
Did Freya just shit? What did you do?
He's talking about his dog. So fun fact. So fun
My
fact.
kid,
I'm
I'm
taking
looking
over
at
my
roll
own
of paper
podcast.
towels.
I'm
looking
taking
over-
over
No, my
my own
kid wrote-
podcast for 1 second. Fun fact.
Jesus.
Yeah.
While you deal with whether your dog took a shit or not, I'm going to take over my own podcast for a second. Fun fact: this is, I believe, the first year. Jason, fact check me on this. I believe this is the first year in American history that all 50 states have accumulated more than 5 inches of snow.
I would
in the
believe
same
that.
year. Jason, fact check
Yep.
that for me. I heard my wife told me this, and my wife is smart, and she never tells me things like this that are bullshit. Like
Usually
when
Florida
when
does
my
not have
wife
snow.
tells me things like this, it's always true. No, Florida gets snow almost every year,
Sometimes.
believe it or not. Almost
Yeah.
every year.
Well, they
Florida
all
gets
need you
snow.
to.
But people
to-
don't think about California
But-
as having snow, and we get a ton up in the mountains. And then
Right, right. But
Hawaii,
Hawaii
has mountains too.
right.
True.
Right. But none of that is that surprising if you understand geography like we've all illuminated to. But over 5 inches is the key part, which means global warming's bullshit, climate change isn't real, and we're headed for a fucking ice
Well,
age. And
you
we're
Over
over
remember-
5 inches, the big ones hurt.
Hey, man,
But
that's
you
what she
remember
said.
back in the day when they changed it from global warming to climate change because they knew it was bullshit. So they changed it. Well, we can't call it global warming anymore. We'll call
here
it
we go.
climate change.
That's a smart
so it could
political
go
move, though.
each way.
I would
know,
have
yeah,
no, that's
done that.
smart.
That's
I would
very
have done
smart.
that if I were in charge. Whether I
Climate.
agree with it or not.
They
If
should
I'm
have
in
done that in
charge-
the first place.
If my job, here's my point. If I'm in charge of convincing people of something and I go, hey, global warming sounds like bullshit and it has a bad rap. If we change the name to climate change, more people will buy into it. I'm a fucking hero, dude.
Yeah.
Like, I'm
Oh,
the
absolutely.
smartest person on the
Well,
planet.
as far as
global. It can
as
mean
far as
anything.
I'm concerned,
It's
as far as
climate
I'm
change.
concerned, the
It's
climate
climate
is
change.
the climate
It's
is supposed to
undefinable.
change throughout
it's,
history.
it's undefined, exactly.
We're talking about weather.
Yeah, the climate
like,
or the weather is supposed to change. However,
I'm not a climate
for-
change
for these-
denier,
for
but
these
I'm
people-
just saying,
these
like,
people
it does
that-
seem
to-
like it's kind of
to
bullshit.
actually be able
It's-
to try to predict
I
it
don't,
is
I
the
don't,
funny thing.
I
to
don't
me.
agree with the
I'm not-
global warming or climate change.
I want to be very clear because everybody thinks I'm this crazy mega Republican all of a sudden. I'm not. It's just that suddenly the mega Republicans are way more reasonable than the crazy left wingers. What I'm saying is this. I'm not a climate denier. I'm not a climate change denier. Okay? What I'm saying is most of the climate change arguments are starting to sound and seem like a bunch of bullshit.
Well, you know
That
why it's
doesn't mean I
bullshit?
don't agree with it. What I'm starting to say is I'm going, wait a minute. Even though I believe this, I'm starting to say our arguments are starting to lack credibility. That does not make me a denier. That makes me a rational fucking
Okay,
adult.
Well, but we all know, we know science has said that the Earth has gone through different climate changes throughout the billions of years,
Including
so
ice
Guess
ages, yeah.
what?
Guess what?
That's a normal part of what
okay,
happens.
So
and
here's
we
the, here's
don't
the
want to
deal.
go to an ice age.
Here's
An
the
ice
deal.
age is a
True.
problem because
Yeah.
we were under a mile of ice in an ice
Yeah.
age. We do not want. We want a warmer climate because it makes places like this hospitable.
We just have to learn to live through it. Okay, Louisiana needs to buy some snowplows. Whatever.
Yeah.
So
Okay?
you guys. So I just want to be clear for the
Texas
listeners.
has got to quit using wind energy.
You guys are not starting a political podcast, but you're not afraid to talk about politics.
No, not at all.
Right.
It-
So
Right.
what I think is super interesting about your guys' podcast is you're not going after it. You're trying to figure out and meet people
Exactly.
and figure out what makes them tick.
Yes.
Right? That's what we've talked about over and over and
Yep.
over again. And I think your format
Jared.
for this is super cool because it's super similar to what we do here. Go ahead.
I was going to ask, what about Tempest as a guest? What would you think about that?
Bro, why are you pulling why are you doing this, dog? She was
What?
already on the podcast.
No, not ours.
Oh, your podcast?
Yeah.
Who
Who's Tempest?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah,
Or-
it might be a good idea.
No, so I want, but here's the thing: when you're talking
I
about
don't like the way
spectrum,
you're
I want
smiling.
all
I don't like
kinds
the way
of
you're
people.
smiling while you ask me this question, though. I feel like your smile is very insidious.
No, Jen
and,
Dean too. Like I love Jen Dean.
No,
like,
Jen Dean would be
like,
Jen
but-
Dean would be a top flight guest. Tempest
right,
would be
because that's
a
what I'm
great,
saying. Like I want
Tem-
all fucking kinds
Tempest
of
would
people.
be a-
You know what I mean? And I don't
Tempest
mean
w-
that all kinds like to be derogatory, but
Okay,
as
you
far
fuck-
as the
you
spectrum
son of
that
a
you can go
bitch.
from
You
left
son
to
of
right.
you got me. You did it. You
well,
got
that's
me. You
and that's the
fucking
whole
son of a
point.
bitch,
We
dude.
need to get every spectrum out there
Jen
because
Dean would be a great guest. Tempest
Yeah.
would be a good guest. You just got to be careful with
We just
Tempest.
have to have the
because
conversation.
Tempest. You got to be careful with Tempest. And I would have Tempest on this podcast again.
And you're not going to say anything, nor am I, about Tempest that we wouldn't say to her face.
Let me put it this
Right.
way. I would have Tempest on this podcast again, but it would only be in a one-on-one scenario where we can have a very straightforward, civil conversation.
Okay,
I'm
yeah,
not sure Tempest is the best in a group setting where she could get riled up. Jen Dean, on the other hand, is an ideal guest.
Yeah.
She can handle herself. She can go on the political spectrum, especially about the trans community stuff, and she's a great representative for them.
What about
That
what
will
about like a?
that will
I know
that
she's
will
not in
make
Minnesota
that will
anymore.
that
but-
will represent them in a positive light. Let me just finish
Yeah.
that sentence.
yeah,
Go ahead.
sorry. What about like a Robin Robinson? I think she's in Arizona now, though. But wouldn't she be interesting?
I
as
don't know.
Fuck.
I don't know her.
Do you remember Robin Robinson
I
I
not
do.
remember.
I remember
wasn't
that name.
from
she
Channel 9?
Channel 9? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
She always
fuck! I
had
do
shit to
remember
say.
that name.
Yeah.
Yeah, she always had shit to say. She was at Prince concerts, and she was like the kind of like the cool TV person for a while because she'd be at bars meeting people, and she'd go to local,
I met her at a
she'd
bar,
go to
yeah.
local
Question
music.
is
She supported
The
local
question
music
is
and shit.
how many remote guests are you capable of bringing in? And
yeah,
at this
I
point,
mean that's the thing.
and at this point, the answer is exactly one.
Hello.
You. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
you. Because we do not know how to get that many people in and have it switch for us like
Right.
we do this. Like right now,
Well,
we
unless
can do
I
one
do it,
remote
I
guest.
do a Discord and an OBP or OBS on my end.
Maybe
then you
that's
pipe
the
that
answer. Is
shit
you
in.
have a second.
Right.
Maybe the answer is you have a second Discord, but then you have to be able to run two Discord apps at the same time and feed them both into OBS and trigger them as both different.
Okay, now we're
going
gonna
to
bore everybody. Let's talk about that offline.
I'm just saying, like,
There's
Like,
a way to
that's
do
the
it.
struggle.
There's a way to do it, but they would probably
You
have
guys
to.
will get together and you guys will put something together.
We'll figure it out.
Yep. So
But so Stacy, I was going to talk to you a little bit.
Yeah.
Like when I was 18,
okay.
I wanted to be a military policeman, so I actually went down. My mom said, "Don't sign anything. Don't join the army," and I'm like, "Okay." And I was totally going to sign whatever the fuck they put in front of me. So I took my ASVAB. They put you in a hotel. Then the next
Yep.
morning you wake up and you go down and they make you walk like a duck. And
They've made you follow the lines, the colors.
yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Yep.
Throughout the MEP station.
So I do my physical. I did well on the ASVAB, and then I do my physical, and so this is July of 1990, and I fail my physical because I have flat feet.
okay.
The doctor's like, "You got flat feet," and I'm like, "Yeah." And it's like, I got like orthotics that I put in my shoes, and the recruiter's sitting there going, "Oh shit, fuck,
Mhm.
shut up." So they're like, "Yeah, I got to fail you because you got flat feet." So 4 days later, Saddam Hussein invades Kuwait,
Mm-hmm.
and the recruiter calls me back and like, you can redo this in 6 months.
Yep.
We'll teach you how to walk and talk to the fucking doctor and all that. And I'm like, I think I'm gonna try school. And I know it's kind of a chicken shit thing to say, but had I not
did
had
the
the flat
exact same
feet
thing.
or they just overlooked it,
Yep.
if you think about it, I would have been in basic, like August, September.
Yep. Fort
And
McClellan,
then
Alabama.
when
Yep.
the ground war started, I think was like 6 months after, like April or March, April, May
Yep.
of
Yep.
91, right? So I
Desert-
probably would have been on the fucking
Desert
front
Storm, yep.
lines as a grunt in the army.
No, it
And
depends,
That's my war
depends.
story.
That depends on your MOS. So speaking to you, you are you probably did very well in your ASVAB. So you would have been able. There's a large range of jobs in
You
the
can
military
call it
police,
Cap, you
right?
son of a bitch.
So I was able to be a garrison MP, where a lot of the guys that scored lower that wanted to be MP were tower rats. They were sitting in a tower. They were guarding nukes. They were so there's that realm. So you have to score between this and this. And you could have
Tower
been,
rats, I love it.
Yeah. So you could have been in a higher realm of
Okay.
sometimes they go into
give him
JAG or sometimes they go into
give it a
intelligence.
bag and go pick up shit.
Yeah,
is basically what you're
exactly,
saying, yeah.
exactly. So MPs, when I was active duty, it was called garrison. So I was able to drive around a patrol vehicle, and all the tower rats hated us because we got the good job. Well,
Yeah.
we should have scored higher. But when I got out, I was first riot control. I had to change my MOS to riot control because that's what they had at Fort Snelling, and then
throw 'em
that
on the
disbanded.
table
Then
if
I
you
went into the reserves, which was POW security. So I was supposed to go to First Gulf War, and they said, you know what, you can go right
are
now if
pretty
you want to do POW, but I'm like, you know what, I'm a garrison, which is rear line security. When MPs go into when the front line goes through a zone and they take over a city, MPs go in and they set up a perimeter, and they hold that perimeter, and they have to do all the crime scene investigation to make sure that Geneva Convention was followed, all of that. So I wanted to do that. I just got into POW, and I didn't want to go into war into something that I didn't know very well. I was a 60 gunner, so you could have had a lot of. I was able to choose Germany. I said I want to live in Germany. I was able to go there. I was able to take I got into where I wanted to go, what I wanted to do. But the military changed. Obviously, MPs didn't have any movement as far as rank was concerned. So I did 8 years and only got to Spec 4.
It's super fun because it's like when I was going there, we'd all had like a meal together at night. They'd give us dinner and stuff. And
Like the MPs.
they're like, "What do you want to do?" And I'm like, "MP." And they're like, "What do you want to do?" MP. And everyone, MP. And my recruiter told me, "You're not gonna get fucking MP, so you better have a plan B, C, and D."
Yeah.
And so I had like communications in my background.
Well,
I still
and
like
MPs also
they have
dead
radio.
end.
There's
Yep.
armed
There's no
forces
up.
radio. Like so, I was gonna I could be like. I wanted to do like radio or some sort of communication, and that also kind of meant like air traffic controller if they had that in the Army. I don't know if they did, but so like some sort of communication, you know, or just the radio guy you see with the backpack in the field, hey, fucking,
call for fire,
broken arrow, fucking.
It was a great experience.
Fucking take us all out.
I was stationed in Germany, right on the border of France. I got to go to Oktoberfest twice. I mean, it was the best duty. It was the best place that I could ever be at that time at 18.
Nice.
I took a date to Paris, France, for Christ's sake, which was really fun. So.
That's kind of my story. And then I went to broadcasting school, and I got in radio, and then 93X happened, and so
cigar.
And I talked to my friend Kane and when he was here actually, and you have to have a really fast thought process. You have to be able to speak very quickly, very clearly. That's not an easy thing to do for a lot of people, and be able to be
you
off the
talk
cuff.
about politics of radio. I can go. We could dedicate a whole fucking hour and a half, 2 hours to that.
Well, we should definitely do something.
Yeah, have
like
Kane
that.
on. When he comes to town,
That would be great. That would be awesome.
he would totally.
Dude, I'm so excited for you guys' this podcast, you guys. Like, I just can't express how excited I am. It's like being buddies with
right back.
a group of dudes who are starting a band.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Oh, absolutely.
Like the way he just got up because we're doing this remote. Like I felt like he was in the room, and he just I thought he literally
what's
walked
really
to go piss
What's
in
really
the sink.
funny though?
The way the
walking out
screen
here.
is set, I swear to God, on the corner of my eye, I saw him
But our
get up
TV
and
so-
leave, and
it
I
shows
thought he
that
was
he's
going to
almost the right
piss in the
size.
sink, dude.
He's
Like-
almost the right size.
And by the way, if you upgrade your Patreon when you start your own Patreon, or not your Patreon, when you do your Discord,
Yeah.
you can use mine at the beginning because it's free. You can start your own and it'll be free. But if you do the Nitro thing and you pay for it, it's like $10 a month or whatever. You can go up to 1080p, which means you can get a better video and audio quality from him.
Oh,
so
wow,
he's coming in at 720. So he has this beautiful camera.
Yep.
He has this awesome microphone, but because we use a free Discord,
Yep.
he's still coming through at 720.
So get
it's
that.
fine, but we're not seeing what he's giving us. That's
right,
the point.
right.
Like his microphone and his camera are giving us a better signal. And you understand what I'm talking about.
Absolutely.
I'm dumbing this down for everybody that is like, what the fuck are they talking about? Like he's let me put it this way. He's got $1 million signal coming through $100 phone.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like he's throwing a 90 mile an hour pitch coming through a 70 mile an hour filter.
Right.
That's basically what's happening. Because
guys
it's
talking
just a
about
free.
my
It's
setup?
free. It's free. But dude, it's
right. The
it's
camera though
It's
is
free. It's free.
It's
Like
it's free Discord, but if we do the the upgrade, which is like $10 a month.
yeah, it's
then
called
we're
Nitro.
1080p. Then you will like literally fall out of the TV onto the bar.
Yeah.
I don't think I
when
want
you-
that
when you
much,
stood up and left, the way
resolution.
we
You
have
could've seen-
It's
You're
like
gonna see all sorts
we're
of shit on
passing
my-
you a beer. Your hand comes out and grabs
you're,
it.
You're technically probably you're. I know that cam. I think that cam technically does like 4K.
It's 4K, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, but what's happening through Discord is 720. So
Yeah.
like we could at least get to 1080.
But that's good because like the frame rate will
It's not good.
alter with that, right?
No, it's
like
never.
so.
No, it's not good. We'll get it to 1080.
Right.
We'll get you
Okay.
to 1080 because everything you guys are going to do is at 1080. Your cams are going to be 1080. Your fucking switchers 1080.
1080,
Everything
yeah.
will be. It's dude. Your guys' podcast is going to look and sound better than this.
Well,
it's gonna
By
be
the way,
awesome.
the name
I'm
of the
so
podcast
excited
is
for it,
At
dude.
the Bar with ... I like
Yep.
to say that ... But we have social media, so we're at the Bar with on X, and then we also have a Facebook page, At the Bar with, and I think we had to do a dash because Facebook wouldn't allow.
I put your
But it's
Twitter
At the Bar
page
with dash podcast.
in the
But
description.
yeah, we're gonna start promoting the shit out of it.
But I put the Twitter page in the description. So for people that want to follow you guys and get ahead of the curve before you've done your first episode, they can
Yeah.
go to this podcast episode description. And in the description is your direct link to your Twitter, which is x.com now. Whatever.
Smash that like button.
Follow.
Subscribe.
And then,
Smash it.
when you guys do your actual real first episode, which I'm telling you, trust me and listen to me.
Clothes are optional for the first one, by the way.
do at least 3 episodes that you're going to delete. Invite
Well,
your
you-
cousin over.
You will
no,
be
if it doesn't work out, we'll
invite your
just do
neighbor
OnlyFans.
over.
I mean, whatever.
No, you're gonna
well,
invite
Patrick does have the setup
invite
now
your
for that.
neighbor. Invite your neighbor who does not want to be seen in public, and you're like, yeah, fine, no one's gonna watch this, but we need to beta test this. Then invite your cousin over, and then bring your wife on, because
Well-
no one's gonna watch this.
Well, I'm
And then
holding
delete
you.
it.
You said you were going to produce at
I'll
least the
produce your
first
first
3 shows.
But what I'm saying is, I'll produce your first 3 real shows.
That's what I'm saying.
Here's
So
the
you'll
question-
be
here's really quick,
producing
here's the
like the first
But here's
6
the question,
then.
though. Here's the question, though, because obviously there's need of a producer.
No, you're gonna do your first 3
Right.
Well,
by yourself.
Is there a need of a producer?
yeah, Jared's going to produce the first 3
No,
real
There's
shows.
there's not a need for a producer. Not with what I did for you
What
guys.
is this? What is this guy doing over here?
Well,
We do a
Jared's-
different show here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
We do a different show here. You guys are doing a different vibe. So what I told him and what's going to happen is you're going to do your first 3 episodes by yourselves. Then I will come in and do your first 3 real episodes and just kind of like back check you. Right?
Yeah.
Like I got you. Like you're not going to, I'm your fail safe. Like you're not going to fuck this up for your first 3 episodes. But the whole point with the gear we picked is that no, this is a solo operation. You do not need
Right.
you do
don't
not
need-
need
okay. Well,
a
who-
producer in the background.
Who
Your
does the
gear's
fact
gonna-
checking? Oh, we do
Well,
it as we
that's
go,
that's
live?
where like we're talking about.
If
Jean
you
is going to be the
decide to do
Google girl,
fact checking,
Okay. Okay.
if
and
you
she goes
decide to
fine
do
as long
fact
as I'm not
checking,
on the
that's a different
camera
Yeah, yeah.
story.
or microphone. And I said, well,
See,
you probably have a
all
microphone,
the
but
stuff that you guys are doing, I'm
You won't be
totally
on
clueless
camera.
Of what?
The
Well,
Google
and you guys are going to
the
probably
Google girl.
evolve too.
Hey, Google girl.
You guys are probably going to evolve as well,
Yeah.
right? So at the end of the day, like those first 3 episodes that I'm doing with you is just going to make sure that your gear and your operation works, the switching works, the audio follows the video, or vice versa.
This could also be a teaching sequence of people that want to do this in the future. You know, it's
we're gonna do that on Discord separately, but I'm gonna start teaching classes about that shit. Like I have fun doing it. I like sharing that knowledge. I appreciate it. But what I'm going to do for you guys is just make sure your operation works, your gear works, all this shit works, and then once we're good and going, you guys are on your own. You guys got to hit the ground.
Makeup. I need a touch. I need a touch up.
Here, I need. Oh, I don't have any.
Shit, my makeup person quit already. No, it's got a little shine going here.
No, I'm super excited for you guys, man. You guys got good gear.
We got good gear. We got good people. We have a good idea. I'm hoping that that'll transpose to people that are want to tune in and listen and watch.
My main thing is that okay, there's a lot of things out there right now of people complaining about things and wanting things and doing things.
Get on the mic. Shoot the phone.
I would like it that if I would like it that we're able to actually help people in certain realms that have issues with certain things, that we can have a voice to give them knowledge that they don't have, if that makes sense.
It's all about the guest.
Fun to do. Instead of like trying to get popular and monetize, we should do like a charity of the week and see how many people we can get to donate to something. That'd be kind of a cool.
That'd be great.
That would be awesome.
I mean,
That's a
even
great
if it's
idea.
only a couple $100.
Because like
that
Bob
could be pretty
Fletcher,
cool.
he does his Live on Patrol where they drive around Ramsey County sheriffs, and they have listeners or viewers that send in like gift cards for Subway, McDonald's, whatever, and they just pull up to a fucking corner and there's a homeless person there, like, hey, you hungry? What do you want,
That's
Subway
great.
or McDonald's?
I love that.
I
I
mean, that's
love
great.
all that
I
stuff.
love seeing that stuff.
Yep. Helping
We could do
people,
something like that.
We have a great mental
Good
health
idea.
epidemic going on right now that people need guidance in certain ways.
Because we could be entertaining, but let's have a purpose too. Let's
absolutely.
use
Absolutely.
the platform for something. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Right.
Absolutely.
Well, and that's a great thing, especially with my background with working with the homeless people, homeless encampments and homeless people, addiction, that kind of stuff. That would be fantastic. Especially with the unit, the unit that we have that works with homeless people. That would be such a huge deal for them. It would go over huge. I love that idea. Absolutely love that idea.
Yeah. Because like some radio shows do like adoption of the week. You know, they go to a pet shelter or whatever. But yeah, we could do like just have an ongoing fund of some kind where people just deposit it and we just give it to the charity that can do the most with it. We could rotate it or just keep it open for 6 months or, but just whatever. It doesn't matter. It's just whatever we do, we should include something that's good.
I'm so impressed with the lack of lag. Like, as soon as he jumps in and starts talking, it's like he's here in the room. They're unlike a normal Discord call. Like, if he was on a webcam with a shitty microphone, it's like...
When he actually got up to go to the bathroom, I thought he was going to get up and go.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. Well, that's just the position of the TV.
If the TV was just a little bit bigger, he'd be like life size. He'd be...
No, and actually, that's going to be similar to what you guys have in your situation. But no, what I was talking about is the lack of lag, meaning
the clarity too.
That's his microphone.
Very clear.
So what's happening is his microphone and his headphones set up. So there's no. So basically, what I'm getting,
I plug in my mic. My microphone has a headphone jack, and I didn't realize that. I was plugging my headphones into my computer, and I couldn't hear shit. And then I Googled something, and it was like, oh shit, there's a headphone jack right here.
Yeah, that's
why it's so good.
That's one way to do it for sure. But basically what I'm getting at is like when you're on a shitty webcam, and this is why remote podcasts suck. And this is the importance of what we're talking about, right? So like when you have a remote podcast guest, if they use a normal webcam,
it's going to be terrible.
And they use the mic that comes from
their laptop.
What happens is there's a built-in noise gate that will dictate when their voice kicks in versus when they can hear you and vice versa. Mm-hmm. And that will cause an inevitable delay. that will do a chain reaction of making you talk over each other and not be able to have a coherent conversation.
Right.
But as I'm speaking out loud, and I point to Patrick right now, and as soon as he starts talking, we will hear it. And as soon as he starts talking, I will be able to shut the fuck up, and he will be able to naturally take over this conversation. I swear to God, Patrick, if you don't start talking.
Yeah, and like also your camera that I'm seeing in the background is almost instantaneous. It's probably about a 0.4 second off.
Right.
So when I wave like this, it's pretty much there. Like, that's cool too.
It's mind blowing because this motherfucker is in California right now, and it feels
like you're right here.
It's like right here.
He's in this room.
Yep.
And I would not have been able to do this. This is why I continue to say, don't fucking mention it, you guys. This has been a mutual benefit for each other because me helping you figure out how to do that helped me figure out how to do that.
Yep.
Because I knew I could do it.
You.
Right?
Help me,
but
you.
This is my
Tom Cruise, Rod Timmons
this
right
is the
there.
thing I scream at the top of my lungs. The rising tide raises all ships, you guys.
Yep.
What helps you helps me. When your band, well, you guys aren't in a band, but when your
Not
podcast gets
anymore.
bigger, when your podcast gets bigger, that's good for me because that's more credibility for Minnesota
Jared,
podcasts. And
By the
go
way,
ahead. Go
I
ahead,
was
yeah.
doing a Facebook Live earlier to
because
test my
I've
mic
made this speech
because
1,000 times. I don't need to say this again. Go ahead.
But anyway, I did a Facebook Live, and then Wayne Danielson, Big D from KDWB, said he met you randomly and that you're the shit. Like,
What?
do you know Big D?
No.
Who's
Oh.
Big D?
Somebody
So he
from
used to be on
KDWB likes
KDWB, and
me?
then
That's
now he's like one of the
hilarious.
biggest iHeartRadio country DJs in the nation. He works in Nashville.
Wow.
But like when iHeart
And
does
he
like
met
their
me?
big festival,
That's
he's like the guy
hilarious.
backstage with the microphone. But I don't know. He said he randomly met you and that you were cool, but maybe he was thinking of somebody else. I don't know.
He was definitely thinking of somebody else. There's no way
Definitely
anybody
a
would like
different
me.
Jared. Okay, got it. Anyway,
No, thank
right,
you,
well, you
man.
can
That's super fucking
edit
cool,
that
dude.
out.
No, that's
But I'm
super
sure if he
cool,
did meet
man.
you, he'd be
Genuine.
like, "Oh, Jared is the coolest guy ever. He's dope. He's so
man.
dope."
Don't take it away now, dude. Let me do that, dude.
You know, one of the funniest,
No, are
one of
you
the
serious,
funniest
though? Are you
things.
serious? Hold on. Are you serious though? Did that really happen?
Yeah, no, 100%. Wayne
Wow,
Danielson
that's really
is his
cool.
name. He used to go by Big D in Minneapolis, and then he
Well,
went
dude,
to Vegas.
tell him I
and
said
then he got
thank you,
promoted
man.
to Nashville, which is like the top-notch afternoon country radio DJ slot in the nation.
Dude, well,
but
tell
yeah,
him I
he's-
said thank you, man. And I would love to
I
connect
will.
with him and meet
So
with him
you
someday.
could go on my Facebook and see the conversation because I left the live video up, and so you could see his comments saying, "Oh, I know that dude. We randomly met. He's the best. He's dope." And I'm like, "Okay."
Wow, man. That's
But you
really
are.
amazing.
He's
dude.
not lying.
Dude, I rub some people the wrong way sometimes, but you know what I've found out over the last 3.5 years, dude, is the people who have done that and been like, yeah, I don't know about that guy, or because this is happening a lot lately. Those are people who have questionable judgment. You know what I mean? Like, because I've just kind of stayed true to my principles. You know, because principles are the way you build your philosophies. And I really haven't changed. Like, I've evolved, I've become
Right.
better, but I really haven't changed. The only thing
That's
that's
your
happened
personality
is,
types.
the only thing that has happened is the maturity of which I interpret my principles. My
Yeah.
principles have never changed.
You're
since I've
born
been
with
like
your personality
11.
types. Yep.
You know? So, those people, especially nowadays, that are so willing to lash out and judge you, you know, versus the people that are willing to be like, no, dude, that dude was cool, man.
So
That personality matters more than
high
the
trait
people
disagreeableness,
they're judging
or
to
you
me
know,
nowadays.
low trait agreeableness. When people are very disagreeable, they always want to see the bad side of things and or whatever. And there's people that are high trait agreeableness that can agree with almost anything, right? That's part of your personality typing. That the Big Five is a huge thing that. If people look into it, it's about 80% accuracy. It's
Yeah.
80 to 90% accuracy. It's amazing globally. It's not just here; it's globally.
In the mind.
You can see an extrovert. You can see an extrovert
Yeah,
anywhere.
chew the foam.
You can see an
Shoot me
extrovert
that
anywhere.
film.
You go to Japan, you go to China, you go to Russia. You can point out an extrovert anywhere, right? And you can point out an introvert pretty clearly. So that's your personality typing. You have that.
So
Well,
what's weird about
that's the
that
irony
statement
is I have
too.
both.
Yep. Go ahead.
So what's weird about that statement too is like I'm introverted, and so
Mm-hmm.
when I was on the radio, I just had a microphone and a studio,
Yep.
and so a little bit of not doing a podcast
so
earlier for me was fear. Like I don't want
This
to
is so cool.
Put yourself
do
out there.
this. Right? Like I don't. Yeah. Am I going to say something stupid and I'm going to second guess myself? You know.
Yep.
And so when Brett approached me, like I tried to do a single man podcast like 3 years ago during COVID. I was bored. And so I did like one, and Spotify had like this free app. And so I literally just used my microphone on the laptop that I had at the time. And I just talked for like 55 minutes about sports logos like Vikings. You know, who's got the coolest NFL logos? So I just did 32. I did a countdown to number one, which is the Raiders, obviously. But Vikings were top 5. But so I did that. And then I realized, like, shit, man, that's a lot of work. And if I got to do it right, I got to do it right. And that's going to cost a lot of money. So when Brett approached me as I just have to be a third of the content, I was like, okay, that's cool. I can handle that. Plus I got a little bit of anxiety, general anxiety disorder. So I get, like I think the
High-trait
worst case
neuroticism.
scenario
Yep.
all the time.
Bro, we got.
But when
I
Brett
think I
was like,
found my
can we do a
Jordan
podcast
Peterson.
and you're
Yeah,
going to
that's
set
Jordan
shit up and I'm
Peterson,
just
Dude,
going
I
to
think
beam
I
in?
found
I'm
my
like,
Jordan Peterson. Dude, you're coming on the podcast every 3
Well,
months.
and that was the perfect scenario because
yeah,
I'm
it
serious.
works for
I wanna
me.
have you
Now
on
I'm
my
excited
list.
as fuck about it.
yeah, it's same
I'm
here.
already thinking about like leaving you and doing my own thing. So I'm the bass player. Like Jared said the other night, I'm the bass player that's leaving the band before our first gig.
I actually did call you up for that. I said, bro, slow down. You're the bass player and you're already talking about your solo project, dude. I was like, start a band first, dude. Like, Jesus Christ.
Gene
You
Simmons.
haven't
Remember
even put
Sunday
out
when you
an
were on
album.
and you had to get off for some reason, talk to Gene or something? I said that, and you weren't there, and I was like, oh shit, don't tell him I said that. But I'm being honest right now, like, I might do some Facebook Lives here and there just to fucking fuck around now that I got the equipment, but I'm
Well,
like,
why not?
I will always be true to At the Bar with.
But that's the whole thing. There's no reason why you can't do something and do this at the same time, and that's self
But if I'm the bass
promotion.
player that gets famous, I can still drive him to our
Wait, whoa!
hour.
There has never been a bass player that's ever gotten famous.
Well,
all right?
Gene
his
Simmons,
name
Gene
is
Simmons.
his name is Les
Gene Simmons.
Claypool.
Gene
Les
Simmons.
Claypool.
That's
Les
one.
Claypool.
That's one. And you look at what he did to become famous, and it wasn't because he was a bass player.
Let me put it this way.
Because he had a long
Patrick,
tongue.
Hold on.
That wasn't because he was a bass player.
Talking about bass players now, motherfucker.
Hold on.
He could have been a drummer
fellas,
and still
slow
would have
down.
been famous.
Slow down. Let me put it this way. No one who has ever been a remote host has been the host of a podcast. So slow the fucking phone until you're in the room. You're not.
Slow my roll, bitch.
The chick in the tits was absolutely the highlight of the podcast. Dude, shaking
That's a
his
reel
own
right there. That's how we promote this one. I do a thing where I pull this down and show cleavage, but I'm not going to do
Now
that.
in your
Just-
Roland,
That would-
you can capture that ISO
Yeah,
and you can re-edit that.
right. That's perfect.
Oh, so
I
there's an
can't
app
do that.
too. There's an app for
can't-
that.
I can't-
It will go
I can't
through
do
and
that.
clip reels. That's part of my social media plan, by the way.
Oh, is it?
No,
Did
it
you
is.
invent
I have a
that?
social media plan.
Did you invent
I'm a
that?
professional.
Are you gonna make clips and reels to highlight
Yeah.
the best parts of your
100%.
podcast? Man,
Yeah, you're going to be
Jesus
edited
Christ.
out.
It's I can't
No,
be on your
you-
podcast, you guys. I can't be. I will get you all.
You have to
canceled.
be.
I
Come
will
on.
get you. I will get you.
You should be our
fucking-
first guest.
I will get you. No, I will not be your first guest.
I will get you no.
I will get you all fired. You guys can come on my podcast. If I go on your podcast, you're immediately dismissed. Every single one of you. The moment I come on your podcast. California, Minnesota, fired. Done. You're all career ended. You can come here all day and no one cares because no one watches this.
Cancel.
But
Cancel.
you guys are going to be successful. You guys are going to be very successful. I can't come on your podcast. You guys will degenerate yourself.
Why don't you become an early investor? We'll take $10,000. We'll give you one share.
I'll take 1% for helping
how
you
about
guys
you?
start it.
Once it takes off, how about you become our producer?
You can't afford it.
No, that's my job.
What's? Oh, that's true. That's true.
Don't fire me
Patrick's
before our first
definitely
gig.
No,
But you're
Patrick's
the
not your
social
actual
media
producer.
and the
No, Patrick's
talent.
not your actual producer. You will need a real producer eventually someday. Somebody in the room, like somebody.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
No, you will need it because you guys are probably going to monetize way faster than I will. Like I'm going to monetize very soon because we're just the arc we're building.
Right.
Where it's going to happen really quick, actually.
Well, after this
within the
podcast,
next-
you're probably gonna have 1,000 more.
Oh
followers.
man, yeah. No, but jokes aside, like it'll probably be this year, like 2025, we're gonna monetize, but it's not gonna be a lot of money.
Right.
It's gonna be pennies, but it'll finally be like actual money coming in from YouTube.
Right.
Like, oh shit, this is happening. Super cool, man.
That's
It's
way
like,
cool.
It's like becoming an opening band. That's what I don't think people understand. To draw the analogies from everything we talked about, right? Like everybody's like, "Oh my God, you're doing this cool thing! Like, thank you for having us on your podcast." Do you guys realize this isn't a thing yet? Like, I have less than 500 subs on YouTube, meaning YouTube pays me $0 to do this, right? I make zero money from this. Any money we make at all, which isn't profitable, is from our sponsors, right?
Yep.
So at the end of the day, what we're doing is purely because we think we have a thing.
Yep.
And even the moment we monetize the first eligible tier at 500 subs, still not profitable. We're bringing in change.
Right.
But for me, the moment we do that, it's like, dude, we started a band and we opened for American Head Charge. Like it's a real thing. Like this actually happened, you guys. We didn't play at the Enigma Center in fucking Bloomington. We didn't play the fucking weird side stage at the garage in Burnsville, Minnesota, where there's 3 people watching us and one of them is the sound guy. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Right.
Well,
Absolutely.
let me ask
Like this is suddenly real, you guys. Like we're doing a real thing.
Let me-
Holy shit!
let me ask
but
you this
you
question,
guys are
though.
going to do this way faster than me.
Let
because
me
you
ask
guys
this
have a
question to
better
Patrick.
show.
Do you really think so?
Sure.
Yeah, but let me
I
ask this
really
question to
think
Patrick.
you guys have a genuine niche, and I'm telling you, dude, you guys are going to
Yeah.
do very
Yeah,
well.
let me-
you guys are going to
Well, and the thing
and you're
is,
going to take all my knowledge
Sure.
and all my mistakes. Hold on. You're going to take all my knowledge and all my mistakes, and you're going to fucking
Sorry,
you're
Stacy.
going
He's
to
like a
ride this
chihuahua
wave. Dude.
sometimes.
I know.
Just-
It's, I
You're
know it's
gonna
hard.
you're gonna ride this wave, dude. And you guys, I'm telling you, dude, I'm so excited about your project.
Well,
Go
so-
ahead, Stacy.
well, I'm excited too, but I think it's because of the
Stacy, you
backdrop.
were
I think
supposed
it
to say
because
something.
of the people with me, Patrick, and Stacy, and the backdrop, the concept. I think it works together
okay,
well.
so you guys, we keep on going into this, and Patrick was on the radio, and I think one of the biggest podcasts that went through our lives was Tom Bernard in the Morning Show and KQ, right?
Yeah.
And and the content that they spoke about all the things that brought in KQ listeners. Now, how did that platform keep and bring in as many users as it or viewers as it did or listeners as it did? How do we keep that going, right? And keep on changing with the times, with the conversations, that we're not getting redundant, we're not getting because I see a lot of people on TikTok or whatever, and they're talking about the same stuff, obviously, because it's all the mainstream stuff. Bringing in stuff that's not brought in has always been interesting to me. It's like especially with the stuff with Doge, right? I haven't heard any of this stuff before. I don't even know any of this stuff that are bringing in listeners. How do you think, Patrick, is the best way to do that?
Who, me?
You're the only Patrick here.
But keep those
You're
things
talking to
in.
me?
Yeah. But keep those conversations going.
No, that's my Xbox joke. When someone's in my ears and I'm playing video games and they're like, "Oh, this motherfucker," and I go, "Who, me?" And they're like, "No, the guy on the other team." And then they'll do it again, like, "Son of a bitch," and I'm like, "Who, me?" And they're like, "No, the guy on the other team." And then they get pissed off at you. And it's pretty soon
The 1/8 black in me showed up.
trolling the shit out of them.
I had to switch area codes.
So no, it all comes down to demographics. Like we need to, like, whatever platform we're using, we should use some sort of analytics, like who's watching or listening.
Sure.
But it's if our content is geared towards 25 to 54 people, we need to talk about, we're not going to talk about knitting because we're not trying to get your grandma to listen, right?
Yep.
So we just have to be focused on the demographic and the people. And you want to be as broad as you can within a lane, if you know what I mean. You know what I mean? Like, and sometimes if you have a 3-lane highway, if you could just stay in one lane and just, like Pac-Man, just eat up all those people. That's 25 to 54 men. But sometimes
That's
you can
literally
go,
this show.
You could
What he's
do
describing
a
is this
California
show.
Highway Patrol swerve thing where you're going to the left lane, you go to the right lane. And you know what I mean? And so you got like left women here, right men here, and the middle stream here. And so you got to be able to figure out who you're talking to and then talk their language. Is at the end of the day, you got to speak their language.
Yep.
And
so
interaction.
my advice. So what he said, and my interpretation of that is start inviting a lot of women.
Yeah.
Because you're 3 dudes.
Yep.
Make sure you get a. No, I'm serious. I'm not fucking around.
That's brilliant. No, it's brilliant.
That's one of the biggest downfalls of this podcast.
That was
I'm
my
not tight
second
enough
choice
with
of
enough
naming the
women.
show as 3 dudes.
Yeah.
3 dudes, 1 cup. I still think that we're missing that boat, man. 3 dudes, 1 cup. That's all we need.
3 dudes,
And,
1
what's
bar.
in the cup is a bunch of chew spit.
What about 3 dudes, 1 bar? 3 dudes, 1 bar. What about that?
Yeah.
At the
What
bar
are you gonna do
with
at the bar, though? Where's the bar go?
Up your
I
butt.
don't know. That's my point.
I mean, you asked.
But
dude,
my
I'm just
podcast
saying,
will be
it's
1
there.
guy, 1 cup. That's
of chew spit.
pretty sure it's taken. I'm sure it's taken. But no, like having a good mix of female, and male. I mean, that's awesome.
So changing the topic, I see Joe Rogan. He's obviously one of the top podcasters ever.
The top
the top podcaster, and he's got everybody from Jordan Peterson on there to
Joy Behar.
Oh, so can I interrupt real quick before you make a point?
I wish.
So you just
Joy
said something.
Behar
You know,
would go
have you ever
Joe
seen the
Rogan.
clip where Joe Rogan says how he started podcasting?
No.
Do you know who or what his inspiration was?
Well, there's a
ahead.
couple
You remember-
guys. Adam Curie.
You remember Tom Green in like 2004?
Yep.
Yep.
He got kicked off of like
Yep.
whatever. So he went on like Canadian
Yep.
cable,
Yep.
did a cable show and had Joe Rogan on. And Joe Rogan was like, this is just some stupid fucking podunky
He goes, wait a minute, we can drink
Canadian
beer.
fucking interview show.
He goes, wait a
And
minute,
he's
we
like,
can drink beer here.
Yeah. Yeah. And so like he was just like Tom Green was doing this shit. And then he went home and he's like, man, maybe I should just fucking do that with MMA folks. Just have them come in and fucking start talking. And that's so like he talks to Tom Green and says, you were the inspiration for me to do my fucking podcast.
Yeah.
And Tom Green's like,
But he has
okay,
such a
whatever.
he has such a vast array of obviously access to great minds, and
but he didn't. But he didn't 20 years
No.
ago. He had access to
No.
MMA folks. Well,
Yep.
So how do you get
he
Kevin
was- he had
Costner
the-
on your fucking podcast 20 years later? Like how
well,
does
he
that
did
fucking
Fear
happen?
Factor. He did Fear
That's what's
Factor. Plus,
great.
he was also a comedian. So besides the MMA, he's also a great comedian.
Yeah,
And-
but 20 years ago he was on
in
a sitcom
famous lists, he's
about
a C
radio.
or a B at best. He's a
Yeah.
C-list actor,
So, yeah.
a famous person,
Yeah.
or B at best.
Yeah.
But
B at
how
best.
do you get fucking Elon Musk and Donald Trump on your fucking podcast 20 years later.
I mean, it's about being cool as fuck, dude. It's
But
just being
Baron Trump is what happened.
Yeah.
Baron Trump is like, Dad,
mean,
you got to
no.
you
Baron
got to
Trump-
get on this shit.
But with Joe
No, Baron
Rogan, though,
Trump's
like
later.
his qualities,
Baron
and
Trump's
it's
way
been said
later.
by everybody, is his qualities are his knowledge, his quest for knowledge, his curiosity, and his
Jordan
willingness
Peterson said
to
that. Yes, absolutely.
his willingness to pivot on what his previous beliefs are.
Yep.
You know what I
Right.
mean?
And
that's,
say he
that's
was
me,
wrong, and-
because I was a liberal, I was a Republican, I've been a libertarian. Now I'm just like, who gives a fuck? I just want somebody to nuke us. You know what I mean? Like
Yep,
I'm just praying for World War III. Jared's like, I'm out of here. But no, like, but. So,
yeah, bringing on the
that's-
different
that's-
minds, bringing on different minds and thought and why they
You get
think
my-
that way. Absolutely. Why they think that way, where they're going with it. But my thing is like, we hear all these people speaking about what's going on. I would like solutions. What are the solutions to these problems?
Right.
What can we do
Right.
differently? And how can I, especially as me as a special education teacher, and I'm influencing kids, how can I influence a kid? I always go to, great philosophers that say certain things that really make me think and go, oh, I didn't think of it that way, and that changes. It changed. I've had phrases change my life actually, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
and looking at something completely differently, and that's kind of where I would like to go with it is
And
going
Brett-
opening people's minds.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
Brett, and you know
Yeah.
what? You're brilliant for bringing Stacy in, because you know what Stacy reminds me of, and I've for everyone watching,
We just
I've
met.
only met you just now. But you know what? You know who Stacy is? He's Maynard James Keenan from Tool.
Absolutely, dude.
You know what I mean?
Dude. Yeah,
That
absolutely.
guy is fucking Maynard right now. He's always Maynard. Because he's intellectual. He's focused. Like when you listen, like I'm just like fucking making an observation, but I just realized that's like a Maynard James Keenan kind of answer to everything he's given all night.
Absolutely, outside of you being the first person I wanted to talk to, Stacy was number 2, and it's just like I got to get both these guys in on this, and we got to
gotta
do
tell
this.
Jared this,
we
too.
got to do this.
Put his headphones on. Put your fucking headphones on. Put your fucking.
Shut up, bitch.
Hey,
Shut up, bitch.
What I was
talk
talking
shit,
about
don't
just
talk
now,
shit
was
to
like,
me
I
from
was-
California.
I was just talking to
you
Stacy.
soft
You
ass
know who's-
fucking Democrat. Don't fucking ever talk shit to me from California. Don't tell me to pull my headphones on. Speak politely to me, bitch.
But Patrick has
no,
a
but I was
really
just making
good
an observation.
point. I was
The way
like,
you
wow.
blew me up.
Jared,
The way you
Jared,
blew me up.
agree
He
with
went,
this or don't?
yeah.
But you
listen
have
to
to
this.
agree with it.
Listen to this, though.
I
This
love
is
you so
this
much,
is something.
dude. The way
Jared.
you just blew me off, I love you so much, dude.
Okay, so Jared, but when I was just
You
talking to
did it
Stacy,
again.
you know
I
who
love
he
it.
is?
I love this
That
guy.
He is Maynard James Keenan. on
I
our
swear to
podcast.
God, I know, right? I swear to God, that was
Right.
my first interaction with him.
Exactly.
I fucking
Totally.
dude. Hold on,
Dude,
My first interaction with him. I said,
that
"Has
your
anyone
tattoo?
ever told you you look like Maynard
James
Keenan?"
Keenan, yes.
And he said,
But he also
"Who is
talks
that?"
and-
And
but
he
he
said,
talks
and he said,
everything.
"Who is that?" He said, "Who is that?" And I said,
So
"It's
you were
the
talking
lead
about the
singer of
16
Tool."
algorithms or whatever. Fucking, he's a Maynard guy.
Dude.
Your cousin is
You're-
Maynard.
Are you gonna
Oh, yeah.
stand there? Are you gonna stand there with a straight face and tell me that I am the first person and he's the second person to say
You are the first
Within
person
an
or
hour.
second
and
person.
he's
Within an
get
hour,
the
but-
fuck
I have
out
no
of
But
here.
you
idea
know-
who Maynard James
He
Keenan
is the singer
Out
from.
of here. I don't believe this.
have you-
I don't
No,
believe
Tool,
this.
yes,
I
I
don't
know
Okay,
believe
he's the
this.
Let's play
singer
this
for
game.
Tool and a
No
Perfect
way.
Circle.
No way.
Let's play
no
this game.
way,
Let's play this
dude.
game.
Wow.
Who's Brett?
No way.
Who's Brett then? Who's Brett? Who's Brett?
Brett.
I'm thinking Steve
Brett,
Gutenberg, but
No. See, Steve.
I'm just kidding.
Here's the thing, man. Brett does remind me of like 16 different people, but Brett actually does genuinely, not kissing your ass because you're on the podcast. Brett genuinely does seem like a unique person. Like, unlike me, who I feel like I'm just like, I steal like a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of this, and I'm just like an amalgamation of a bunch of like that's why I keep saying like I'm an everyman, you know? A jack of all trades.
You're definitely an everyman because you pivot on so many things. I mean, it's like when you think you pinpoint
Hang on,
you
it's
down.
too quiet in the other room. I gotta go check on my kids.
Then you talk about something else. It's like what? Look at I put up this and I'm doing this and doing this and it's just like, wow. Yeah, you're definitely an everyman.
I will tell you
100%,
and I will tell you why. It comes from two motivations. Number one, I couldn't decide what type of person I wanted to be when I was a kid, and I knew in middle school I had to decide because everybody was starting to figure out, I'm going to be this, I'm going to be that. And I was like, well, I'm really good at sports, but I also like music, but I'm also really good at math, and I'm also really good at physics, and I'm also really good at social studies and economics, and like I'm a straight A student and blah, blah, blah. So I was super indecisive, and I couldn't figure out what I wanted to go to fucking college for, right? This persisted through high school, but I just kept doing all the things I was good at. But at the same point in time, I started to discover immense weaknesses where I was like, if I don't focus, like there's people who are naturally good at things. And I just got to admit, like, if I'm not willing to dedicate this time to swinging a baseball bat, I'm not going to be a home run hitter. That's how the world works.
But that also goes to what you're saying before when you're talking about if the thing is good enough for you to do that you have invested your time and your energy into, you're going to make time for it.
The priority thing, right?
It's a priority, so you're going to put your time into that priorities. But the thing is, with you have this unique ability to prioritize a lot of different things, and a lot of people can't do that. They just don't know how to do it. They can't do it. They're not willing to do it.
So the motivation for that, though, and the second thing is this overwhelming paranoia and fear
your chocolate
of not being able to survive the zombie apocalypse.
Chocolate and what?
Okay, Jason, mute his mic while he's talking to his kid. Please.
I know. No, I'm good. I'm back.
So I have this legitimate fear of the apocalypse.
Okay.
Why? And I mean legitimate fear.
Why?
Because the system is fragile. And that was proven during the pandemic.
That's the system.
So what I'm getting at is I have this overwhelming urge and need to know how to not need. Okay?
Reliance, you mean?
Self-reliance. Specifically, like I can fish, I can hunt, I can grow, I can nurture, I can build.
But you're not afraid to die because you're a soldier.
Fair enough. But honestly, what I would say if you were not you, I would say, cool story, bro. And then I would move on. But you're right. Because I have a lot of respect for you, so I'm not going to dismiss you like that because you're right. But normally I would be like, yeah, cool story. But what we were talking about is like this indecisive flaw that I have.
Well, your indecisiveness.
I also turned that into a weapon, which is my actual mantra: is take your weakness, okay?
Yep.
And turn that into a strength, and vice versa. Whatever your strength is, also immediately acknowledge there's a weakness that comes with this. And the best way for modern kids to understand this, because that's who we're really always talking to, right?
Right.
If we're preaching to men our age, what the fuck are we doing, dude? We're just jacking each other off.
Yeah, but the difference,
we need to
but
be
there's
teaching the young.
But there's a bigger difference.
Let me finish this.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is, the end game of what I'm saying is stat points. Children understand what I'm about to describe.
Right.
In every video game character you build, you're given a certain amount of stat points. I can give so much to stamina, so much to strength, so much to agility, so much to intelligence. That's the 4 basic cores of old school video games. And still to this day, every young kid can understand what I just said.
Right.
You only have so many asset points.
You just described Street Fighter back in the day.
Thank you. Thank you. Right?
So Paul Woodnick talked about attribute
So this
training.
whole everyman thing, this whole my ability to fit in with every crowd and survive in every... Dude, it started off as a blue-collar kid raised in poverty on a farm. So it started off with Boy Scout shit, right?
Right.
And then computers became a thing. And it was like, if you don't know computers, you can't survive. But I already had the foundation of real life. Then computers came into it. Then I learned how to do music. And then they said, hey, here's how you do music with computers.
Okay.
So all of a sudden, all of these traditions and analogies started to track.
Watch TV. You can.
And that's all of a sudden, now at 40, you keep saying, dude, you're a weird
You
dude, man.
young man, you.
But you've said this like 7 or 8 or 9 or 10 times. You keep going, Jared, you're just such a weird dude, man. You can just like hang in any of these environments. Like anything I bring up, you're super like knowledge. It's
But that's-
survival.
but-
It was based on indecisiveness.
But
is
it's
what I'm getting at.
based upon knowledge, though. You're the type
Does
of
this
person.
make sense to you as
Yep.
somebody who's
But
in psychology?
Yep. But the thing is, it's based
I'd be
upon
super
knowledge.
interested to hear your thoughts on this.
See, the thing that strikes me about you is that you look at something and you go like, I want to know that. And you start working on that, and then something else comes on over here. Yeah, I want to know that too. So this level goes up here in knowledge, and it kind of sits there while you start building this knowledge, and you're working on both. Then you're like, that looks really cool too. I think I'm going to start working on that. So you're taking your energies and you're splitting them, but you're still learning number 1, you're still learning number 2, you're still learning number 3, and that goes on.
Interesting.
And the thing is that your whole life is wrapped around knowledge and skill. Learning the skill, getting the knowledge, and learning the skill. And then you're using those skills and knowledge to start something else. But you're not losing the skill or knowledge from the prior things because you're still working on them. Most people will look at something and say, I need this skill or knowledge. Like, I'm going to go to school to be an architect. And they use their skill and knowledge and they base that upon architecture, and they just keep doing that, and they may do little things on the side, and they may go, it's just too much for me, I got to focus on this. Where you're less focused on one thing, you're more focused more broadly
On the
oriented
concept.
on the concept. It's more broad because you can take that knowledge, you can take that skill into the next
Holy
thing.
shit, that's in real time.
Yeah, that was in real time. No, okay. So what you're saying is, jack of all trades, master of none, and there's certain types of people that really want to learn a little bit of everything because they feel indecisive about what they want to do, but they want to feel prepared for anything they go into.
Right.
So myself, it's like, okay, I need to learn this. I need to learn this. I want to know a little bit about this. I want to know a little about this because I don't want to be stuck in a position where I don't know. Right. And
Right.
there are some people that are really, really focused
I love
on one
that
thing.
position, though.
There's yes, absolutely, I do too, because I don't want to be caught in a position where I don't know something.
Oh, I
because
love
I've been
being
that
caught in that
when I was
position.
younger.
I get
I
off
felt
on
really,
that
really
position.
stupid. I felt really stupid. I
Right.
didn't know how to do something. It's like, oh, you don't know how to do that?
But for
I
me
get
though,
the bubbles in my stomach like you're in love.
Yeah.
When you put me in a situation where I'm like, oh, wait a minute, I don't know what the fuck's going on. I feel like I'm in love. I'm like, oh, I get to fucking like. There's this euphoria that settles in that, like, I
But,
can't
you
sit
know,
still.
but
I'm
Jared,
like, oh,
right,
we're about to fucking learn something.
Yeah,
Oh, we're
yes.
about to fucking, I'm about
And
to
that's
become
what a teacher
powerful.
is. That's
Dude,
what a teacher is. A lifelong
Dude,
learner.
I become
lifelong
so
learner.
jacked,
see, and that's your point is exactly it.
adrenaline, like,
because you are a teacher.
fucking,
Because
I love it, dude.
You
wait,
you
I
took
don't know
on
something?
this
Give it
project
to me.
with the three of us, with Patrick,
dude, I get
myself,
off on
and
that
Stacy, and you jumped right in. I mean, there was no questions asked. I mean, I remember texting you for the first time, hey, this is Brett, Patrick's friend. Hey, can you help me out? And then all of a sudden you were fucking all in. And you even said, hey, this is going to help me out because I'm going to learn some things that either you forgot about or you need to know. So this benefited you and you were all in.
Yep.
And, and Patrick's like superhero power. His superpower is knowing people.
Yep.
Seriously,
Yep.
dude, it's like he knows people. And
I think Patrick forgot he was on this podcast for a
right,
second.
and
Yeah,
right
I'm
away,
just shutting up. I'm just
And
letting you guys do your thing.
But the thing is, right away, when I talked to Patrick the first time about, hey, let's do a podcast, Patrick's like, well, I tried that. He goes, fuck it. Let's do it. But you need to talk to Jared. I got this buddy that does podcasting. You got to talk to him because he's the guy.
Wait. How long have you guys known each other?
Jared and I, like, about a
A
month.
month, less than a month.
Really? Wow.
I knew these two
that's awesome.
fucking nerds would fucking just.
Our entire
they would
experience has
rebel,
been me
yeah.
helping
Yeah.
I'm
him.
surprised
Right.
you haven't left your wives for each
Nice job,
other.
Andrew.
Honestly.
But that's the whole thing.
job.
That's why I say Patrick's superpower is that he knows people. He
Getting
can
people
look
together.
at
I
two
hooked
people
you
and
guys
go,
up, yes.
yeah, I see this going on.
I
So
knew you guys would click in a second, man.
right, and that's the whole thing. You
Wait,
know?
wait,
And here's the
Patrick,
irony.
wait,
Here's
wait,
the
wait,
irony.
wait.
I don't like cops.
Patrick.
He
That's
does
the
that.
irony. Patrick was like,
Well,
yeah,
how do you and Jared know each
trust
other?
me.
How do you and Jared know each other?
That's super interesting story, actually. I was one of those bands that I talked about when I said
fucking
Okay,
hated
bands.
me.
guys that don't like
Yeah.
Patrick.
I didn't play his fucking music on my music show, so he got pissed.
So
And then he came
that's-
up to me at a bar and was like, "The Vikings suck."
Nope, that's not true.
Are you kidding me? I think I was wearing a Vikings jersey and I had purple hair. I'm like, "Get the fuck out of here."
Okay. That's not true. What actually happened was the first part's true. I sent my demos in. I wasn't good enough to get played. My bands were ass. My bands were actual ass. Patrick was
Well,
like,
right now they're.
Well, you've come a long way since then.
I've
Holy
come-
fuck.
I've come a
I've got a
long way, boys.
responsibility to the airwaves of fucking Minneapolis, St. Paul, not to play shit.
That's
on
why
the fucking
gatekeepers are
radio.
good.
That's a responsibility, man.
So I try. I think because I'm young and I'm dumb, and I think if I butter up to Patrick and he likes me, maybe he'll play my band. So I go to hang out with him, and we really bond one night at Star Central. We really bond about football, and then
Yeah.
all of a sudden he says his favorite quarterback in Vikings history is Dante Culpepper.
Okay.
And I lose my fucking mind.
You did not
I
say that.
immediately-
You did not say that Dante Culpepper was, and with a straight
on the
face.
On the
With
back
a
of my
straight
truck,
face.
I had a bumper sticker that said, "Our quarterback can beat up your linebacker."
Do you remember
That's
the
what I
other?
loved about Dante.
Which
Do you
was
remember
true.
the
He would
other?
run through fucking linebackers, dude.
Yes, he would.
He
Yes,
was a
he would.
scrambler, but he was 285 fucking pounds. I loved it.
He had small
that shit
hands that
doesn't
smelled
happen.
like cabbage.
He had cabbage hands. Yes, he had cabbage hands. I have a picture of me
Do you-
shaking
do you-
his hand,
do
and
you
my
remem-
hand is like huge compared to his.
So, but this is
I'll
But
show you the fucking
wait.
picture.
But this
wait.
is peak
Do you,
Dante Culpepper.
do you remember the other bumper sticker that was on your truck?
It was 93X where it said, "Oh no, it was cops suck" or something. No, I had a blue ribbon for cops because
It
I
was
knew if I
I
drove
heart.
drunk.
It was I heart something.
Yes, I did. I had a very vulgar sticker on the back of my truck.
You didn't know about
Yeah.
it for a few days.
So,
but
so
but-
I bust his balls.
So what
Rhymes
did you
with
do
kitty,
for a
you know,
whole
like
night?
kitty cat.
So
I
how
heart
did
kitty
I bust
cat
his
how
balls
did you guys then become friends
So I
if you had so much
I bust his
animosity?
balls all night about fucking Dante Culpepper having small hands, fumbling footballs, being an ass
Cabbage
quarterback.
hands, man.
So now I'm in his orbit, right?
Yeah.
And we're good. We're having fun. We're bullshitting on MySpace.
Oh
And
God,
then-
MySpace.
And then
We need to bring that back, man.
Oh, that's
then I
dating
messaged
people.
And
Jim-
dial up.
I message him and I make a joke. And I don't remember what the joke was, but I remember his response was, "Feck you," and he meant it jokingly, but he also meant it, "Don't ever message me again." So that was it. That was done. I ruined that relationship. I burned that bridge, which I have done so many times because I am socially autistic. Okay? I am so good at so many things, but I am so oblivious still to this day at 40 years old sometimes about social cues. So I burned this bridge. And years later, and I mean years later, I start this podcast. It's 2019, 2020.
Oh my goodness! Look at that! Look at that!
That's me and Dante. Look at his tiny little cabbage hands.
Send that. Hold on, Patrick.
Okay.
Listen to me. Send that picture or video, whatever that is. Send that to my private Facebook, not the public one, not the Jared Singer live one.
Oh my God! So wait,
send that to the
here,
private.
you can totally
No.
see his hand.
Stop.
He's shaking somebody else's. Look how teeny
No,
his fucking
Patrick.
hand.
God damn it! Stop. Just
Okay,
send
sorry.
it to my private Facebook page, and Jason
sir.
will pull it up, and we can actually show it.
Okay.
Also
Okay.
on the
Fantastic. I will
So-
do that.
So to answer your question is, I start this stupid podcast in the pandemic, and luckily, somehow, through strategy and luck, I get the right podcast guests on, and fucking, I'm super depressed. Nobody's watching the podcast. You know, I got 60 views. I'm depressed. I don't know what the numbers are. I think I'm going to go viral right away. I think I'm the next Joe Rogan. And it's not going the way I thought it would. So I'm drunk. It's the pandemic. I'm drinking way too much, and I'm about ready to delete my Facebook page or my YouTube. I'm about ready to literally pulled up my entire YouTube, and I'm about ready to delete it. I think it was like 11 episodes in, 12 episodes in, and I was like, let me take another drink of beer, and all of a sudden, ding! I get this message, and it's Patrick Olson. I'm like Patrick fucking Olson. I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? So don't worry, they can't see that. This is just for us.
Oh my God, that's funny.
They still just see Patrick, but I see Patrick Olson, and he goes, "Hey man, I'm a big fan of your podcast. Like, if you would ever want to have me on as a guest someday, blah 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 blah." And I was just like, I stopped reading, and I was like, "Are you serious? Call me right now." And he fucking called me. And all of a sudden, I'm on a phone call with Patrick Olson from 93X. And I'm like, and I'm shit-faced. And I mean shit. I barely remember this conversation. I remember enough of this conversation to not delete my YouTube. Let me just put it that way. And he goes, no. Like, dude, I love what you're doing. I think it's really cool. It's really original, blah, 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 blah. Obviously, Patrick had never seen Joe Rogan at this point.
Right.
But it was so encouraging, and it was so inspiring from somebody who is an actual professional doing something from the real industry.
Right.
That I was just like, wow.
How long ago was this?
This was in the pandemic, like
Wow.
right at the
2020?
beginning.
2020, 2021-ish.
Yeah, dude, and it was
You
just...
could research it back to when you had Greg Moog on, whenever 2020,
Yeah.
21
Dude,
was.
and it was just so cool, man. It was just like, oh, okay, so somebody's watching. That's all I needed.
Okay, so
all
Jared,
I
I'll
needed
say
to
this.
know, all
I'll
I
say
needed to
this.
know was someone was watching, and that gave me the inspiration, the confidence to keep
But
going.
Jared,
so thank you.
I don't think
so
you know this,
saved this
but-
podcast. This episode would not happen. Maybe your advice and your podcast wouldn't happen if it wasn't for that guy reaching out and being like, "You're doing something."
But he's
cool.
a stand-up. You know, the funny thing is, the
So,
first time that we
Fuck
met,
you, Patrick.
the first time that we
No,
met,
I was going to say there's another story I want to tell, Brett, but go ahead. You go first.
I was going to say when I met Patrick, it was through Eric Day, and Eric's like, "Oh my God, that's Patrick from 93X," and I'm like, "Okay." And you know, Patrick and I, you know, he came up, we had drinks. He had a drink, and you know, I'm bartending, and like, I'm getting off in about you know 10 minutes here, and you know, like, you're a DJ or something? He's like, yeah, for 93X. I'm like, yeah, whatever. You know, to go grab a drink somewhere else, and he's like, oh, fuck it, yeah, let's go. And that was how we met. It's like I didn't care that he was a DJ from 93X. We didn't even talk about him being a DJ or nothing. We just went out and drank, and I laughed so fucking hard that night. I was like laughing at the entire, my face hurt. And it's like, that's my guy. That's my guy. And it was like, it was history. That's history. That was, Patrick became.
Well, and that's the irony is like we became very good friends
like,
since
it
then,
was
by the
like
way.
it's Step Brothers. Did we become best friends? Yup. That was it.
Well, and that's how I feel too. Like since that interaction that I described, Patrick and I would consider have become very, very good friends to the point where if me and my wife renew our wedding vows at our 10th year wedding anniversary, I would invite Patrick to that because it would be in
Dude,
Jamaica
when we
where
hang
we got
up, phone
married.
calls, and same with Brett. When we hang up, I say I love you.
Yeah, I'd say the same
that's
thing,
not-
man.
That's not
Facts.
that we
That's
should
hard
not,
facts.
as
Dude, those are
men,
hard facts.
be afraid to say that shit.
No,
Hey,
I tell,
Patrick,
dude,
of
I
course
tell
I'm saying it
all the
publicly.
homeboys I
And
love.
saying Patrick is very, very nice to
I
meet you.
tell
It's an honor to
all
meet
the
you.
homeboys I love.
Finally,
Yeah.
I've
I
heard
love
a
you,
lot
buddy.
about you, so it's
Yeah, you
Yeah.
too, Stacy, man. Yeah, I think.
So I mean, I think this is I think that this relationship with the three of us in this podcast, thanks
of us?
to your help, the four of us, literally, because it is going to be. I really truly believe it's going to go places. It's going to do great things. We're starting in the basement and we're going to excel.
Yeah.
And I really believe that. And I don't say that. I don't really say that because it's not like I'm jinxing it. I don't really say that because it's like, man, I'm one of those guys that's are like, I'll see it when I believe
Well,
it.
hopefully the
I'll believe it when I see
conglomerations
it.
of our minds can bring people together and help
Yeah, yeah.
people in a way that has not been helped before. So
Right.
And I told this to Brett last night. I'm not doing this for fame. I'm not doing it for money. I'm not doing it for any goddamn thing. You know what I'm doing it for? Is like, I'm 53. I need an outlet. I had an outlet in radio, but even in radio, you're just in a box. You have to just say, that was Metallica, 93X.
You're not allowed to
Call
dig
in
it,
now,
right.
989,
you
93,
never
93,
you never get
Like,
the ability to speak. You never get the ability
not so
to
much.
speak your
I mean,
mind. Yep.
That was for the morning show and the afternoon guy. But
Yep.
my point is now I've also matured. I've gone through some life. I've got some wisdom. Now I can talk and be not afraid to say whatever the fuck I want. A and
Yeah,
B,
absolutely.
it's just like, I don't care what happens. If you care about the outcome before you care about what you're doing,
Yep.
that's a recipe for disaster. We need to just fucking do what we do and have fun doing it, and then the outcome stuff will happen. Like,
Yep.
if we don't make money, if we don't get followers, fine. I'm still having fun with fucking Brett and Stacy on every
Right.
Tuesday night or whatever the fuck we broadcast. And same with Jared. Like, I'm not looking to get anything out of him. And, I know his podcast is the same as ours, where you want followers and you want to be able to monetize. But when you think about doing that, that's where you get sidetracked.
And that's
so
the
when
whole
you just
thing.
do
This
what the
is-
fuck you do,
Right.
that shit will
Absolutely.
just fall into place later.
Yep.
That's the point.
That's the whole point. And Jean even said, she's like, I just want you guys to have fun. She goes, I think you guys are going to have a lot of fun. No matter what happens, you're going to have fun. That's the whole point. But, dude, I miss the shit out of you being in Sacramento. And Stacy, it's just like, man, it's like you're so close, but, life gets in the way. And it's just like,
we really have to. we
this
really
is a
have
way
to-
for me to kind of connect with the guys that I miss the
Yeah.
most.
And
this is
honestly,
the
I'm
crazy
gonna-
thing is-
I'm
part of
gonna
my
speak
life.
deeply here too. Like, dudes, like, I'm in Sacramento. I'm on a fucking island out here. Like, I have a few friends, and a lot of them were just kind of like bar friends, drinking friends, acquaintances. Like, I don't have I've got a good buddy named Daniel, and I'm super close with him. But other than that, I've got like Fight Club. I've got, Condiment, what does it say in Fight Club? One-time friends, single serving friends is what he says.
Right,
So-
right.
But like, I have a desire to be like connecting to Minnesota and Minnesota people. And so for this is going to be like really cool for me, because honestly, there's some fucking lonely times out here. Thank God for my kids, but
Right.
I only get them 3.5 days a week. Right. So like there's
Right.
other 3 days of the week. I'm kind of like, I work, I get home, I got my dog, and it's like, meh. And as like a guy that used to live a fucking pretty, in the spotlight life and doing shit, it's
Could you
it's
ever
a change,
come back?
and it's
Could
been
you
weird.
Could you ever come back here and do that same thing again? Would you ever come back here and get on the radio and be
yeah,
on?
in a perfect scenario, sure, but radio's a different story now. Like, radio's like dead. Like
It's
Remy
not the same.
Maxwell. Remy Maxwell has a job with it's Cumulus. No, is it? No, it's
was it iHeart?
Odyssey. He's
Or
with Odyssey.
Oh, that's right.
My former. So Remy Maxwell is actually in Sacramento at night from 7 to midnight,
Sure.
and him and Weasel are on
That's a
the air.
downfall.
Yep.
But he also does Jack in Minneapolis.
In
and he probably
Minneapolis,
does, like, 6 other stations. So to be a radio DJ, you're going to make. The reason I quit radio in 2016, I was offered a contract. When I got here in 2011, it was $49,000 plus a bonus if I hit the bonus. By
Wow.
2012 or 13, I was hitting bonus. So I was getting $4,000 every quarter. So I was making 49 grand plus 16. It was $63,000. So by 2016 comes around, they renegotiate my contract and they're like, you get 49 grand as a base, same as always. And if you get to number 1 in the market, we're going to give you $30,000 bonus. Something just like super unattainable, because it was like, they were like, oh, you could make almost 100 grand if you hit your bonus. And I'm like, we don't have a morning show. We don't have DJs. Like, my station was a top 5 station at best. I'm never going to hit number 1. And then, so like my bonus structure just went away. So basically they were telling me, you're going from 63 grand to 49 grand. Here's your contract. And I was like, yeah, fuck you. So I sat there for the longest time, and I had hip surgery that year. And I think they waited the proper amount of time to fire me until like the HIPAA thing went away, because you can't fire someone for, like, you know, I had to have a hip operation. I was out for a month.
Right.
You can't do that. So as soon as I got healthy enough, it's a great story. My boss, who was a prick, by the way, total asshole, but succeeding in Kansas City right now. But I didn't want to work for him anymore. So I was already applying for state jobs in California and whatnot. But I came back, and then July 2nd or 3rd, the boss, like the GM of the station, was like, hey, if you finished all your work, you can go home early. And this was like at noon. And I had done all the music logs like through the weekend, and my boss wasn't in his office. And I got that email, and my work was pretty much done. So I left. So I was like, I'm going to leave for the first time early. And I've stayed late many times, like doing 12-hour days for this motherfucker. And so I leave early on a holiday for the first time in probably years. Even at 93X, I was always working holidays. I was doing the night shift. I was doing whatever I had to do to excel. And I left early on this one fucking Friday. And Monday was 4th of July. I go back Tuesday, July 5. My boss calls me in and says, you're fired. The station, the needs of the station aren't being met. And I said, okay. He's like,
So
do you want to say anything
weren't
else?
playing
I'm like,
enough politics.
Nope.
You weren't sucking enough dick. You weren't playing
No.
it. You weren't going
I
to
wasn't
enough
gonna
golf
take
outings.
a $14,000 a year fucking demotion. Like,
No,
think
but
about
even
that.
if you
pay cut
but
in
all
California-
that aside, the guys who didn't have that discussion, those are the guys. This is the politics of the things. This is part of your podcast, right? You don't want to talk about politics, but you want to talk
No.
about life politics, right?
Exactly.
This is the thing.
Like I
That's
said,
what
we
we're
could-
talking
we could
about.
do a
This is the
3-hour
thing.
We could do
You didn't go to
several
enough
radio conversations about
You
this.
didn't go to
Right.
enough golf outings. You didn't suck enough dick. You didn't fucking go to the right fucking dinner parties. You didn't fucking schmooze because somebody made that cut. That's the point. So
Just like
I'm
you,
not
just
saying-
like you get on his radio show.
Hold on. I'm not saying
No, the guy that took
I'm
my
not-
spot was well qualified, and I'm glad he got it.
And I'm not. That's what I was about to say. I'm not saying the only way you make it is by doing X, Y, and Z that I just mentioned.
Yep.
What I'm saying is you either need to do a balance of that and have talent, or you need to be Dave fucking Chappelle and have such an overwhelming amount of talent like a Tom Bernard, where you are the station, basically.
Yeah, well, and that it's like
Tom
with-
Bernard was KQRS
Well,
for about 25 years, maybe 30 years.
probably.
But the vast majority of my lifetime, maybe until about 10 years ago, 15 years ago, Yeah, I'll say 15 years ago. So my entire life until I was 25 years old, Tom Bernard was KQRS.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, I don't even think about KQ anymore.
Without Tom Bernard.
No, like, yes.
No, once he's gone,
Yes.
he's like
Yes.
out of mind.
Yes.
Yeah,
Right.
The whole station's out of mind.
Yes. So what you said is 100% correct, Stacy. Without Tom Bernard, but what I'm saying is, not only without Tom Bernard, KQ isn't even a thing in my imagination anymore. Because if I want to listen to the radio, yeah, I'm tuning to 92.5 now. Okay?
Well, for a while, it was, remember Wally Walker?
Hold on.
He was the voice.
Hear what I'm trying to say out loud. Hear what I'm trying to say out loud. Now, when I want to listen to the radio, I tuned in 92.5.
Right.
Do you know what I don't tune to anymore? KQRS.
Yeah.
Do you understand the metaphor of what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Yep.
you just
Right,
It's
right.
not the
tuning
same.
into a frequency.
It's like
I tuned in 92.5 because I want to listen to classic rock. What I don't tune to anymore is KQRS with Tom Bernard on the
Do you guys want to know what
show.
KQRS stands for?
No.
Do you guys
Yes,
don't
I do.
know what
I do.
KQRS stands for?
What?
I
Like,
don't
some people
care,
used to
but
say
I do
it's
want
called
to. I
kick
don't
your
care, but
ass.
now I want to hear it.
Some people used to say it was kick your ass. But Stacy, what do you got? What does it mean?
I have no idea. I have no clue.
Okay. All right.
So it was billed as, so you have to, in radio, you have to either start with a K or a W.
Depending on what side of
and
the river you're on.
What side of the
correct?
river you're on, Mississippi
Yep,
River,
right.
right? So,
Yep. This is
so if you're
WCCR,
west, so this is weird.
like
if
in
you're west
Cincinnati
of the
shit,
fucking
right?
Mississippi, it's a K. If you're east, it's a W. And I don't why wouldn't it be W for west? But
Right.
anyway, so
This is some old WCCR in
QRS.
Cincinnati shit, right?
So
right?
yeah, right. So KQRS not only rolls off the tongue nice, but it's called Quality Radio Station was the initial
Interesting.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
K
It's forced to be
Quality
K,
Radio KQRS.
and then it's quality radio station.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is fucking dude. I love you, bro.
But that's
I
kind
dropped
of
knowledge
It's kind of
too,
like,
you know?
it's kind of
I
like
mean,
Van
that's-
Halen without David Lee Roth. It's you got Sammy Hagar in there. You know, it's good. Sammy Hagar was great.
Those are
I'm
two
great.
different
I'm great
bands.
for
It's
radio
called Ben
and podcasts, 'cause
Hagar for a
I
reason.
remember the most
Stacy, you son
insignificant
of a
information
bitch.
until it's relevant.
well,
Don't muddy the
that's
waters.
like when KQR or K or I'm sorry, 93X was big. I remember coming down. Gina and I came down to visit you at the state fair.
State
And we-
Fair, yeah.
at
you
the
betcha.
state fair.
State Fair, you
And-
betcha.
And
Yeah.
here's Patrick.
What I love
Patrick's-
about you, Brad, is you've never gotten rid of your accent there. I
Yep,
love
you know, you
that. We
betcha.
got- yeah. Oh
but
my God.
the funny thing is
Patrick. Oh, Patrick.
Patrick.
Patrick's on the.
yeah, Patrick.
Well,
And
at least
so
it's
we're-
not-
I
at
don't like being
least it's
called
not
Patrick. We gotta work on the Patrick thing. You gotta be fucking Patrick. You can't call me Patrick anymore. It's just I fucking hate it.
that's more Boston. Yeah,
Patrick.
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 Are you gonna get I'm gonna get the cars,
We're at
go
the
to the
state
bar,
fair.
have a beer
You're
with
bringing me free
Patrick.
2 beers and
Now
a
you're-
fucking
now
cheeseburger.
you're
I'm gonna
doing
hang
a
out with
shitty
Patrick after I get
Boston
my
accent.
car keys and go to the bar and have a beer. But so Gina and I go down there and we're standing in the crowd and saying hi to Patrick, and then Patrick goes, "Well, you know, the top 100 best guitar players I just saw, and I can't believe." That Brett Schuck is not in the top 100. I can't believe, and I got like 1,000 phone calls, like
Yeah, I said that
everyone
in the fucking air.
cackling and yelling, laughing. I had it was a meme moment when memes weren't even memes.
Yeah.
So we go
'Cause
back
I
there.
mean, at that time, I'm looking at you in the crowd, and my boss back at the station would not know what the fuck I'm talking about because he
Right.
probably thought you were a legitimate fucking guitar player. So I was just like, yeah, Brett Schuck did not make the top 100, but here's who's the top 5. And I went blah, 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 blah. But yeah, no,
And then
I always
and so-
look to incorporate shit like that.
So everybody's making fun of me. I'm like, you son of a gun. And so we go and hang out. He's like, come on back. We're sitting back there, and Remy comes in, and Remy sits down, and we're hanging out, and then Remy starts pounding the Jägermeister. Remember that? And then so
Dude,
we're like,
we could do a state fair show. I could tell you a lot of stories about
but
state
that
fair.
was the day that he forgot to cut things out. And so Remy's getting hammered on Jägermeister. We're all getting hammered, and then we leave, and Remy forgets to cut out the Effenheimers. And I remember, like, he was not on the show. Like 2 days later, he was gone.
Yeah.
And that was from that. That was like the worst thing. But it goes to show that, Dave Bernard, if he was done with KQ.
I got it. Hang on.
Keep talking.
If Dave Bernard was done with KQ, it would just be another radio station. And Remy was supposed to be like the Dave Bernard of 93X.
Jason,
but
pull
they
out
got
of that view.
But they got rid of him.
Give me a second. Keep talking.
But they got rid of him, and the show went on. But you take a look at it, and Remy did so much better when he was fired from 93X. You take a look at all the stuff that he's done since then, and he's just it's amazing. It was almost like a blessing in disguise. But he was that California guy that they brought in. They gave a 6-figure salary to make him the Tom Bernard of 93X. And then they fire him, and they just made him stronger. But when you're looking at guys like Tom Bernard, that he's just, that personality is just, it's all you remember. So when he's gone, he's the voice. When he's gone, you just don't give a shit. It's just another radio station.
Because I'm gonna tell you right now, boys. Because this takes balls. What I'm about to say, right? Because I'm risking the possibility of someday Tom Bernard coming on my own podcast, right? Takes balls.
Oh no!
But if you want to have integrity on the internet, you have to be honest. Because if you're not honest, trust me,
absolutely,
world will
you're absolutely
come
right.
After
but you know what?
But Tom Bernard was not good at podcasting, and I'm going to tell you this from personal experience. Okay, a friend of mine, somebody who's been on the podcast, and I don't want to make too many connections unless somebody wants to be a sleuth.
Yeah.
Somebody who's been on this podcast worked with Tom Bernard.
Yep.
Sorry.
On his podcast.
Kids and dogs, man.
Okay. Hold on, Patrick.
Yep.
He's talking about
what
Tom Bernard.
What I'm saying.
Okay.
Is,
yeah.
there's almost zero people I respect more than Tom Bernard in the regard of and I don't know why I said Tom. Tom Bernard.
Jared,
Joe
get on
Rogan.
the mic. Chew the foam.
Joe Rogan.
There you go.
Adam Carolla. Howard
Dr.
Stern.
Drew. Oh, Howard Stern was
Dr. Drew, of course.
Dr. Drew, yeah.
Very few people I would respect more than Tom Bernard. But I'm telling you, I know somebody who literally did Tom Bernard's podcast post KQRS. Tom Bernard cannot do a
Talk
podcast.
about RP.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Well, why though? I mean,
Because
I got a Tom Bernard story for you.
Because there's a different cadence.
the guy was was a genius on the radio, and when you're looking at podcasting,
I'm going to tell you right now. I'm going to tell you right now, brother. It's this simple. To do a great podcast, it's what my man over here said. The moment we met, the three of us. Okay, I had already hung out with you for 2 hours. The moment this man showed up, within 15 minutes, he said one thing that is the absolute catalyst to making a great podcast. I don't know if you remember it. I remember it, and I'm going to quote you.
Okay, go ahead.
When we get
Hand
together,
jobs.
we have great conversations.
yes,
Oh.
but and that was the whole thing.
Tom Bernard is a great, maybe the greatest of all time, radio interview host. Tom
Wait.
Bernard
Time out.
is not great
All right,
and
so
having a
Patrick,
conversation.
what are you going to say on
no,
this?
No, at times he was great, but I remember like sometimes he got to a point where he was so popular and so just like I feel like I would actually like to bring this up to his face. I'll say it right here and right now, but like there was times where he had great interviews, and then there was times where it was like he'd just be like, "So what's going on?" And like, and then like I don't feel like he put enough effort in as he got bigger. Like I think he scaled back on the effort. But here's the Tom Bernard
the
story.
definition of what I just said, though.
Right,
So
right,
what
right.
You
But
just gave the best example because I don't have experience with him.
I remember him doing really good interviews, and then I remember him going,
But that's what I
getting
just
big,
said. Yeah.
and then just like I don't have to like I don't. So it was like obviously he did prep for some interviews early, and then as he got bigger, he didn't do prep. And
That's
same with
what
me
I'm
on
saying.
the radio. I used to, when I was trying, like I was overnight guy, I was like reading news and I was making bits and I was doing the whole fucking thing. Once I got to middays, I'd walk in, do my shift, walk out. Fuck, like that was it. I'd
But
read
that's what
music
I'm
news
saying, though,
online. So here's the Tom Bernard story I want to tell. And nobody really
and
knows
I'm
this
not
'cause-
disparaging Tom Bernard.
No.
I'm saying,
Well, no,
his-
but
his
I
ability-
want to
I wanna
tell you
know
a story. I want to hear the
Jared,
story. I want to hear the story.
but I want to segue him into give him his rant. Is what I'm saying is that Tom Bernard was an elite level, Hall of Fame level,
Yes.
greatest of all
Oh,
time.
I'm gonna tell a story that's
absolutely,
gonna enhance
absolutely.
that.
Interviewer.
Yep.
Interviewer.
I'm going to enhance
but,
that right
but
now.
right,
the
so-
general conversation and to translate that into a podcast.
okay,
So,
so
Jared,
is the
you've
difference.
always told me you do charity and you don't fucking brag about it. And that's the true mark of somebody that's charitable. You don't
Correct.
fucking like say,
Yes.
I gave. So Tom won't ever
Yes.
tell the story.
Yes, sir.
But there was not one, but two occasions. And you know about radio in Minneapolis, you've seen us come and go, where a company takes over and they lay off people. They were firing people at 93X. I left in 2011 in February, and by September, when the new company would have taken over, I would have been fired. So I often think about when I came here in 2011, I would have been fired later that year. And what would I be doing in Minnesota if I did not come to California? I'd probably be selling cars or bartending or bouncing or something stupid. But anyway,
Gotcha.
so in
Right.
September of 2011, we got bought out by Citadel, and they were laying people off. And a bunch of people I knew got fired, like 20 people from the building. And you're like, it's just 20 people. But no, it's 20 fucking people I know that have kids and car payments and houses, and they were salespeople, they were continuity folks, they were DJs, all of them. And on the KQ side, Tom Bernard was still there, and he said, I will take a $1.1 million pay cut to save these 15 jobs that you want to fucking fire from KQ. 93X and 105, they didn't have that luxury. They had to fire those people. But KQ, Tom Bernard saved about 15 to 20 people's jobs by saying, I'm making 3. I'll go down to 1.9 if you keep these fucking people.
wow,
He fucking did that.
wow.
And then they tried to do it again in 2013, and he did the same thing. Like, I'll surrender. Like, he just signed on again, maybe for another 3-4 million for another 3 years or something. And he said, I'll take $1 million pay cut if you keep these fucking people. He's never said that. It doesn't come up in fucking papers. He hates talking about that, but I know it to be fucking true because I heard it from the fucking program director of KQ. And that's how good of a fucking guy Tom Bernard is.
Yeah,
And
that's
nobody's
amazing.
going to remember that about him.
Yeah, and
because
I
they're
didn't
only
mean
going to
to
remember
talk
him as
shit
being a
about this guy.
racist, white bread piece of shit that talked fucking like
Okay,
asshole on
you
the
know,
No,
radio
I
you know,
for
apologize.
years.
I apologize.
You know
Let
what I
me
mean?
back up. Let me back up. Everything I said, I was not trying to paint in the context of negativity. I was just trying to say
No,
this
I know.
man.
No,
but-
you were.
This man is the goat in
But
one
most
aspect.
people think of him
and
that
then
way.
Immediately
They don't
in
know
the-
that fucking whole Tom Bernard story.
Yeah, no, and I apologize. I wasn't trying to infer that this man is inferior in any way. That's not
No,
what I was
no.
trying to say.
No, you didn't.
He's
You
a,
don't. No, you
it
were
was just like-
you were
but
giving him a
Jared, you were
compliment.
saying he was a great man and you admired him.
Yeah, that's what
He's
you-
elite,
you-
and he
Jared,
is. He's even
I
more elite than
apologize.
you think.
I apologize.
Yeah. So you know, it's
when
funny.
I worked at Tony and Tina's wedding, doing
on.
that,
Let
I was a
Stacey-
bartender.
Let
Let Stacey
Stacy
talk,
what he
yeah.
was.
Yeah,
Let
so-
Stacy what he was. He's been trying to say something for a minute.
So Tom, you know, we all only know Tom Bernard. You know him a little bit better, but for what he was as his radio persona, Tom Bernard was still Tom Bernard, and that's what got him to that level of being that in that realm. So we're not taking the context. Tom Bernard is a human being. Tom Bernard has had problems, probably just like we all have,
Yes.
in different things. So when we come to the game of what it is his job, that can be reflected in people's personalities. You know, it's like Michael Jordan just got the news that his dad died while he was playing basketball, wasn't it? Was that true?
Yes.
You know, Brett,
Okay.
Brett Favre also had that
Brett-
same
okay,
thing. Like
so
the
these
night
these
of
guys
his fucking Raider game. Yeah.
These guys are high level thinkers and having the ability to go through the things that they do and then come on the air and go, I'm going to be this way. It's hard because not all of our personalities click all the time, right? So some
Right.
people, it's like you meet and you go, this just doesn't click. We don't click. That might be the case. We don't know. So he's been a great influence in all of our lives, I think, in Minnesota, especially being Minnesota.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean,
absolutely.
this is what we listened to going to high school, you know, driving to school
Yeah.
and
Because KQ was the first one to play like
Yes.
GNR fucking.
Oh, God.
everybody
Take
listened
me
to
down to
KQ.
the Paradise
Yeah,
City.
exactly. Everybody, all that music that we got through Led
Yeah.
Zeppelin and Pink Floyd and everything, Tom Bernard brought that to us, right?
Mm-hmm.
And all of that stuff, regardless of his flaws that we've all had those things.
And
Right.
here's the thing too. Like my catalyst was interning for Wally Walker, who was on right after Tom Bernard. So I'd always get there at like 8:45, and the KQ Morning Show went to like 9, but sometimes 9:10, 9:20, depending on what they had going on. But Tom was always like, "Hey, what are you doing here? Like, what the fuck?" You know, he was like, "Who gets coffee? You think you get fucking coffee here?" And I'm just like an intern going, "Fuck," you know. But he was just, and then he would just like heartily laugh, like, you know. And I was just like, "Oh fuck, okay," you know. But he was Tom Bernard, and I'm 19, going, "Holy fuck, you're Tom Bernard." But then working for Wally Walker, so here's my point: is Wally Walker another quality human being? Garth Kemp, not so much. But but Garth Kemp was my fucking hero, and I met him, and he was a fucking dick. But when I think about it now, is like KQ and 93X, they always just hired kind of like quality, loyal people. And so I was definitely one of those, as I consider myself a quality, loyal person. But when you look at like Josh in the morning, great fucking dude. Nick, talented motherfucker. Weasel, fucking, it's just Weasel. He's just boisterous and fucking Weasel. And Remy Maxwell,
Oh.
like all of that shit. And then, you know, we had several night people going in and out, and Rudy Pavich was
who's
a
opposite
great
of
fucking
Tom
afternoon
Bernard?
guy.
Was
Oh,
it
shout out to Rudy
Terry?
Pavich, bro.
Oh,
Friend
my
of the
God.
podcast.
Who was opposite of Tom Bernard in the morning? Terry.
Hold on,
Opposite?
let's give a
Yeah.
shout.
Oh,
Hold on, hold
Terry
on,
Train.
hold on.
Terry Train, yeah.
Let's give a proper
Yeah.
shout out to the homeboy
So-
Rudy Pavich.
Rudy
Let's
Pavich, yeah, Rudy Pavich.
Yeah.
No, that's the
Yeah.
homeboy. He's been on the podcast twice.
But Terry,
No, for
but
real.
I
For
did
real.
some
Let's
interning
give
for
some
Terry
shout-outs.
as well. Like I did interning for
come on,
KQ,
man.
and
I don't like to
this is a funny Terry Train story, because you know how Terry Train kind of like, you know, goofs up or puts foots in mouths. And
Come
Yeah.
on, man.
so I'm a
that's funny.
promotional intern at KQ before I'm on the air, right? So she's like, "We got a promotion at the Mall of America. Can you do it?" And I'm like, "Yeah." So I go through the promotions manager, and she's like, "Yes." She signs off on it, because I used to get $5 an hour back in the day for doing shit like this. And that would have been like $20, which would have like fucking really helped me. So we go to the Mall of America. I'm carrying like, you know, the big speakers that are like this, and then you put them on a huge tripod
Yeah.
at like an event, you know. So they're almost like big monitors, right? So I'm carrying all this equipment. I go back to the van. I wheel it all fucking back in, and we're in the rotunda. And then Terry goes, Patrick, I'm so sorry. The event's tomorrow. I drove the van. I stopped the van. I carried all this fucking gear. We set up, and Terry's like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. It's like tomorrow. Like, are you fucking kidding me? So I'm like, I'm unavailable tomorrow because actually I think I had school. But I was like, holy shit. So Terry Train and me will always have that story. And that's what's awesome. Like, no matter what,
That's
if I
funny.
bump into
That's a good
Terry,
story.
she'll be like, Mall of America, motherfucker. It's
That's a great story.
Yeah. But yeah, so I mean, radio was super fucking fun, and I got to meet a lot of people.
That's awesome that you got
do
to
a lot of
experience
things.
that. That's awesome.
I just wanna highlight the fact that we graced over the fact that we talked about Rudy Pavich.
Yeah,
who
yeah,
is-
he's
who is-
fucking amazing.
Become a legitimate high-end comedian.
I'm waiting
like-
for his Netflix, man.
Like, I'm telling you, like 5 years from now, the guy we just mentioned, who's been on this podcast twice, is going to be doing huge things because he's
Yeah.
a legitimate comedian. He produces, or not? He's not
so
the producer.
just so they know,
but he does
background wise, he was the
go ahead.
afternoon guy on 93X after Remy left.
and
Okay.
then
So,
he did,
or
and then
actually,
he was on
Andy Ditter was,
KS95,
and then Rudy came in after that.
and then he was on.
But Rudy was on
KS95.
93X for like 2 years.
Yep, and then he moved to KS95, and he did a bunch of radio bullshit, right?
So is Dead Eric still working at 93X?
No. Well, let's move on from that real quick.
We're not going there, dude.
We're gonna immediately
Brett, pick up your
from
phone
that.
and Google Dead Eric.
Hey,
Why? Is
Brett,
he-
Do it,
hey,
seriously.
hey,
Fucking
hey,
do it.
hey,
Why,
hey,
is
hey,
he dead?
Hey,
Don't do it, it's a virus.
We're gonna shut this
Google
down
it.
real quick. Hey, we're gonna stop this real quick, and we're gonna immediately pivot right back to Rudy Pavich.
Yes, we're
God
going to
damn
Rudy
it.
Pavich.
I don't like the way that just happened. Whose podcast are you guys on?
Okay, Rudy Pavich, go ahead.
At the bar with.
So we're Brett. Set your fucking phone down.
Well,
Brett,
he told me to
Brett,
Google it.
Do
so-
not Google that. That was sarcastic. That was sarcastic.
That's a virus.
No, Google it. Dude,
No, don't.
Okay,
God damn it,
after
you
the
guys.
show, Google Dead Eric, and then you'll figure it out, man.
I'm about. Okay, Patrick.
All right.
Patrick.
All right,
we can
tell
talk
me.
about it.
Patrick.
Tell me.
Patrick. I have
Yes.
a producer. I pay money to shut you off. Just so you know. So we're not going to talk about Dead
We're
Eric
not talking
anymore.
about it. Oh,
okay.
okay. You're
So-
a fucking censor. Oh, censorship. Okay, you fucking left wing liberal piece of shit. You. What are you gonna fucking email Elon Musk now and say stop talking fucking truth on the fucking platform?
You got me.
We're gonna hire Doge
Here we
about
go.
this
I'm doing
podcast
this
here.
again. This is my signature move now, bitch. When I get you, I'm gonna do this.
You got me.
That's what I do.
I'm a free speech.
I want to
This
pull
is the
your
trademark
absolutist.
of our fucking new broad.
I want you to pull that shirt
this
up
is
and
the
have a
trademark of
broad.
our podcast
Brett,
already.
You drink this beer.
Well, drink that beer. That's like if we got Doge down here to cut the fat, we know exactly where he's going to get cut from.
No, here's
Are
the
you guys
thing.
just think as you drunk you are, or what?
I'm a free speech absolutist. So you know what?
Stacy's not drinking, is he?
You know, here's
No.
the thing, dude.
I'm done.
Patrick, here's what I'm trying
What?
to tell you. I'm a free
Yeah, I've had
speech
3, I'm done.
absolutist.
Yeah.
Do you know what that means? That means you
What?
can criticize me as much as you want live on the internet. In
Yeah.
front, you can say anything you want, and I'm not going to censor you, bro. Because you got
I
me.
love you.
You called me out.
I love you,
No,
bro.
you called me out. You called me out. You got me, dude. You nailed me to the wall, dude. You
What?
got me.
I didn't mean to do that. I'm
You
not
did it,
trying
though.
to be
You did it though, and you got me, and I'm uncensored
What?
for you. Bro.
on what? The Bush
Whatever
thing?
you want.
What are you talking about?
Whatever you want.
Oh man.
I love you, dude.
But
You're-
what were we
you're one of
talking
my
about that
favorite
we were
people.
gonna like explore?
I was talking
Stacy
about.
knows.
I just wanted to literally just talk about like the fact that we glossed over the fact that Rudy Pavich
Oh yeah,
is an up and coming legitimate comedian from Minneapolis, dope human being, friend of the podcast, been on here twice before we're famous, right? Like a guy who's like, no, I'll do your podcast. You know what I mean? Like one of those guys. You know, he works with Adam Carolla.
Mm-hmm.
All the clips you see of Adam Ray Like every single clip that Adam Ray does,
Yeah.
the Dr. Phil impersonations.
Right.
Do you guys know who Adam Ray is?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
The comedian. Rudy Pavich creates all of those clips
No shit.
and several other clips. Rudy Pavich does voiceovers for like I'm just gonna say Toyota. It might not be Toyota, but he does like legitimate shit.
He
Rudy
actually
Pavich
like
is
works
such
with
a
David
cool-
Spade, dude. David
Rudy Pa-
Spade. He
I want you
produces
to-
David Spade's
Rudy,
podcast.
Rudy Pavich was just on Dr. Drew and Adam Carolla, like recently, very recently.
But he'd still talk to
Rudy
us too.
Pavich.
Sounds like we need to get him on our show.
Rudy Pavich.
Fucking right, you do.
Yeah.
Oh,
Rudy
duh, he's on my
Pavich.
list.
Well,
That's what
you
I'm
know.
saying. Like
You guys are
he's
being
pissed off
dicks
about
right now.
Tom
Let me
Bernard.
finish.
I'm like,
Let
we got Rudy
me
Pavich
finish.
after that.
God
We got fucking
damn
all
it, you
sorts of
guys.
fucking people.
He won his 5th grade talent show.
He's,
He
you know,
won his
Jared's
fifth
right.
grade talent show.
We're gonna fucking maybe have 10,000 followers at the end of fucking
just saying this,
month
dude.
1.
I may talk too much.
That's my goal. Like, no, I'm not fucking around. I'm
You have
going
that thing
after
there.
everybody.
What?
You
Why is
guys
it wearing
suck.
out,
Patrick,
though? It
Patrick.
says,
What?
talk less.
It's like this.
Dude, here's the thing. I
Yeah.
may talk too much, but sometimes I'm trying to talk about other people. So let me talk.
Okay.
Fucking A.
It's your
Jesus
podcast.
Christ.
Should we,
Go
let's
ahead.
change the subject. Let's completely change the subject. to
No,
something completely
no,
different.
let me
Stacy.
finish my rant
Somebody-
about how dope Rudy Pavich
Jared
is.
needs his rant.
Jesus Christ, I'm trying to fucking give
It's his
props to
podcast.
the
Okay,
homeboy.
like, Stacy, afterwards, I'm 100% with you.
God damn
Let's go.
it. I'm trying to give props to the homie.
Okay. Rudy, great
Pavich.
guy. Love that guy. Worked with him
Dude,
for many years.
No, seriously, Rudy
But
Pavich
so-
is such a great guy that he is on the all the way come up. He's working with A-list,
That's awesome.
A-list celebrities.
And he's here in Minnesota still.
And dude, well, not really
No, he
anymore.
travels.
Not
Okay.
really anymore. He was up until a year ago.
But see, you know,
but
it's
dude,
funny.
he came on this podcast and sat in this room twice. Right?
That's
and
awesome.
this guy
I suggested it,
And this
by
guy
the way.
works. No, it's not about props for
I
me.
booked
Thank
him.
you.
No,
But
that's
no,
huge.
not what
No,
I'm
that
doing.
is huge.
What I'm
That's a
talking
huge
about-
thing.
You
Yeah,
guys,
absolutely.
shut up. What I'm trying to talk about is how great of a dude Rudy is.
Yeah.
This motherfucker is flirting in that world, but he's still like, yeah, I'll do some good old fashioned podcasting.
Right on.
Like I'm not above that. That's a human being, man. If everybody operated and acted like Rudy Pavich, the rising tide would raise all ships. That's what we're trying
Where
to
did
do.
you
Right on.
meet Rudy Pavich?
I just
How?
fucking,
Yeah. How did you
we-
beat
we-
him?
I booked him on his
This-
show. That's how
well,
well, okay, so
no, well, here's the thing. It actually started
100%.
in the reverse. No, it actually started in the reverse. So because I'm in the network with
I booked him on his show.
the social media algorithms connected us, and I hit up Rudy, and I was like, "Hey, man, you should come on my
My
podcast."
fucking advice.
Yeah.
No, this is not true because here's what actually happened.
Fuck you.
Don't forget whose podcast this is
This
because
is your
I'm
podcast.
about to tell the
Yeah, I can
reality.
shut off
let's-
anytime.
Let's hear the real. I want to
I'm
hear
on
the real
pho-
thing.
I'm on the phone with Rudy, and he goes, "Oh, I know Patrick." And I go, "Wait, you know Patrick?" And he goes, "Yeah, I know Patrick." So I three-way call Patrick. I'm in my backyard right here. I'm about 30 yards from where we're sitting right now. And I fucking call Patrick on a three-way phone call with Rudy in my backyard.
After I already told them to call Rudy.
That's not true. That's not true. This is all made up.
Sorry. So you're on a three-way call with Rudy and Patrick. So
Yeah.
what happens?
And all of a sudden I'm like, I can't believe the three of us know each other. What's the small world?
so we both have our own realities. That's okay.
Because I hooked it up.
Here's the thing, dude, is like Rudy will validate.
So
this.
it's really funny
I'm-
because
this
Brett,
is
Brett
not
and
an
I,
argument. This
Brett,
is
Brett
not
and
a
I on the
debate.
outside.
There's an objective reality as to what happened, and Patrick is fucking lying.
So what's really funny is Brett.
No more credibility. The guy that worked
Brett
with
and
Rudy
I-
at 93X
Yeah,
for many
exactly.
years, or
Yeah.
the fucking guy that
Or the
said
guy
20
that had
fucking
him
years.
on his podcast. Yeah, I don't know who's more credible. Definitely me.
All right. You're saying,
That's great.
Stacy.
Yeah.
Okay,
we're
we
like
should just
going-
do a four-way Anyway, podcast. This is fucking good right now.
I'm
Okay,
about
let's just do this.
dude, I'm telling you, give me 2 weeks and I will figure out how to
we'll
pipe
have to
in
name the podcast Getting Drunk
No.
at Jared's.
No, listen to me. Listen to me. Give me
At
2
the
weeks.
bar in the basement with
Jared.
Jared and
give me
friends.
give me 2 weeks and I have a fucking iPhone call on camera and Rudy is fucking clarifying my version of the story, you son of a bitches.
Okay, let's
I love you guys
Can
so
we
much.
completely,
This is so much
completely
fun.
change the subject, though? Can we completely change the
Yeah.
subject? Because
Okay,
Okay, let's go.
Sure.
Yeah,
Whatever you
Stacy's
want.
got something because he's
let's move
Maynard
along.
from fucking Tool. Maynard has good ideas.
Maynard from
Okay, go
Tool.
ahead.
Maynard,
Okay.
Maynard's got
Okay,
something to
so,
say.
I want to know from you, Patrick, that you have 2 children
Yes.
that are 7 and 9.
No,
One's-
9
no,
and 9 and
no,
10 right
9
now.
and 10.
10.
One's going to be 11.
Yeah, both girls.
Okay, so the big thing, the big problem that we're seeing in mental health right now, obviously, is cell phone and cell phone usage, social media.
Yeah.
Okay, that's really rewiring children's brains
Sure.
in a really
About to
bad
rewire
way.
my brain
There's
real
a
quick.
book out there called The Anxious
Oh,
Generation by Jonathan
Wait a
Haidt.
minute. You're one of those.
What?
I'm just kidding. I'm
When-
already going to cut you off.
When are
'cause- yeah,
when are you
okay,
going to
I
give
know
your,
where this is
when,
going.
when
Let's-
are you going to give your
let's-
kid a cell phone?
Oh,
Do you already
my
have them?
8-year-old had a cell phone.
Yeah.
Oh,
Hey.
They have them.
My 10-year-old had a cell phone 2 years ago.
so how is their usage on social media? How do you control it?
So the reason my 10-year-old has a cell phone right now is she is way responsible. She is reading at a 7th grade level as a 5th grader. She is super responsible, and she does not stare at her phone all fucking day.
Okay.
The reason we got her a cell phone is I said, make a presentation on
Sure.
why we should give you a cell phone.
Shut up! You
and
did
so-
that really? Awesome! That is so cool.
No, she did a PowerPoint and then
Wow!
Or a PowerPoint.
Good for you. Good for
she did a
you.
Point on the pros and cons of her having a cell phone.
Oh, that's the
And I was like,
definition.
okay.
People. This is the definition
a
of a
lot
great.
of it was
this is the
safety
definition of a
and-
great dad. This is for anyone
No,
that's watching.
I'm being 100% serious. I'm not fucking around.
no, that's why I
it's
said
like-
this is a definition of being a great dad.
So she's like, I will. It will be safe. I will
Yep.
obey your limits. I will only
That's-
use it
that's
X,
awesome.
Y, and Z. I
Awesome.
will not bring it to school. I will not
Good for
let
you.
it distract me at night or whatever. Like whenever you tell me I can't see it,
Okay.
I will put it away. Like she made all these bullet points, and then I was like, okay, cool. And it was at a time where my ex-wife and my mom and the kids were like trying to separate plans, and so they were trying to get a family plan pretty much.
Sure.
And
Okay.
so me and my ex-wife talked about it and said, yeah, Caitlin is responsible enough to have her phone, and she's been great with it. And it's been awesome because even this morning, she texted me, Dad, I forgot my test paper. It's on the counter. I need it by 9 because I have to turn it in to my teacher and then give a presentation on it at 9.
Mhm.
And this was at 8:09 in the morning when I just dropped her off at 8. So I went and got her homework, brought it to the school by like 8:35 or whatever. So she got her homework. So that's what I was looking at. My younger one, by the way, not responsible enough for a phone. She has a old iPod or something where she can play like silly kid games because that's where she's at mentally. I'm just but no, but she's not her older sister. Her older sister is like 2 grades ahead of her level. She's at her level. She's very smart. She reads. She does math well, but she's also very like, I need my phone all the time. So that's the one I have to kind of police. But so that's the answer to your question. But I don't have a problem with it overall because I think it's not only a way of life in the future for them, but I'm kind of going Elon Musk weirdo right now. Like I think in the future we're just going to have an ear implant or glasses or even a brain implant where you're just going to access internet and whatever the hell you need.
So let me differentiate something here really quick. So cell phone and social media, because the cell phone and all of its usages is different than social media. Instagram,
They don't have
Snapchat.
social.
Okay, good. So, but that is the big problem right now. So I see it in
But when they
schools
play
always.
Among Us,
Yeah.
when they play Among Us and
Sure.
Roblox, there's a
Dude,
social
so
aspect
cool.
to it. Because
Absolutely, because now they're getting
because
influenced by
there's
other
people
people. Because
chatting and-
I played Counter-Strike for a long time. I am a
Nerd.
senior administrator in Counter-Strike and
we should talk video games now.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Okay, there you go. But that aspect of
video
it,
game.
that aspect, even during COVID, I didn't even feel like anything was different. I had no idea. I mean, I'm like,
Absolutely.
I'm hanging out with my buddies from all over the world here, like I do every night. It's COVID. I don't care if I'm locked in. I'm glad I'm locked in.
Yeah.
But going back to what we were talking about, the social media influence on your kids, you have one kid that would be susceptible
man.
to it, right? Because the
Absolutely.
dopamine
Yeah,
and all
100%.
the problems that can be involved with it.
100%.
Especially,
Yep.
do you have a daughter or a son?
Both daughters.
Both daughters. So
Yeah.
girls are influenced. I would suggest
Yeah.
that you read the book Anxious Generation by Jonathan Haidt. It's a great book.
Okay. All right.
It'll be really mind opening, but that's the
Yeah.
big problem that we have in schools right now, especially with young kids, is just
Right.
that I got to be on this.
Yeah,
And it's hard.
and coming from you, I mean, disability instructor,
Mhm,
that means a lot. It's something that I think about a lot because I've seen my youngest daughter's mood. Like she's like this, like
Yes.
just there's no like. So my oldest daughter is
Stability.
just even keeled, no matter
Yes.
what. I could tell her to
Okay.
do something, fine.
So you can
I
pretty
tell
much
my youngest she might blow up. It's crazy.
If you go to-
how
if you go-
different they are.
if you go to Jordan Peterson's work on personality typing,
Yeah.
you will be able to
Yep.
see
I love Jordan
that.
Peterson.
Yep, you'll be able to
He's
see those
awesome.
personality
He's really
typings,
awesome.
right? Okay, so your older daughter, her personality type, if you tested them or just even asked the questions, and your
Right.
younger daughter should be exact opposites. They
Is
should
that
be
where you got the square and there's like a dot and a dot? So
Okay,
yeah,
so-
you'll be like,
Well, no, that is a political compass test. Okay, that right there with all the grids, between saying.
but I've done that with work too, where like,
yeah.
what type of worker are you? Yeah, it's
Yeah,
a
right, right, right.
no,
it's a
that
template
one's
for
that one's a
all kinds of
circle.
things.
Yeah, there's different behavioral templates that you draw
Right.
from, that the different modalities, but the up and coming one now off of I don't know, the Myers-Briggs, if you've ever heard of that.
Oh, yeah.
The,
Yep,
the
yep.
ENFP and ISTJ, all of those. The big five right now is really high, and in global, I think it's very, very reliable.
Get
I
on
think
that mic.
it's 80%. It's
Get on the mic,
80%.
man. Chew the phone. It's just fun to say to you. Like,
Chew
no, I
the
get it.
phone.
I get it.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, we don't fucking know, because here's the thing: when you compare the devices to like how damaging it can be.
Mhm.
When I was a kid, all I had was the fucking radio, and I
Yes.
made music. I had a cassette.
Absolutely.
Yep.
I had records, and I had vinyl, and I had a record player, and I had television. I had a black and white television, and I used to hit
Yes.
record and like call Vikings games as like a 4-year-old.
Yes.
Or I'm sorry, like as a 4th grader.
Yep.
And I would be like, 11 years old, going, Tommy Kramer drops back to pass, and blah, oh shit, he got sacked. What a fucking loser, And I have those cassettes in my fucking storage still. But
Yeah.
but you know what I mean? Like, I think with every generation, you got to be careful about like just like, oh, this is damaging them. But what it did for me was I realized I had a love of music.
Yep.
I wanted to be a radio DJ. I wanted to be an announcer. I recorded my own shit. And what they're doing with their phones, maybe they're going to be a content creator. Maybe they're going to, maybe they're going to trump us someday just by putting some
Well,
stupid
do you know
video
what the
out
number?
there.
Do you know what the kids? The
They're
number
going to go
one.
hot tour.
Yeah.
The number one, career that kids have now. You know what that is?
Yeah.
Content creator. They wanna be a
Content creator.
Okay.
That's
so
it.
let's
stupid.
dive deeper into this really quick. Just really.
Well, no, I'm telling my girls to go
Yeah.
to UTI,
Yeah.
which is the
Yeah.
Universal Technical Institute,
Yeah.
to be a welder, because those motherfuckers will make more money.
Yep. So
But
here's
anyway.
the thing. Thank you. Appreciate it. So here's the thing. We Jordan Peterson also said this. He's like, if you drop somebody in the middle of a desert, right? This is not verbatim, but
Sure.
they get anxiety. They don't get anxiety because they don't know which way to go. They get anxiety because there's too many ways to go. And the problem with our generation is that there's so many different directions a kid can go that they can't make.
That's deep, bro.
They can't make the decision that we made. I want to be a cop, or I want to do this, or I just want to do this. You got 20 million opportunities because we were just talking about that. We were just talking about, we should do this in content, or we should do this in content, or we should do this in content.
This is great, but here, so my older daughter,
Yep.
she got, I think I bought it. It doesn't matter who bought it for, but she got like a bead making kit, like a wrist, like beads and wristbands and necklaces.
Artistic and creative. Yep.
Yeah. So she did this and she made a bunch of shit. And then she's also very entrepreneurial. Like even at like a year or two ago, like at 8, she's like, can I sell these wristbands? And I'm like, sure.
Wow.
We can
Awesome.
set you up a marketplace.
Yep.
So her school has like this night where in the fall, she sold $155 worth of product, and she had been making wristbands and like custom jewelry, and she sold like $150 worth of
So
stuff.
she's really good at math, isn't she?
Yeah, she is. And then but she's also like, Daddy, I want you to look on Facebook for more places to go where they have farmers markets and where I can sell my stuff. And I'm like, holy shit. So her mom actually set her up with there's something called Greenlight, I think it's called, where it's a bank account for kids.
Awesome.
Yep.
Good for you.
So she's like she's 10 and she's like saving money. She's got an entrepreneurial spirit and all that stuff.
Awesome.
So she's making beads and jewelry, and then so I gave her Thomas Sowell has a book called Basic
Get out
Economics,
of here. Really awesome.
and it's literally this thick.
That's awesome.
And I gave it to her 3 months ago, and I said, if you read this by August of 2025, I will give you $300.
Thomas
So
Sowell's my
she
hero.
read probably this much of it, and then she just told me, Daddy, I can't. This is boring. And I'm like, okay, that's fine.
Audiobook. Audible.
I've got a Milton Friedman book that's like this thin. You want to read that? And I'll give you $100. And she's like, I don't know. But over the summer, I'm going to try to introduce her that because I'm a basic economics guy. Like,
Yes.
why doesn't rent control work? How do prices work?
Thomas Sowell is one of my
and so-
favorites.
Yes. And so one of the reasons why, do you ever wonder why public education doesn't teach economics?
I read
Why
his-
doesn't public
yeah.
because
Go ahead.
if you know about economics, you'll never elect another politician again.
Right.
Yep.
Because
And-
one of the things is Thomas Sowell said is the first rule of economics is or one of the things about the politicians is they will promise everything and they will
Deliver
nothing.
Nothing.
Yes.
There you
Yes.
go.
Yes.
There, I
Okay,
was
so-
waiting for it, dude.
And the second rule of economics is there's scarcity.
wait
There's
for you to
not
say it out
enough
loud.
of anything to fulfill everybody.
Yep.
So that's why there's economics.
Absolutely.
So if everything costed $1,
Did you read?
everyone-
Did you by chance read Black Rednecks, White Liberals?
I haven't read
Oh,
that
dude,
one,
I've
but
heard about this book though.
You need to read Black
I should
Rednecks,
read
White
it.
Liberals. Yes, absolutely.
Talk about it.
One of his
Talk
great.
about
I've read 4 of his books already. I have them on Audible, and I try to go over them. But he's got like 30 of them out there, and then there's obviously Jordan Peterson's books, which are a must read, and also Jonathan Haidt's books. There's
I'll be back.
John McWhorter. All these guys are. There's a lot there. So. We have to go through all of those things.
Well, break it down.
Let's break it down.
No, break it down. I mean, we got a few minutes left.
Yeah.
So break it
now,
down and like.
That's like when I went to St. Cloud State in 1985, my freshman year. I had King Banyan as my economics professor for both micro and macroeconomics. And if you've seen some of the stuff that he's done, and this is before podcasts when he was on the radio. The guy he's kind of like that where he talks about this stuff. And I remember being in class, and the first thing it was beautiful spring day, and he said to everyone, he goes, well, if you don't want to be here, you can leave. Just get up and go out. It's a nice day outside. And like 2/3 of the class got up and left. And I remember sitting there going, you dumb asses. I mean, you just spent all this money to learn something important, and you're saying, screw it, I'm going to go out and fuck off, basically. And that
Depends
was
on the class, but yeah.
and that
I
just
get it.
and that was impactful to me because they lost out on a lot of stuff that he was teaching, and he was really good at teaching, especially in economics. So reading that stuff and knowing economics and knowing how the world works is one of the most important things that you can learn as a human being.
My thing is that on the rudimentary level to everyone, regardless, is learning a skill.
Right.
I can learn to do something.
Right.
And so I can learn to at least paint, or something that I can sell. Right. Something that somebody would want.
Capitalism.
Well, not just capitalism. That's fair trade. I mean, we've been doing free trade for a long time.
Well, free market and capitalism are two very different
two different things. But if you're
getting money for something,
Don't do that,
and
Patrick,
me
you son of a
trading
bitch.
with you,
well, yeah, it's two different things, but
it's the same thing. You're trading something.
right. But it depends on what the value is.
No. Yes, exactly. So you should be able to read the market. I mean, if you're going to go into a college degree that has nothing to do or can't make you money right away,
Liberal arts.
Why would you do
any
that?
of those. So
What's that?
Jonathan Haidt suggested that he wrote the book The Coddling of the American Mind, and this new one. He had said that the colleges should be split, one in the STEM fields or logic, and one in social justice.
Right.
And they're completely separate. They don't combine. You can't combine them because it's illogical.
It's a contradiction.
So it is a contradiction. So just separate those colleges, and the ones that get the funding. I mean, we need the math fields, we need the computer science fields, we need all of those things, biology, physiology, all of that.
But we're failing in all of those things in America. I mean, mathematics and English, we are way behind.
No.
We are.
The United States is the
failing.
forefront. No, we're not failing. We have the Mayo Clinic. We have some of the greatest minds in the United States. We know that.
Right.
Then why are the kids in our country
The
performing?
kids.
But that's a blanket bullshit statement right
But
there.
that's no, it's not. It's not. It's not.
No,
Because-
the
no,
ones
you need
that
to
we
look-
see. The
but-
ones that we
but-
see. The ones that we
But that's
see.
Brett.
Not
What I'm saying
overall.
is that's probably generated by liberals who need more money for their education department. Just saying.
Well, no, that's
You know what I mean?
that's
Like,
coming from
I
the
would
Republicans.
investigate the claim.
No, that's coming
that
from
we're
conservatives
failing.
saying
We're not
that to the
failing.
liberals, saying that this is the reason why we don't need to have a Department of Education on the federal level.
No, the Department of Education is wasting.
And I agree.
Wasting money.
Yes.
Okay. So I've been
Have
a
you
teacher.
seen the graph where they're like, here's the spending,
This suddenly
and here's the
became
grades,
Yeah.
elite
Right.
level podcast.
And that's what
like
I'm
the grades
trying to
is
say.
like this, and
Yeah.
the spending is like
Yeah.
it's,
Yeah.
it's
So-
ridiculous.
it doesn't
here-
match up. It's
so-
wasted money. It's
There's a
wasted spending.
lot
It
of
should be
things.
privatized.
There's a lot of
Education
things.
Absolutely.
should be privatized.
100%.
There's a lot of-
100%.
There's a lot of things going on here, and within the teaching field and how we're educating our children is we've lost our way. Okay.
Yes.
So and we're holding on to archaic ideas to things that are irrelevant right now, and the speed of which we're gaining the information needs to change.
Well, but here's the basics.
No, that's never going to change, though. The speed
no,
is
but
always not, we're already addicted to the speed.
remember in
No, we need the speed. We need the speed. We need our slow ass education system to catch up, because the stuff that we're teaching is
Right,
boring and
okay.
slow.
I get that.
But
Okay?
we
So-
quit teaching vocational stuff. We quit teaching
No.
home ec. We quit.
That's exactly
shop.
that's exactly
Yeah.
right. No, you need kids to stop doing the sit down on a desk learning paper stuff. Put them right into it,
One
right
of my
into the
favorite
field.
memes. One of my favorite memes
Yeah.
is how do I pay my taxes? And it's like, shut up and go square dance. That's your public school system.
No,
Because
so,
we all square dance
no.
in school, right?
Okay, so all of the things that we do right now as a human being to try to survive, that is what we should be doing right away with the kids in Japan.
Yeah.
Kids 3
should be
years
like,
old,
hey.
kids at 3 years old are sharpening pencils with razor blades. This is what they're
Or
doing.
you should be like, hey,
and they're pounding nails.
Get a fucking plastic
4.
bin, and then here's what you do: you fill it up with water and canned food, and a flashlight and some batteries,
Yeah.
and a
There you go.
blanket, and then you put it in a closet, and then when you need to fucking run, you fucking grab that and run.
So the thing is,
No, I'm serious.
Yep.
Like even in
It's-
California, if the power goes out here,
no grid.
I'm fucking
nothing-
useless, man.
Yeah.
We're all fucking useless because we're Californians too. But like the fires,
That is a thing. Yep.
but even if the power goes out, we're
if
like,
the solar, just think about if the
what
grid,
do we do now?
if the grid goes down and there's no electricity, what are you
Yeah.
going to do?
We got about 3 days to live
Yeah.
if you don't have a fucking plan.
Can you start a
I swear
fire?
to God.
Can you start a fire? Can
What
you
if you
survive
can't
on your
pump
own?
gas? You can't pump gas. There's
Don't even
no
need
electricity.
no gas, no gas. I want you to go
Yeah.
in the woods, make a tent,
Yeah.
build
How
a
you gonna-
fire,
yeah.
and hunt.
How you gonna do that shit?
Yeah,
Yep.
absolutely.
What is your basic
never
level of
been
knowledge?
More close to building or putting together a survival kit
Yep.
than I have like in the last 6 months. I'm like,
Yeah.
I should fucking do that. I keep putting it off, of course, because that's what we do. But no, I'm 100% serious. Like I need a
Yep.
fucking bin.
You have 2 children to take care of.
Yeah, I got 2 kids, and if we
Okay.
need to run to the mountains, like you're right, I need a fucking axe. I need a fucking bow and arrow or something. Like I've got a gun. Well, no, I don't.
Well, learning,
I never
learning,
registered my gun in California. So
learning how to survive is a
I don't have a gun.
pretty crucial.
I had a gun. I threw it in the river.
I have a lot of guns.
As long as
It's so
not
fun,
next to the body,
right?
you know.
That's one thing about Minnesota. That's one thing about
That's
Minnesota.
funny. Like, yeah, no.
Even though we're a liberal state, I have a number of guns.
Well, and
I,
that's,
I
and
got-
that's
I
the
got out
thing.
of
We
jury
wouldn't be
duty by
liberal
having a gun.
without St. Louis County.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I did a so when you live in Sacramento, it's the court system's right downtown. So if you're in Sacramento County, you get called for jury duty like every 2 years, or maybe it's one every 1.5 years. So I did a civil trial like 2 years ago, and it was amazing because it was 6 weeks.
Mhm.
And I got 6 weeks off of work. And because I'm a California employee, I work for the state of California. I got paid for all of those fucking 6 weeks.
Wow.
So,
Not anymore.
but so I got summoned again this last summer, and I was like out of 12, I was 13, and they needed a couple of subs. So I was first in line, and they're like, this trial involves somebody that, may or may not have shot somebody, and theft of a gun. Does anybody here have knowledge or some sort of expertise in weapons? And I was like, and they're like, what,
Awesome.
what's your thing? And I was like, so I was about to be accepted as a juror because I was
Until-
13.
Until you raised your hand.
But I was like, hey, when I was in Minnesota in 2008, I went and did a class. I got my permit to shoot. I carried a 40 cal Beretta on me for personal protection, and then when I moved here, it was null and not accepted. So I don't have a carry permit anymore. And they were like, okay, you're excused. And I was like,
Interesting.
how rude. But so I went home, and then I Googled the fucking case, and this guy jumps over a fence and goes into some guy's backyard where they have like a home, like a second home, like a shelter or whatever the fuck it is. And that's where he keeps all
shanty.
his weapons. So this guy apparently steals all these guns and then shoots the owner in the face. When his alarm goes off, he goes out in the backyard and says, "What are you doing here?" And there was a Russian guy, and a black guy apparently goes, boom, shoots him in the fucking head and runs away. They arrest him a week and a half later at his house. So I'm like, oh my God, I would have been on this fucking trial. But like every other juror on the jury said said, no, I have no knowledge of weapons. So I'm like, they just they let me go because I had knowledge of weapons, and I thought that was kind of odd. So then I followed the case, and after about 4 weeks, dude was acquitted of murder. He was not found guilty. And I'm like, okay. And race aside, I'm like, I wasn't prejudging, but like every news outlet covered the
We're having a
story.
great time.
You don't want somebody to know about ballistics if you want the
But
jury to sway in your way, right?
What my thought is like, I have no idea how Guy got off, because according to the news reports, like he was like stealing shit out of cars, the whole block. His fingerprints were on all these cars, and then but they just couldn't prove murder, and I get it. And he got released, but I was like, holy shit. I forgot what my point was about the gun. So just the fact that I had like knowledge.
Well, you have knowledge of guns, and you have knowledge of caliber, and you have knowledge of.
They didn't want
the
you there.
prosecutor
Yeah.
and defender probably want people that know shit about it.
Don't know anything about it, because
Right.
if you know those things, that
Because
gives
I
a
would have
sway.
been like, where
That
was
gives
the
a sway.
gunshot residue on his hand, or where was
it would give a sway
Yeah.
in the argument, for sure.
You could have swayed the jury easily because you had knowledge and they didn't.
Yep.
Yeah,
And that's
and
what
I
they
would have been
would be
like, "There's
afraid
no
of.
way that this guy did this, that, and the other thing, and not know how to fuck."
So they want
Maybe
everybody
said,
to.
"Oh,
They want to
I
have
don't-
every.
again, I
they
don't
want
know
everybody-
any of the evidence of the case.
They want
so
everybody
I'm
to have
just-
no knowledge, or everybody to have
Right.
some knowledge
And
or
same
whatever.
with the civil trial I was in. It was like, "Do you know anything about banking?" And I'm like, "No." And do you know anything about internet technology and apps? No. Do you know anything about online borrowing? And I'm like, "No." And so they're like, "You're perfect." And so the case that I was on was a bank suing a lawyer, suing a fucking software company, and then countersuing the bank. It was like a clusterfuck of things.
So the moral of the story is, if you have to, you're called to a jury duty, and
Yeah.
they ask you,
gotta-
"Do you know anything about anything?"
Nope.
You say, "Yes, I do."
If you want
I
to
know
get out,
everything
like,
about
I know
that.
it all.
No,
Because,
exactly. No,
you know,
exactly.
because they
if
asked
you
me,
just say
"Did you-"
no and you're just
when I
vanilla,
went on
if you're
jury duty,
vanilla, that's what they want.
Then when I was on jury duty, they go, "Does anybody know any firefighters?" I'm like, "Yeah, I know firefighters." They're like, "Okay,
Right.
you're gone."
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's what they were doing with me, with the
Yep.
bank, with the. Does anyone know any
Absolutely.
bankers? Do you
Absolutely.
have any fucking lawyers? Do you
Yep.
know
Just
any
say,
IT
"Yes,
people?
I know 7 of
Do
them."
you know Jared Singer? I was like, fuck, yeah, I know Jared Singer. Fuck, you're out of here.
Exactly.
Okay, so
How's it going, Jared?
So as podcasters, you guys are gonna have to figure out how to do this.
Yep.
So have you guys noticed or discovered a theme that has happened through the podcast tonight that we can use as a subject or a transition or a segue to wrap up the podcast? Is there something that
Hand
stuck
jobs.
out to you guys tonight?
Hand jobs. I
Not
want to see some
that.
hand jobs.
God damn, mute him. Mute him. Jason, I pay you. Mute him.
This is This is why you have me.
Jason, mute him.
Oh,
He's pulling. He's
Jason,
actually
if you
about
mute
to
me?
do it. He's actually
He's gonna come through that
he's
screen.
actually
Holy
about-
fuck, he muted me. No, he actually muted you guys. He fucked up.
All right.
Okay,
Jokes
so-
aside.
So we
But-
got to
but
wrap
this
is
is
up.
how you got to figure this out, right? Like, so you
We have to have a conclusion.
you got to figure out a way to segue, right?
What's
Whether
your
you
conclusion?
edit it or not, we don't edit.
Yep.
That's
At
the
the
whole
bar
vibe
with.
of my podcast. The whole vibe of my podcast is like, hey man, we're gonna have a great time. We're gonna vibe. We're gonna fucking talk about whatever we want. And actually, I didn't even get to ask it. But the only pre-interview question I ever have for any guest is, what do you not want to talk about? Because everybody has that, right? It's
Right.
Some people it's politics, some people it's religion, some people it's fucking sports. They're like, I hate sports. Please don't do the sports thing. I know you love sports, Jared. But no matter what the subject isn't, you always have to figure out, and whether you edit it or not. And I'm super drunk right now. You guys, I'm slurring my words.
No.
I'm
No,
slurring my
Shut up.
words. But you got to always figure out, and I'm just telling you guys, you got to figure out that theme and
Right.
give it that wrap up, right? And I struggle at this a lot, and sometimes I'm good at it, sometimes I'm bad.
So
So have you guys noticed a theme through
Yes.
all the crazy conversations we've had tonight? Do you guys any of you, either of you, noticed a theme? All three of you, that maybe there's a theme that we could like grasp on, and then we could all kind of like wrap on and tie it up.
Well,
dude.
so what we kind of talked about, because this is the
Let's
first
go
one.
counterclockwise.
The first
so we'll
one
go with you next,
is
and then
that
Patrick.
Well, we all kind of introduced ourselves. We got to know each other a little bit. We talked about each other's our pasts and things like
Grab
that.
me one of them, Brett.
And then at the end point, I tried to change this. I changed the subject a little bit, and I wanted to talk about a little bit about Patrick's kids, and the what's going on today in the school systems and so forth. And I think we'll probably talk about that a little bit in the future, I hope, because it's a big subject for me. It was really nice to hear him talk about Thomas Sowell and Milton Friedman and all the greats. There's a lot of them out there. But exchanging of information that's actually out there and relevant that you should know. I mean, if you're in economics, and Charlie Kirk brought this out, he's asking kids about that there are even economics majors and they didn't know who Thomas Sowell was, is an absolute atrocity in our society. Okay, so if you don't know that, those things that are relevant, and hopefully we can go on from there.
Yeah, my oldest daughter's doing.
Hold on. We're gonna go to Brett next. We're gonna go to. I want to go
right, I know.
counterclockwise.
Okay.
Yeah, that's okay. To wrap things up, I think we talked about a lot of different subjects, and we could just wrap it up by like, I think to wrap it up is just.
I'll drink it.
I think it depends on what subject we're on last, and just kind of go from there. I don't know, Patrick.
Yeah.
What's your idea? I think that if whatever subject you're on last, you got to kind of wrap it up from there, because you can't really go back and talk about something that we talked about an hour earlier.
That's why it's about trying to, like, as a podcaster, you always try to, like, when you wrap it up, you try to find a theme.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
You got to try to, like, when you do a podcast,
Wait.
got to. And I'm not pretending I'm the
Should
expert.
we find a theme, or should we have a theme going in?
No, the question is have you noticed a theme in an organic conversation like tonight? Like, this is the way I do my podcast, and I think this is the best way to always do an organic podcast. Is like, is there a theme that ran through every conversation, no matter what analogy, no matter how far we went down the beaten path? Is there a theme? Can you catch that theme and then wrap it up at the end?
I got it.
What are you thinking?
I like turtles.
I mean, you can always go that route.
No.
You can always
I
go
like
that
turtles.
route.
No, but I'll be serious. Respect and love. Like, we talked about all kinds of things. We never got out of sorts with anybody. We respected everyone's opinions. We fucking talked about everything that we want to talk about. So that was just respect. And then, like, the love thing, like, we actually decided here and now, our podcast will do good, even if we fucking fail, but we can help 3 people with $30 worth of donations. I don't care, but we should definitely
do
what
people.
we do, but give back and help people somehow, some way.
Right. Yep. I agree totally.
So that's what I got out of tonight is I got to meet Stacy, and I fucking love Stacy because he's Maynard James Keenan of Tool, and Brett's just a tool, and Jared's just a tool, but
my name's
he's
Jeff.
Maynard James Keenan of Tool.
My name is Jeff.
My name is Jeff.
No, my name is Jeff. But no, I think at the end of the day, what Jared said was right. Like, we're starting. Like, most people start where Jared started, with probably just a fucking nothing, a fucking basement.
Zero
that
knowledge.
He was like
zero knowledge.
And like, we're starting with Brett's fucking finished basement with a bar, and all we had to do was put in some fucking mics and some. It's gonna be beautiful, man. I'm really excited about it.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, the
And I
theme
think
for
if
me
we come,
tonight.
if we go at it from the right place, and I think we all exposed ourselves to like having good hearts. Like we're not here to fucking be controversial or do stupid
No,
shit.
no, not at all.
We're gonna have fun,
Well,
and
yep.
that's what I told you last night, Brett. It was like we're gonna fucking do our thing, and it doesn't matter if people want to be part of the party. Come on in, but
Yeah.
let's just do our thing.
Okay, so
but let's also do some good.
okay, so you're divorced, right?
Yeah,
You're single dad with 2 kids.
yeah.
which
I get them like 50, well,
Okay.
45% of
so
the week, but yeah.
so you know, and I think this is actually a great place to start as far as content or a subject matter to talk about, to something that we can try to help with or do things with, because I'm sure you have some very keen insights on how that is for you and how maybe, you know, I mean, because what you said earlier about what you do with your kids on phones and stuff was
Yeah.
unbelievable. Okay, because if we had all dads do that,
Dad's care.
okay, you know,
No, I want to. Yeah, I will totally
because
promote Dad's care.
all the kids that I have, all the students that I have no dads. That's the big problem. There's no
Yeah,
dads.
That sucks.
Okay, so
I didn't have a dad when I was growing up, and I had a big brother. Like he would take me to, you know, whatever. when I was 15.
male voice in their life. But I guess.
I am never gonna have my kids not have a fucking dad, and
Yeah.
I'm a dad. Like I
Yeah.
take them to gymnastics. I expose them to things. I talk about music. I talk about.
Absolutely.
I ask them questions about school. Like I'm the dad. Like
Yep.
but we can talk about this too. Here's the other thing is like I get a lot of discrimination as a dad, and that pisses me off. So like
Yep.
when I go to
I'm sure you do.
a parent teacher conference and the teacher's talking to my wife, and I'm sitting right next to my wife, and she's like, yeah, your child is doing this, and this. And she's only looking at my wife or my ex-wife.
Mhm.
I'm like sitting here going, excuse me, motherfucker? I'm with them 3 days a week and I do homework with them. But there's that kind of discrimination that's still
Right,
like dads
right.
don't. And then like even the divorce courts are still like, this is a whole nother topic I get. But like even the divorce courts, they do not treat dads fairly. Women get all, not all,
Well, it
but
depends on
most
the
of the
state.
shit.
It depends on the state.
Those are some topics that I would like to delve into because it's personal to me, and
Absolutely.
I hate going to fucking conferences or a doctor's appointment. Like my doctor's great. My doctor will look at both of us and be like, "Your daughter's got this," and you know he includes both with eye contact.
Yep.
But when I go to a fucking school conference and the female teacher's looking at my female ex-wife talking about my kids, and I'm just sitting there like I'm a third fucking wheel, pisses me off. And I really want to just slam the table and go, hello,
I'm here. Yep.
Right.
Yep.
just to
Yep.
teach
not having
the
not having a
fucking
voice
teacher
is a
lesson,
big thing.
you know what
Yep.
I mean?
Absolutely.
Well,
Absolutely.
and one of the things I've noticed, I don't want to completely derail what you said. I appreciate that, dude. But to bring it back to what we were talking about, like themes and trying to figure out something to wrap up.
But I
One
will
of-
say, after some time, they actually do start to include me. But at first, it's awkward. But go ahead. Sorry.
No, we just got to figure out a way to wrap this up, right? So one thing I did notice as something that transcended all the metaphors and all the conversations and everything we talked about is reps, experience, and patience, right?
Right.
Like find something you're passionate about and put in the actual work to do that.
Right.
Whether it's your podcast, whether it's your kids, whether it's karate, whether it doesn't matter.
do it
just
over
like-
and over and over again.
Right.
Exactly. And like fail and then learn.
Get better at it.
And it's such a cliche, but it's such an important cliche. Because cliches are cliches for a reason, right? And I think that doesn't really matter. Whether it's battling in the courts with your fucking kids or you're fucking turning around and you're trying to figure out how to do a reverse guillotine. It none of these things matter. These are all metaphors.
Right.
Whether you're trying to start a podcast, and that's what I said. Do 3 of these and delete them. You know what I mean? Like,
Yep.
Like,
just
fuck,
just
man.
trial errors. Yeah, we
Just
trial and error.
suck.
Yep.
Suck on purpose.
Well, and that's the only way
Suck
you get
on
better.
purpose.
So yeah,
Well, there's
But
no
wait,
be
wait,
willing to
But
suck.
sometimes when you suck, you're actually more human and you're more likable. You know
That's
what I mean?
the whole
Like,
ass point, dude.
true.
Well, so maybe
Suck
we'll keep
and
those.
suck on
We'll
purpose.
well, maybe
if
we'll
you get
keep
someone
those.
to like you when you suck, they're gonna be fucking there forever.
Ever.
Yep. Facts.
It's like, yeah,
Well,
when I
good.
was on the radio, man, like, yeah.
But I couldn't possibly be more excited about somebody else's podcast. In
That
my
is
life.
awesome. That is
And the
that's
reason
a
I'm going to say
testament
this,
there.
the reason I'm going to say this, and this is the way we're going to wrap this up, is this. I'm going to make a short speech.
All right.
I have given all of this advice to so many people. And I'm talking about on this podcast. I'm talking about in the conversations we've had.
Yep.
I've met with people. I've helped design sets. And I've watched guys do exactly 0 fucking podcasts. I've watched people spend exactly $0. But I'm so confident in what you guys are doing. You spent the money, you bought the gear, you have the space. Everybody's doing their fucking job, dude. Everybody is pulling their weight. Every single person in your chain, right? And I'm so fucking invigorated and inspired to just be a person who could possibly even just give you advice, because it doesn't even really matter to me what the podcast is. Just meeting and knowing the 3 of you and what you've done, you listened, you did the things you need to do, you're gonna do it. There's no bullshit, there's no excuses, there's no fucking second like I can't possibly be surrounded by a better community of people, right? And you guys are the newbies. But there's so many people like you that haven't listened, and then there's a couple people like you that have. And god damn it, man, when everybody does the right things, and it's not even like we're talking about moving mountains. We're not talking
Right.
about fighting wars. We're talking about buying a little bit of gear. We're talking about just prioritizing a little bit of time. It's such a beautiful thing when all of these things culminate into a creative effort where everybody suddenly manifests something
Right.
that wasn't real yesterday. And I know how abstract and dramatic and I sound. It's very woo. It's very woo. I know exactly what I sound like. But what I'm trying to explain is creating an idea and manifesting that into something tangible that the world experiences. You guys are creating a band, man. And just to get to your first show is almost impossible.
We're getting the band back together.
I'm so excited for you guys, man. It's
That's
like
awesome.
watching a band form in front of my eyes. It's like watching my little brother, even though you guys are every single one of you are more experienced and older than me. It's still like watching my little brother start a band. And like I'm watching him play his first show. I'm so fucking stoked for you guys, man. I can't
Thanks.
possibly.
Well,
Be more
let's
enthusiastic.
go.
Appreciate
Let's
the
have
help,
fun.
man.
Let's
Let's
just
Cheers
have
me
fun.
outside. How about that?
How about that?
All right, man.
We'll
All right.
have fun. That's all.
Links in the description. Links in the description, guys. Follow these guys. The podcast is called At the Bar With.
dot,
Whatever you guys want
That's
to talk
called-
about.
What did you stick in your butt?
Let's talk about anything
I
you
will
want to talk
never-
about.
I will never be a podcast guest because I will get them canceled within 7
Oh,
seconds
shush.
of a period.
You're our first
whatever.
But
First guest.
no, I will not be.
First
especially
test
especially
guest.
if you guys
First
have
test
if,
guest.
if you
Come
guys
on,
have
man.
guests like Tom Bernard. Are you serious? I cannot. Dude, I'm not in that world. I
I've
need
got
to
a
have
bigger
it.
name. I've got a bigger name in the pocket.
If
that
you have
will,
Tom
you guys
Bernard
will
on
shit
your-
your fucking pants
Listen
and
to
it'll
me.
come on.
If you have Tom Bernard on your podcast, I'm not allowed until I have 100,000.
You know who
subscribers.
Stifler is?
That's how bad it is.
I know who his
I love
mom
you
is.
guys. I love you guys. Can't be more excited. Let's wrap this up.
Stifler's mom. Yeah, I'm getting Stifler's
Patrick,
mom.
Patrick, I can't believe how well this went. Bringing in
Yeah.
you as a remote guest.
It was
dude.
good.
Thank you, man.
Honor to meet you.
Thank you
Yeah,
so
you
much,
too.
dude. You sound
I
great. You look
respect you
great.
so much, and
I
I
love
look
you
forward
guys,
to
man.
working with you.
Absolutely, that'd be
This
great.
is a
Yep,
blast.
this is going to be awesome. So thank you for having us, and thanks for all the expert advice. And I'm
thank
going to
you.
need a
Yep.
lot more.
Yep.
This
Well,
could have
next-
possibly gone better.
At
So-
the bar with, and
Dot.
also Facebook at the bar with. Just
Dot,
search
dot,
us out.
Dot, dot.
We got it.
Yep.
Dot
Sounds
dot
good.
dot.
Let's
All right.
get out of here.
All right, let's get out of here.
All right.
Peace.